got it all. All we got for our money, they've got some great big church. They robbed us blind. We made some local town rich. You're not free with your Cadillac. You're doing just exactly what the man wants you to do. Buy his goods, so you'll never have any real economic freedom. You're not free, you're a slave.
Play video games.
Okay, now everything should work. I always keep forgetting to reset that. Also, we were going to literally start like 4 minutes ago, but unfortunately nature called. Hello everyone, I am Side Pocket. I'm one of the co-founders of DEFCON 201. We are a computer hacker group under the DEFCON Groups label that's featured nation and worldwide, and we're located in Jersey City, New Jersey. We meet the third Friday of every month. You can find out more about us at www.defcon201.org or follow us on, all the social media below, DEFCON201NJ on Twitter and DEFCON201 on most other things such as Instagram, which we will be on for later, GitHub, sometimes TikTok, things like that. Anyhow, welcome to here. If you haven't known, Hackers on Planet Earth, and that might say this on the back, is currently going on right now. I believe you can read this on the back. And this is Hope 2020, otherwise would have been known as Hope 13. And they decided to go online for 9 days straight, so they have 9 days of Keynote. So kind of like, you know, on the first day of Christmas, it's like on the 5th day of Hope, the presentator was. We're going to watch the current keynote, who I'm extremely excited for, and we're going to get to her in a minute. And then I will do some housekeeping stuff at the end of her keynote. This is going to be a very long stream, by the way. That's also what she said. And I'm probably echoing. I'm sorry, I had to turn off desktop audio here. But this is our website. You can find us again at defcon21.org. Today's keynote speaker is going to be Tiffany Rad. She is a CEO of Antitrope Inc. And I've known her. I first met her at Nauticon years ago. I believe that's in 2007. And I was always hyped every time she had a talk because she was the only one basically covering automobile hacking, and she really developed a lot of it. And what I feel is the giant tragedy is she was trying to promote automobile hacking, and she made huge advancements in it for many, many years. And then Tesla kicked off, and then the car hacking village kicked off at DEFCON, which I really love. But basically all of these like car hacking bros came in, and no one, and like everyone kind of doesn't know who Tiffany Rad is anymore. And every time I talk to people, everyone's like, who? And these are like the car hacking people, you know? So it just irks me that she does not get the credit I feel like she deserves. So I'm very happy and excited that Hope is going to be the keynote for her. You can find this information. We have guides on our website. If you go to defcon201.org and click on our blog, you can find our entire guide for Hope. And now let's load up the live stream here, and let's check it. Let's see what's this all about.
It is possible to do this type of research, get into law, and the cybersecurity field is so vast right now. Whatever your background is, I bet that there's a place that you can fit in with some of the stuff that's going on right now. So let me tell you a little bit more about my background, but I chose the title To Drive or Be Driven because I'm doing a lot of work now with vehicle cybersecurity. I have been for about 15 years, even at the time when there were very few computers in the cars that could be you could interact with. Still had a fuel injection computer, had airbags in the car. I needed to turn them off to do off-roading. That was a bit of a challenge. So that's one of the things that inspired me to learn how to hack cars. But I want to kind of go back a little bit and tell you about my background, because as Bernie has mentioned, 2600 wanted me to talk more about how I got to where I am today, and to talk to all of you about what you can do. And believe it or not, I teach at 2 universities. A college degree helps, but it is not required to do this kind of work. Many of us from this genre are self-taught. You can do this too. So I chose To Drive or Be Driven because the choices we're making right now regarding who controls the code, everything from vehicles to planes to your phones, things like that, voting machines, it's very critical right now, the decisions that are being made. That's going to either allow researchers like hackers out there like you to be able to access this, or whether we will be locked out or threatened with legislation, not legislation, but criminal and civil penalties if we were to get into this. So that's why it's kind of a choice. That's one of the reasons I chose that topic for the title. Let me tell you a little bit more about my background. I'm the CEO of a startup. So in 2015, I was working for a really big IT company, probably the biggest in the US. and I got kind of tired of like the large corporate culture. So I thought, you know, I'm going to start my own company. I have an idea for something, and I think it's going to work. So I got some funding from the state of Virginia and grants. I've run this company so far with that type of thing, with grants in particular. So my background before that was I worked for Cisco. That was a very large IT company. And I've also been teaching cybersecurity for a very long time. Back early when I started teaching, some of the professors were a little concerned. They're like, why are you teaching computer science students how to hack? Are you maybe teaching criminals? And I said, no, no, no. If they don't learn how these things are broken, they're not going to learn how to fix them. So are we really putting out graduates who are going to be designing systems if they don't know how these systems are commonly broken? So I still do this in my classes. Actually, I'm going to show you in the presentation one of the devices that I got a grant and was able to build something cool for my students, but it's all part of, you got to learn how to break it if you want to learn how to fix it. So I've taught my classes like that. Recently, actually within the past year, I've joined UC Berkeley School of Information and Cybersecurity, and I teach for them. But I've been teaching for the University of Maine system for, a long time, maybe 14 years. My research that I've done has encompassed everything from vehicles to industrial control systems. We did one in 2011. It was 2011, that was called the prison hack. And I'll tell you a bit about that too, but what was special about that project for me in particular was I got to work with my father, and a lot that I'd learned, some of my childhood growing up, was seeing what he did and being inspired by some of his work to get to where I am here today. Also, more recently, I suppose, Mr. Robot is a fantastic hacker series on USA Network. I loved it. They took our prison hack and they put it into an entire episode of Mr. Robot. It was in season 1 and it was titled Brave Traveler. So if you, I think it's available now on YouTube, you can watch that. But it really was really interesting to see sort of like the nightmare type of security researchers episode of where they took your hack and put it into a TV show. It was interesting to see, but it was scary in the sense that we were worried after we did this. We did not release our 0 day to the public, to anyone actually at all. It never touched the internet, but we were concerned that that someone would take this and do bad things with it. But disclosure, I'm going to talk about too. It was important to do this disclosure. We did our presentations at conferences, but we talked to the company, the organization that was affiliated with protecting the prison systems before we went and did our research presentation. So this is my dad and my research team. That's Teague Newman there. We've worked together for many years, but this is a picture of my dad. This is CCC when we did our 2011 prison break presentation in Germany. And the photo on the right that you see, this is my dad showing people how a commonly, this type of security device is in a lot of places. It has an error in the code. For those of you that are computer scientists, it's like, the gate was wrong. The way that it was designed was that you could trick one piece working and then the other one wouldn't work. So if you knew what that was, you could get into buildings, get into places, because you could be unseen by this device. And it was a coding problem. So my dad is here at a conference. It's literally in an aircraft hangar in Florida. We were teaching for a program called Go Rock. They had a 007 program, and he was there teaching that. And Teague Newman and I taught lock picking for this one. But again, it's about this sense of learning how to break things so you can build them and design them better, being able to legally talk about our vulnerabilities that we found and the exploits we used. Super important for improving security. So when I was a kid, we had 13 phone lines coming into our house. I remember that the neighbors thought we were in gambling or something like that because the BBS that my brother had set up had so many users. This was way back in, like, I think the 80s. So we had a lot of phone lines so we could accommodate more people wanting to use it. But that was one of the first times that I was able to really learn a lot about BBSs and dialing numbers from those of us who had BBSs, we'd share numbers about, try this number, this is a pretty cool site to try. And so it was a very exciting time, and I got into computers because of that. Talking to users as a sysop was a lot of fun. But when I got a little bit older, I learned about what my dad did, and it's an interesting background. My dad was a field agent for the CIA, and his specialty was Sino-Soviet affairs, but he would be hired, when he worked for the agency, I'm not sure what he did, because he didn't talk a lot about the stuff he did then. He quit at some point, and then when he quit, he had this really interesting skill set where he could break into a lot of places, and he had the skills to do it. So he set up a consulting firm, and it was one of the first of its kind to do what we now call red team work. So back in the 70s and early 80s, my dad would tell me, I break into places so bad people can't break into places. And that made sense to me. Later, that line was said in the movie Sneakers, which is not a coincidence. My dad was one of the technical advisors for the movie, but he added a lot of to the script as well. So he didn't just decide on the sneaks, as he called them, and he called these his break-in sneaks through his entire career. But it was also he added to the script. So in every one of the sneaks that you see in the movie Sneakers, it featured Robert Redford, and I think it came out in 1982, perhaps. But in every one of the scenes, he wrote in something that was maybe a little bit technically inaccurate. So if you try to copy that and you were a thief, you would probably get caught. And later in life, and actually 2 years ago, he started giving presentations about how you could really do it, what he wrote into these scenes that was technically inaccurate. He felt like for him, it was a choice of ethics. He didn't have to do that, but still the movie is extremely realistic, and it had a lot to do with how these were some of the real types of sneaks that he did and the techniques he'd actually successfully used. And interestingly enough, all the years that my dad was hired to do these physical break-ins, using electronic systems too. He didn't use computers until a lot later in his career, but he never got caught. So pretty extraordinary background to have my dad coming home from projects where he would give us little bits of information that was so interesting to hear that I'm thinking, wow, this is kind of neat. I wonder what I could do that's similar to this. Then I got to college, and in college I met with it was my first experience meeting up with people who are hackers, and I went to college in Pittsburgh, and that's one of the times when they said, there's this guy named Kevin Mitnick, and Kevin Mitnick has an interesting case, and we talked a lot about it, and I started following his case, even all the way through law school. So it was so interesting to me about really the way that Mitnick's case went. It wasn't the way it was supposed to. There was injustice I saw in the way the system worked. I saw that there were attorneys that needed to have a technical background, or at least technical knowledge about how things worked to make it more fair. So I went to law school, and I didn't give up, though, on some of the technical interests I had growing up and started developing in college. So that's one of the things that I learned from my dad, and being able to work with him later was pretty exciting. All right, but when I was in college, I kind of got interested in some stuff too that helped me become a better researcher later in life. So does it seem kind of odd that my background was actually, I was studying to become an epidemiologist? I started tracking biological viruses to patient 0, and I did that for a level 5, like type of hot zone virus. And I spent 2 years of doing academic research between Oxford and then Carnegie Mellon in Pittsburgh, and this is one of the things that I started doing, was figuring out how you could take a question, where does this come from, and start tracking it, like meeting people, talking to people. I met someone on the plane that's like, hey, there's someone that sells these maps, and I went to Bolivia, into the Amazon basin, sells maps. So I collected maps, and I started pinpointing, when I talked to and interviewed people, where this virus might have come from and where it originated and what was causing the outbreak of the virus, which in this case was societal type of issues that were causing it. And it happened every year. That's one of the things I discovered that up to that time, the CDC had not known. So this was me in college, and I flew down to Bolivia on a $500 grant and lived down there for a couple of months, and I had a skill set that I was able to sort of trade to talk with doctors about the virus outbreaks that were occurring in their small jungle towns. I was an EMT, so I was able to assist them in the hospitals and learn from them about how these outbreaks occur. So creating a network of interviewing people and putting pieces together to see how they fit. Then later, I realized that some of the same research procedures that you'd use for tracking a biological virus, you could use to track one that's digital. So my background is not the same as a lot of students I teach, where they come in an undergraduate program and they're studying cybersecurity from the beginning. For me, I went through different types of backgrounds, and this was one. It's not related to law, but it was more related to later on when I started doing tracking digital viruses. Viruses and worms, and being able to plot these types of things of where the instances were, what made it happen, did someone share something in particular. It was so similar to tracking the biological viruses. So, and I also learned how to create a research plan about what we're looking at from many different angles. So really that ability to look at anything, even I use this now as looking at a vehicle. What types of systems I can see from the outside of the vehicle, from the inside of the vehicle, what maybe had the manufacturers not considered when they had built this. And so I learned a lot of this from there. And the picture of me with the axe, not used for self-defense. We were loading equipment into a canoe, which was made out of a tree, by some people in the town. And we went down the Amazon basin, and we're talking to outposts where medical doctors had experienced part of this outbreak. So it was a very exciting time in my life, and I don't think I'd be here today doing what I do now, had I not gone and done this project. And it was really instrumental also to learning how to be independent and work alone, because
see what I mean?
I did this on my own with a grant from a consulting firm as a university student. So I really learned how to sort of make decisions and have the confidence to go in and do the research. And at times, sometimes you're on your own doing this stuff. So I learned very early on how to work independently. So this is me at the presentation that we did. So I'm kind of jumping ahead now to, I worked with my dad at this point in 2011. I have enough technical background, and actually my legal expertise are beginning to come into effect with the projects we're working on too. I started to work on this project with him and Teague Newman in 2011. In 2 weeks, we created a 0-day that means something that's brand new to no one, it hadn't been discovered before, for a programmable logic controller that was commonly used in lots of stuff. We know now in 2020 how much stuff, but back then, as a research team, there wasn't a whole lot out about industrial control systems and these types of critical infrastructure vulnerabilities. But we thought, okay, we could look at a lot of other things like braking systems and on trains, HVAC. This is the one that we felt like, okay, let's create a simulated prison in our basement. We bought the software from the company that made the product, and we were able to make it do things that it's not supposed to do. So we were able to make it look like if you were in the control tower in a prison, you would see on your screens everything would be locked down. But in fact, if you had used the exploit that we created, it would all be open up, all the doors straight out to the road. We were able to control. And the reason we chose prison systems is if anyone were able to replicate or wanted to replicate this, again, we did not, that 0-day, we did not release to anyone. We did it for a proof of concept, because at the time people were telling us those things are air gapped. That nothing is getting out of these facilities. We found that was not true, actually. So the reason we chose this is if someone used it, you'd still have to get by the guys with the guns if someone had opened it up. It had not happened and has not happened since. So this was one of the projects that I worked with my dad because he had designed the systems in the prisons. Teague Newman was a specialist with networking systems. And then we also had an exploit writer to work with us who was able to create the exploit code in just 2 weeks, working from our basement. So this really showed that it didn't take a nation state to be able to affect industrial control systems and PLCs. And so very exciting time. I was able to work with my dad one of the first times in my career. And we worked together on other projects since then. So for me, that was one of the most fantastic things about doing this project, was going to conferences around the world, being able to do that with my dad. So that was great. I mean, someone who was an inspiration for me to get to where I am and to be up there on stage with him. It was very exciting. So this is one of the projects that we did together. And again, learning the research techniques I learned before was highly important for the work I did. What was also very important was my legal background, and this is one of the reasons why is I made sure we didn't have any DMCA issues, no issues with the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. We didn't crack or break or exceed authorized access for the work that we did. We used the program in a way it wasn't intended to be used, but that we used the program. We didn't get into any of the particular code and affect it. But there are a lot of researchers that do, and they need to be able to test these systems to see if they are safe. That includes voting machines, medical devices. I have lots of friends that have encountered problems being able to access their systems and being able to do a responsible disclosure, phase disclosure, however you call it. But for me, I've been able to represent kind of like the man in the middle for researchers, where we do a responsible disclosure to the vendor. I've been doing that for 14 years. So back when computers were a lot more simple, it was actually harder to do the disclosures before the advent of the bug bounty programs. I'm very glad to see the bug bounty programs because now we're able to contact a manufacturer, but also look to see, do they participate in this program or this program? And it's so much easier. When I do the disclosures now, and when I find that there's a company that doesn't have one, it's still kind of the old school way of disclosures. You usually have to contact the legal department, and they get kind of concerned about, hey, how is someone accessing our system? This sounds illegal to me. I said, no, actually, reverse engineering and things like that are legal. So let's talk about it. But it's so much easier with bug bounty programs. So I'm so glad that those have changed the responsible disclosure field that I've been working in for 14 years at this point. So it makes it easier for me too. We did this as well for our project, responsible disclosure. We actually were invited to CIA headquarters to do this disclosure, and that was a pretty cool experience in itself. But we're glad to discuss this before we went public at a conference. So now, what do I do today? I know Cory Doctorow was one of the keynotes here, and I'm so glad. I'd seen Cory Doctorow keynote at other at this I think it was this conference a long time ago, and he did a program for I think a university in Australia called Car Wars. So if you go online, you can find Car Wars, and I think it's like about 45 minutes of an audio story that he created about car hacking. And I was so thrilled. And I think this was in maybe 2016 when he put this out. So if you're interested in car hacking, go listen to it, because some of the stuff that he was talking about, I'm like, yes, I've been working on this stuff with vehicles for years. And I'm so glad that someone like Cory Doctorow has put it into a fictional story that was very exciting, but it hit on the very important topic. So you'll see some quotes from Cory Doctorow in here. And also, the picture from Tron, this is it. A car is something like a computer you put your body into. It is very much like that. And that's one of the reasons I think it's so important that we're able to access these types of systems is this is part of our life and how we get around, and we have all these computers in our houses too. So I want to know what these things do, and I want to know that security researchers are looking at them as well. So these cars, you put these are real cars. These are images of real cars. Okay, so maybe that one looks as cool as Tron, but this one, I actually look more at stuff like this as well. So through my car hacking research that I've been doing for, I guess, about 15, 16 years now, I got inspired by people that do modifications to their vehicles. And for one reason or another, they mod their cars to go faster. Street racers, highly illegal, but I learn a lot from the way they do stuff. And from people that are hot rodders that swap out stuff that's not stock. And what I learned from that is when they also have to change some of the stuff that the devices that connect to the computer in the car, how do they do that? Because sometimes the manufacturer locks them out of changing this stuff up. These are the original car hackers. Before me, before anyone else at these conferences have done the hacks, it's the people that do the modifications. So I look at cars that kind of are super fast, like the one on the left, and then also the ones on the right have a lot to tell me about how they operate. So now I'm going to tell you a little bit more about some of the stuff I'm working on right now that has to do with vehicles. But I'm going to also talk to you about, if you're interested in this kind of stuff, you don't have to go to a university necessarily to learn this stuff. There's still a lot that's self-taught. And I'm going to show you some programs and places where you can go, where you can learn about this stuff too. So I do a lot with IoT. In particular, I did this for a defense contractor I worked for in the past, and for big IT companies. But I look at all this stuff. So when we again, going back to the research that I did way back in Bolivia in college, you first look at the macro vision of what the infrastructure looks like. And then you create your research plan to go deeper and deeper into each one of these. So when I look at vehicles, things such as actually cyber warfare affect this, because this is something that could be accessed maliciously. Cars are in here. I look at also the way that medical devices are accessed too. While that doesn't directly relate to cars, we need to have the ability for all these things to be accessed and assessed. And because I am a true believer that cybersecurity research, even when you don't work for a company, when you're doing this independently, is very important. You'll hear me saying that a lot, because I've been fighting for this for so many years. And every now and then I feel like we slip with some of the legal protections that we have to do this type of research. So it's just kind of a reminder. One of the things we think about is if you're not a computer scientist, every computer scientist kind of studies this, as I think is part of the curriculum, but if you're designing the code, who controls the code has a lot to do with how this trolley problem works. So the guy in the middle there with the switch is it's you. It's maybe you work for a large company, you work for a manufacturer, whatever you might be developing. You are the one who's creating the code. So how that code operates, you move that switch. So it can either go one way or the other. So the trolley problem classic is, how is it programmed? Is it programmed to protect the driver? Is it programmed to protect a lot of people in a crosswalk in a city? How does that operate differently with cars know with geolocation where you are when you're out in a rural area? So how the code works, I feel like as drivers, we want to know this, even though we're putting our bodies into these computers and we truly only have a license to the software that runs all these vehicles. We don't own that. When you buy a car, you own the metal, the rubber tires, but you have a license to a lot of the stuff that controls how your vehicle works. So I want to know these things. So the trolley problem applies for what I'm considering, but you wouldn't want this. You wouldn't want Lightning McQueen to look like this. I love this picture because it really comes down to who controls the code. Even if you have a vehicle that has, maybe we're at level 5. I'll tell you what that is with autonomous vehicles in the next few years. But I want to know who's contributed to that code, and have any security researchers been hired by that company to do kind of red team testing? You'd think this is this isn't a new concept for manufacturers, but for some of them it still is. They're worried about hiring people to break their stuff. But luckily, over many years, we're getting to a point where I've worked with many manufacturers, and they're becoming a little more comfortable with, like, let's talk about how we can do some of these this testing. So I'm glad we're getting there. So here's the DMCA for those of you who don't know what it is. But essentially, if you're a researcher, you can't investigate and discover these security vulnerabilities if it requires reverse engineering or circumventing some types of controls. So if the manufacturer put in sort of like a lock on the code, where if you go beyond this point, you're not authorized to be there, or you can't do that because we've locked it down and it's for copyright protection. Since 2010, I've been talking about the copyright protection argument. I understand what they're saying. I think that the creators of this piece of legislation were more talking about, at the time, movies and music, back in the Napster days. And it now has trickled down to, why can't we access voting machines? This is so important to our democracy. What about the medical devices that are going in our bodies? Is there a report that maybe we can read that hackers have created about, hey, we hacked this pacemaker and it has these vulnerabilities. Maybe you don't want your doctor to put this one in, or tell the company, we're not going to buy these products unless they've been tested. So, and tested red team way, not just does it work. So, so this is some of the things that are important. And the DMCA is something I've been fighting against for years. Let me tell you some more about what I've done with it. So it doesn't just affect car hackers, tractors. Would you believe? Indeed, when there's a Library of Congress review of the DMCA, this group showed up en masse. I mean, there were a lot of people that said, we need to access our tractors. Well, if you think about this, some of these farm vehicles cost as much as the average house. And if you can't fix it, you got to take it to the manufacturer and have, sometimes a crane has to show up. They put it on a giant flatbed, like double wide trailer, drive it, a day in the other direction, and then you can't use it for a while they update some of the code on the computer. These are very computerized. I mean, these are not just simple tractors like for mowing your lawn. These do a lot of really cool stuff, including like how, with some of these devices, how deep a seed gets planted. Being able to map out the farm fields. This kind of stuff actually is part of critical infrastructure with the farming in the US. So security on these devices, tractors, planters, seeders, very important. So they're interested in fixing their stuff and knowing if there are problems. So they were actually very, very interested in their fight to repair. So now this is what happened recently. So I'm going to open up all these for you. So there is an exemption that exists right now. If you're a car hacker, if you hack voting machines, if you hack medical devices, these are some of the things that are protected, and you can sort of break the DMCA to do this type of research. I think it's every 3 years. I might be wrong about that exact date, but the next time it's up is 2021, so it's coming up next year. People show up at the Library of Congress and other places they've set up to do hearings. So you can get up and say, hey, this is important for me to have this exemption for this reason. So the last time there was a hearing, I was working for an employer who did not want me to participate in that, so I did not. But other years I have, perhaps anonymously. But when the hearings take place, if this is something you care about, make note of when those are. And you can write an anonymous, letter to the Library of Congress about why it's important to you to be able to hack, and in particular specific examples of I do this, I work on this. If I couldn't, if I didn't know this about it, this would make my job harder to do. So you have to have good faith security research, meaning you can't go out and sell your exploit or sell your vulnerability. They don't want to see that you're making money because they don't consider that to be good faith security research. So that's one of the things that's a little bit different. I guess one of the other things is, okay, responsible disclosure. I think it's kind of a popular topic now. It is not legally required. However, as is important in here, to get this exemption, they want to see that you've made an effort to contact the manufacturer about anything that you've discovered that may affect the safety or security of their devices, of a car, something like that. But you're not required to do that. But it does go to show you're a good faith security researcher. So you have a choice, but it absolutely is not required. If you want to stay anonymous and do this type of research, that's totally up to you. But I think that some people think you have to do a disclosure on any type of research, not even that, that this covers. You do not. But some researchers find it to be, it's part of what they do. We're working to solve a problem. So disclosure is something that can help. So here's a Cory Doctorow comment. This is pretty much saying that, we need to be able to access these devices. We don't really want to have to go to the manufacturer to say, hey, I want to unlock this thing. I think there's a problem, or, you need to be able to do this yourself. This picture is from someone's car. They did something akin to Car Shark. So someone I know has been hacking a lot of the devices that output information to the driver. So, but I really do like this, and it really shows. It goes to show who controls the code, and if we need to fight to continue to have access to this. I really would like, wouldn't it be nice? Okay, Library of Congress, if you're listening to this, please give us a permanent exemption. Every time this comes up, they have an option of giving a permanent exemption for hacking cars for this research, medical devices, again, and voting machines. Those are the three big ones for safety and security. And it would be so nice if we didn't have to keep going back. Just grant us the permanent exemption would be nice. So then we don't have to worry about going to these manufacturers and all that. So this is some of the stuff I look at when I do any type of device. And sometimes it might be network systems. It might be even looking at malware. Again, look at the research perspective. If you learn how to think like a researcher and how to break things and what might not have been covered, well, at least back to my Bolivia example, in medical journals. I read every single medical journal ever published about that. about that virus before I did the research. It took me 2 years to do it. And I was like, what are they missing? What's not included here? And that's how I came up with my, my thesis and my research topic, is I did find stuff that wasn't known, and I was just a college student. But anyway, this is sometimes I look at, think about how your car operates. Think like a bad guy. I teach all my students this too, much to the chagrin of sometimes the traditional computer science professors. This is some of the angles of attack that we look at. So, and take a look at with this. Okay, so this was a publication by FireEye. They do car hacking too. Look at the exterior of the car. I spent the last 5 years looking at signals that emanate from the vehicle. What can be done with that kind of stuff? What's being used? What things take, for instance, FCC, again, my legal background coming into effect, what takes being able to have a license to be able to intercept different types of communications? And what can you do as a researcher on a budget? So take a look at some of these. And then I also like this picture. Again, this is just a very broad, general picture. There are no secrets to car hacking that are encompassed in these, but this is the interior of the car. So if you get access and can actually get local access, like being able to plug into the OBD2 port, things like that, what can you learn from that? That's how we started. That's how we started learning how to shut off the airbags in our car when we were doing off-roading many, many years ago. Was what does the code look like when the airbag's about to go off, that kind of thing. So then we started learning more about, well, how does that system work? And if we want to turn it off, should we have a right to be able to? At that time, you couldn't do it without a legal reason for needing to turn off the airbag. So it's different now. Now you can sometimes have a button, but learning how all these systems work by listening in on the CAN bus, it's very easy to do. And actually you can buy Arduino, like different types of shields. Like there's a CAN bus shield you can put on the Arduino, a very easy way to start getting into car hacking. Also, one of the things I look at that's, I've worked on some legislation recently associated with this is, what about the connected roadway and the transportation infrastructure? So while many car hackers are focused on the vehicle, get the vehicle, can we hack it, what can we do with it? But what about how the vehicle communicates with the infrastructure? There's so much information that the vehicle could pass to different types of roadside units. Well, this is something that that NHTSA is, this does increase safety, is for your vehicle to be alerted if there's a problem ahead, the lights are, the traffic lights are out, something like that. So we get benefit from this type of connection. And those of us that have a smartphone, we know we have benefits from using this. It makes our life easier. But there's so much information that is on these smartphones about where we go, when we go, how we do it. But this is kind of what a city looks like to me now with the type of research I'm doing. Is the picture here on the left, kind of these bubbles of signals coming out of vehicles. Very interesting. But this is something that I think as car hacking and transportation, this is something I think more car hackers are going to be looking at in the future. And I know there've been green lights forever. I mean, there've been some presentations that are pretty neat where people have interacted with the infrastructure. Now, for me, something that I've been working on for a long time now, many years, I think it's been about 6 years, is about autonomous vehicles. It's fascinating to me, legally and technically, because the idea of either being a driver or are you driven? When you buy a car, you in control of where it goes, or do you just put in an address and it controls where you go? So I'm very interested in this, and these are the stages of automation. I believe that Tesla had said, I'm very intrigued by Tesla's company because they hire hackers. They're one of these companies that are like, car hackers, come work for us. So I'm like, yeah, okay, so keep that in mind, because I think they're hiring. Full automation, they're getting closer to this. By the end of the year, there's been some critique saying maybe not, but this is when you can go to sleep or watch a movie and it just takes you to work. So for some of us that don't want to kind of come out of quarantine and have to drive in the DC area every day, I'm like, I want a level 5. But one of the things that you kind of give up is some control. So how much control are you willing to give up for your vehicles? Will you ever have a choice later on to get a car that has very little computers? I met this VC once. He's like, I have a car from 1968, and after hearing your presentations, I will not sell it. He's like, that's going to be the car I drive for the next 25 years. So again, as with connected cars, how they connect to roadside units and the lights. This was actually from a 2600 group that I follow. And I happened to be in a meeting where we were talking about creating kind of like a NIST cybersecurity framework for connected vehicles and how they communicate with the infrastructure. And I'm on my phone scrolling through the chat, and I'm like, oh, wow. 3 blocks from us, someone just took this picture of this box. What this box is this is from a traffic light, a very, how shall I say, heavily used intersection in Washington, D.C. And someone just posted this, and I said, this is a big deal. Take a look. Not this in particular, but people are starting to look at the infrastructure for transportation. So I'm doing a lot of work to working on protecting that and on some frameworks for that are similar to the NIST cybersecurity framework, but for transportation specific applications. So what can you do? So I'm getting to the point for all of you. There is a program that back in 2012, I was one of 3 employees at Battelle, the Battelle Institute, where we created the Cyber Auto Challenge, and it's pretty cool. It's still going on. This is an old slide, but they did cancel it for this year, but it's going on next year. So let me tell you about. Can you be a part of this? Are you interested in some of the stuff I've talked about? Try to do this. Okay, so if you're a high school student, great news. There's an opportunity for you. You don't have to be in college or grad school to do this stuff. So this is a slide that Battelle has for the Cyber Auto Challenge. So this is theirs. It's public. But what you'll be doing is the automobile manufacturers put these cars in a warehouse, and you get to hack them for a week, but not without instruction. You have like a few days of classes, then you have like all-night hackathons. So if that's your thing, that is fantastic. However, they also have people from the government that are there to learn. So the teams are made up of high school, college, government, industry. So even people from, how shall I say, like the insurance industry and stuff, they learn about this by being on a team. So your team will have a lot of different types of people on it, and you'll have a goal that you're going to hack the car at the end of the program, and you all learn from each other. So I'm a big supporter of this. I tell all my university students about this. I should tell my graduate students at Berkeley about this too for next year, but it's a really great program. It's free. If you can get yourself to Detroit, it is free. I mean, room and board and is paid for. So that's one of the things you can do if you want to learn about this. So this is one of my last Cory Doctorow quotes. If self-driving cars can only be safe if we are sure no one can reconfigure them without manufacturer approval, we'll never be safe. So I'm telling you, there is hope. Again, I'm not picking on Tesla. This is just, I love the graphic here. But there are companies that seek to hire hackers. Mentalities have changed about being scared about people accessing systems from most original equipment manufacturers. And I'm still working with others to get them more comfortable with the fact of learn from hackers, learn from people that do street racing, car modding, and even into the gray areas and illegalities associated with vehicles. Learn how the stuff is done, how cars are chopped, how stuff's taken apart. You won't learn that at Battelle at the Cyber Auto Challenge, but if you can learn how these systems work from others that don't think exactly like you do, it's fantastic. And that's one of the reasons why, too, for this program, it's high school students who are really good with computers. If you have an interest or an aptitude, try going, because you're going to be able to contribute more than you might think. So because I've seen some high school students that have fantastic abilities. And again, I know this is coming from a university professor. I mean, I am an instructor at 2 universities, but you don't need a college degree to be able to do a lot of this stuff. I have, I think, 4 graduate degrees and a doctorate. I am self-taught in most of this, as are many people from my generation. Your generation has the opportunity to go do cybersecurity programs, get a bachelor's in science and that kind of stuff. But for what I did, it's you can be self-taught and do a lot of this, but learn how to do, create a research project, come up with some ideas, find the resources. Like if you're into cars, the Cyber Auto Challenge. There are other types of red team challenges that you can do, but you're going to help make this stuff safer. And so what can you do as a hardware and software engineer? Do your training, even the free training online, participate in that stuff. Learn secure software and hardware engineering. In fact, I wanted to show you this. This is something, actually, I learned to solder from Mitch Altman at one of the HOPE conferences and also at CCC. So for my university students, we talk about the rubber ducky. In one of the programs, we actually watch an episode of Oh God! Oh goodness! Okay, just we watched some episodes of people doing different kinds of hacks in movies and all that. So one of them is someone using an evil rubber ducky. It was a little too expensive, so I built my own for $7. I got a grant to be able to put this together, but the rubber ducky does nothing for this, but it kind of emulates what it is. But inside is Arduino Nano, and on it are the programs that are used. They're similar to the evil rubber ducky or evil maid type of programs. And the reason I teach my students this is, again, learn how this stuff is exploited, and you'll learn how to be a better software engineer. So that is about secure software engineering. And I also teach them about hardware vulnerability. So if you're, that's another one of my hobbies, is software and hardware type of security. Think about the ramifications of the code. If you are the guy who's pulling that lever in one of the slides I had before with the trolley, that's going to be something you think about, because what you do professionally is going to affect a lot of people. So there are whistleblowing programs, things like that, that have to do not just with national security, but if you find things that might end up in the stream of products that that do affect safety and security, there are protections for you if you do want to do a disclosure that something that just doesn't seem right with your company's product. So there are ways that you can talk about that. So what can you do as an employer? For those of you who might be watching, do bug bounty programs, please, because it makes it easier for people like me who bring you security researchers saying they don't, they just want to tell you what the problem is. Please don't threaten legal action. You need to know this information. Wouldn't you rather know than not? And hire some internal and external red teams. I do think that doing vuln scans and stuff like that is good defense, but when it really comes to understanding where your problems are, the red teams. So that works both on hardware, software, networks, everything. So do your red team and hire hackers to do that, because they think in a way that might be different than your development engineers. Pay for their training and reward completion. I have been through so many companies where it is very difficult to get the training that you request, in particular if you're asking to do red team type of training. So please do that for your employees, because they're going to bring a benefit to your company that you may not have seen before. So facilitate a culture in your company that encourages reporting of these types of security issues. I have had some clients that have quit companies because they have not wanted to go up against the company with the vulnerability that they found. They were bullied. They were having some problems with management. So it's one of the things to consider for creating that. So, all right. Thank you. That is my presentation, and I hope I've been able to tell you about, even from a different type of background than straight up like cybersecurity, bachelor's in science degrees. I mean, if you're doing that, that's great, and you have a really good start. But for those of you that want either college is not an option, or you want to do this on your own, there are ways to do it. And I've done it. If I can do it, you can do it. And this is a picture of me, my jungle boots, my jungle hat. I got my start both with learning from my dad about how he was hired to break into places, how exciting, and you have paid to do this. This is a fun field. I wish I could tell you about some of the projects I'm working on now. I can't, but I love it. It's different every day. But I got my start literally by getting my boots dirty in the Amazon basin, tracking something to like a 0 day. I found it, and I found something new about it, and it was it really started me on this path of I want to know how to do more. So anyway, I hope I have been able to inspire some of you, and if you have any questions, I got a little bit of time to answer some of your questions if you have any. Okay, let me stop the slide share. Okay, let me take a look. Oh, the bookshelf behind me. Okay, sure. Okay, for those of you that do computer architecture, computer organization of design, this is the Bible for learning about, for computer architecture. That means learning about stuff down on the hardware level. I think this book is old enough that it might even have like MIPS instruction language and stuff in it. So I do this as well. Radios. So what I do now has a lot to do with radios. So I'm learning about these things all the time. The rest of these are legal books, mergers and acquisitions. That hasn't been one I've used in yet, but I did take this in law school. But And I don't know, sometimes when I win pitch contests for my company, this is one of the things I won. It wasn't money, but I got a can of this. Okay, so this was a great win. And up here, these are challenge coins. I've done work for the government, and when you do stuff that's kind of exceptional, you get one of these. And these are some patches I've gotten from some friends for military type of projects that I've done in the past. So that's what's behind me for that. Oh, please, as I missed that a little. There it was at the end. My microphone maybe was too close to my mouth. Sorry about that. I didn't see that earlier. What advice would you have to inspire other people to find their own journey? Find something that interests you. I know that sounds very, very generic, but you have to be excited and motivated to excel in something. I meet a lot of students when I do talks like this to high school students who are in accelerated like AP type of programs, but they're not happy. And I've met some, in particular, there's one in the county where I live in Northern Virginia where it's a really cool opportunity that you can do the AP classes in computer science. They even have a simulated type of red team hacking that can be done, but you can also learn welding, and they have auto mechanics. They even have food science for people that are interested in starting businesses associated with baking and all that. So you have to really love this stuff. And I think a lot of that initially came from watching my dad do what he did. So that was, that's how I would recommend it is you find something that interests you. Maybe it's voting machines and that'll be great. Do that before our November election. So something like that. So that's what I would suggest. Okay. Anyway, so just briefly in closing, you either going to decide if you're driven or you're going to be the driver. And a lot has to do with being able to control the code. So as a security researcher, for a hacker, we need to be able to have these protections. So I hope for some of you, watch what's going on with the new Computer Fraud and Abuse Act type of amendments, things that are being changed with it. Watch what's going on with the DMCA. And next year, when we have the next Library of Congress opportunity to be able to say, should we open up the DMCA for hackers for this stuff? I think your answer is going to be, please, yes, and get involved. So there are opportunities for technical, legal, policy people, even sociology about how hacks occur and what you can do to train people, employees, for them to protect themselves. So anyway, thank you very much. I'm so glad that that 2600 and Hope allowed me to come here. And it's been 20 years being able to attend your conferences. I love it. Thank you so much, and all right, have a good rest of the conference.
And that was the keynote with Tiffany Rad. That was really freaking awesome. I have a feeling since okay.
Pack's new
Here's someone
portable
who's canceled
computer.
right now.
It's such a marvelous machine that it would be quite unfair to compare it with another computer. So we've decided to compare it with this fish. Now, the fish weighs 22 pounds, which makes it extremely portable. It will fit snugly on the passenger seat of your car or when traveling by train on the luggage rack. By coincidence, the computer weighs exactly the same. So, nothing to choose between them so far. But how much can they remember? Well, the Portable 2 has a memory of 4.1 megabytes, a fair old number of megabytes, as I'm sure you'll agree. The fish, on the other hand, can't remember a thing. Hardly surprising, really, because it's stone dead. Expect he could give you a megabyte. Oh, sorry. Anyway, I expect you've been wondering just how much IBM software this fish can run. The answer, I'm afraid, none. The Compact Portable 2, however, can run all IBM's most popular software 30% faster than IBM can. Ha, ha, ha. So, if you're looking for a powerful portable computer that doesn't smell, we suggest you buy the Compact Portable 2. Of course, choice. Sorry, I was miles away. Of course, the choice is yours.
Yeah, I remember GI Jack, our co-founder GI Jack, bringing this up that we've involved John Cleese in so many computer things, but he recently just came out in agreement of J.K. Rowling about her whole crazy rant bullcrap about gender and stuff like that, as if that's like the most important issue right now, because British people are very non-trans. Anyhow, I'm going to put it through the Instagram that we usually do. So I'm going to go onto here, swipe, get rid of this D-Live broadcast. We're going to go live. Hello everyone out there on the Instagrams. Let me put this in the holder. There we go. This is Side Pocket once again with the crazy hair. To do a bit of a recap again, we are every day of Hope. There's going to be a keynote at around 2 p.m. Actually at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And each time sometimes we broadcast early, but particularly until the end of the con, we're going to watch the keynote, and then like right now, hi Luna, we are going to watch the keynote and then do our comments afterwards as it. Now, the keynote that we just watched was Tiffany Rad, and I should have worn a different shirt for this because I'm wearing, and I want to mention something about this shirt, right? Okay, and I'm going to take this out so you can have a better view on Instagram here. So, the problem with this shirt is that this is the coolest looking Hope shirt. Let me try to get this back in there like that. There we go. The bad news is that this is also the most poorly designed shirt they've ever made for Hope. Dead serious. Because they use this type of plasticine thing for the front, which means that all your sweat just collects. Not only is this made of a type of material that is like high info sec rabbit, it makes you want to sweat because it's all but this decal on the front, all the sweat collects there. So this is probably going to be the sweatiest live stream I'm ever going to do, and this is going to go way later than that. In fact, at some point, probably during this talk, I'm going to take a break and I'm going to hit the shower, so I'm unfortunately going to miss part of it. We're going to be watching two more talks coming up. One is about the EFF, and the EFF is going to talk about the police being hacked, and I'm kind of excited for that talk. And then afterwards, there's going to be a great talk about Qubes OS, which I'm a big fan of, to be honest. It's based on Fedora. It uses compartmentalized system with Tor in order to build stuff. They're going to explain it in that talk. And then we're going to take a break. We're going to check out more Hope stuff. We're going to try to check out Dim Sum Labs, hopefully either during that hour period or by the end of it. Yes, sweaty talks. That's why you want to watch me live, to watch me sweat, literally. Because you watched N Commander sweat last night on Radio Statler. That was fun. But we, if Dim Sum Lab's not open during the break, after the last talk we're going to watch, we're going to try to look at it. And also during that break, we might take a look at there's a short Anarcho Hackers Village documentary that's going to be up at 8 p.m. today, but we won't be able to be live along to watch it live. Plus, we can't get the Anarchist Village running while we're doing the main live stream. But thankfully, all the videos are pre-recorded. Each day, we're going to check, hey, it's Sid and me. I haven't seen you in person forever. I should DM you personally because I have a new personal account now, so we can talk on there. But we'll watch either one of the Anarchist Villagers, or, which is something I didn't know, is now there is a computer hacker podcast, a monthly computer hacker podcast in Spanish. I should actually bring up these URLs right now while this is going. So, this is the schedule right now. So we're going to watch When Cops Get Hacked, Lessons Unlearned from a Decade of Law Enforcement Breaches, which has some of the members from EFF. Then Qubes for Organizing Security Auditing. Then for an hour, we're going to go on for a break. And like I said, we're going to try to check out Dim Sum Labs because it seems like they kind of figured out what they're doing now, so we'll see if they're running. And then, as I found out, there's, and I'm worried about playing this documentary because there might be some copyright music in here that might boot us off of our streams. But on Friday and Saturday, we're definitely going to be watching these two because these are normal documentaries. And finally, again, whether it's on a dull day, hi Jean Pierre on Instagram, whether it's on one of the future normal days, because there will be a day where we don't really have much to do on the stream. I didn't know there's this entire, it's called Hacker Neural. I don't know how to pronounce Spanish for the life of me. But yeah, it's a Spanish speaking hacker podcast. I had no idea this exists at all. So yeah, because I've been trying to get like Spanish material for Radio Statler constantly. I might even invite them to DEFCON 201. Hey, Ruru Photography. That's an interesting way to pronounce the name. So that's what we're going to be doing. But about Tiffany Rad. So our keynote was Tiffany Rad. And I first encountered her at, and this is all the people coming from Hope. I first encountered her at Nauticon 2007. I was speaking at Nauticon. I did a whole talk about video game hacking. Hi, Spam. And she had a talk about car hacking. And ever since, I've been obsessed with car hacking and the car hacking village that eventually came up at DEF CON. And unfortunately, because, you know, I mean, she said how much she was a fan of it, but Tesla boomed up, and we have all this car hacking stuff, and they're just all dudes, and they're all white dudes. And I feel like no one talks about Tiffany Rad, because when I bring that up, oh, there's Gila. Hold on, let's listen to this real quick.
The next talk will feature the data sets about such breaches and the factors enabling them. The EFF's research into unsecured surveillance.
This is cool. But yeah, I've been really excited about that. So this is going to be a very short
and what all of this data
video stream. I love this setup. I need to screenshot this at some point.
With When Cops Get Hacked, lessons unlearned from a decade of law enforcement breaches.
Thanks, Gila.
So basically, that's kind of my view of Tiffany Rad. I'm going to end the Instagram stream, and we're going to watch this right now. So I hope to see you out there. You can follow us at DEFCON 201 Live on Twitter. I'm sorry, on Twitch, or DEFCON 201 on DLive, or you can just type in DEFCON 201 for DEFCON 201 for YouTube and watch us live. So go follow us on there. I just had no complaints about Tiffany Rad's keynote, and I hope to you know, see you on the other streams. So this will be the shortest stream. I'll be on longer, and see you around. Peace.
Departments are using surveillance technology around the country. So Madison's
let's watch this stream here.
Research project focused on cybersecurity vulnerabilities in
I leave at some point. That means I really need to take a shower.
Graduated, and so she's a freelance journalist looking for some new opportunities, especially opportunities that would help her scrutinize law enforcement and corporate surveillance. Now, Emma Best is an independent journalist and transparency activist who has filed thousands of Freedom of Information Act requests with government agencies. They are known for their tenacity and their keen eye for details and documents, and they are a ruthless advocate for the truth at any cost. They also co-founded the Distributed Denial of Secrets Collective and coordinates its operations. And you might know DDoS because of the Blue Leaks, which has taken over a lot of the news recently. I would also like to say that Emma is also one of my personal heroes, and if you just go onto Muckrock and go through their requests, you will receive a masterclass on wrenching information from the government. So at this stage, I'm going to hand it off to Madison, who has a slide presentation about law enforcement agencies and breaches.
All right, thanks, Dave, and I will get to that right now. All right. Okay, so as we've said previously, this is When Cops Get Hacked, Lessons Unlearned from a Decade of Law Enforcement Breaches. I'll just go a little bit about me. My name is Madison Valpando, and I'm a recent graduate from the Reynolds School of Journalism at the University of Nevada, Reno. In 2019 and 2020, I worked as a student researcher and intern with the Electronic Frontier Foundation's Threat Lab. And what started as a 3-month internship quickly turned into me weaseling my way into volunteering and then having my own independent study my last year of college. In my final project, I spent over 200 hours researching and collecting data on cyber attacks and their effect on law enforcement agencies. So a little bit of background. Throughout my work at EFF, I worked on the Atlas of Surveillance, which documents the most pervasive technology used by law enforcement throughout the United States. These technologies included automated license plate readers, facial recognition, and cell site simulators, as well as many others. The project uses open source intelligence to map where surveillance tech is being used and by what jurisdiction. And during my time, we had been collecting instances of surveillance concentrated around the US-Mexico border and had collected over 200 instances. Since then, the research has moved nationally with over 5,000 data points since Atlas went live. With the data clearly showing the exponential increase of law enforcement agencies buying into surveillance technology, I noticed that the rate at which surveillance technology was evolving did not match the rate of IT resources evolving, and this led me to believe that the allure of technology overshadows the implications and the threat of poor IT resources. In fact, it seemed to be the last thing on everyone's mind. In addition, with one quick Google search, it was quite clear that data breaches and cyber attacks were slowly but surely becoming a more prevalent threat to privacy. I started to form in my observation a few overarching questions to implement within my own research. These questions included, how many law enforcement agencies experience cyber attacks and breaches? How are they protecting their digital evidence? What information is generally exposed? And are law enforcement agencies properly equipped to protect their technology? With these questions in mind, I began collecting news articles, press releases, public records, writing FOIA requests, and basically trying to find any open source intelligence in order to create a database that could potentially answer my questions and show whether or not the protection of data was a high priority for law enforcement. In the 200 plus hours that I've been working on implementing this project, I have documented so far that over 125 law enforcement agencies, 126 to be exact, have suffered some sort of data breach or cyber attack since 2012. The data taken includes social security numbers, phone numbers, addresses, license plate information on the US-Mexico border, fingerprint identification, and data from fusion centers. And with months and months of research under my belt, I woke up about June 22nd only to see that more than 250 police departments had been hacked. And with that, the data tripled. In what is now called Blue Leaks, over 269 gigabytes of law enforcement data was published on the Distributed Denial of Secrets website, and most of the data was taken from fusion centers and local police departments. The research that I've done so far could have only alluded to a major data breach that would affect the data of thousands of people. And in what took me 3 months or 6 months to collect, tripled in near seconds, only magnifying the dangers of poor IT security protocols. To create my initial database, I wanted to use information that could help me verify any trends and whether or not my observations had any weight. These categories, of course, included the name of agency, the technology breach, whether it be automated license plate readers or servers, the type of attack, whether that be malware, distributed denial of service, or insider threats, the method of attack, whether that be ransomware, Trojan horse, or spyware, and other methods, including phishing. If it was a ransomware, whether or not that was paid or unpaid, if there was any information stolen or breached, and the year of incident. In addition to creating a database, I also began development on a map that would show these overarching trends. The map that you see here is representative of the data that we have prior to Blue Leaks, but that will of course be added later. This working map includes instances of ransomware, distributed denial of service, telephone denial of service, viruses, negligence, and physical theft. And there are several trends that we can take away from this map right off the bat. Most notably is the quantity of breaches that are concentrated in the south and northeastern parts of the United States. In fact, both Georgia and Texas experienced the most cyber attacks, specifically ransomware, which was the most common form of cybercrime. Ransomware at this point takes up more than half of the cyber attacks that affect law enforcement agencies on this dataset. Ransomware is one of the most expensive cyber attacks that I've seen so far, and because of this, I also checked how many paid and how many did not. And what I found so far is that 34% paid, 45% refused payment, and 21% were unclear. The most common method at which this happened was phishing, when an employee or volunteer would accidentally open a malicious link from a third-party email. This is not surprising given that in 2017, Digital Guardian reported that 91% of successful cyber attacks are launched via phishing email. Furthermore, in a report from the International Association of Chiefs of Police, Between 2014 and 2017, Michigan auditors conducted a phishing attack on 5,000 randomly selected state employees to see how they would deal with this potential threat. 1/3 of the recipients opened the email, and almost 1/5 provided their user ID and password. And if this is the case, then the lack of cyber knowledge with these employees has the potential to create a very expensive crisis. In fact, the Riviera Beach Police Department paid $600,000, and the Lake City Police Department paid $470,000. And in both instances, not including the cost of IT resources, the state of Florida and the respective cities had to pay over $1 million to restore their servers back to normal. According to Motorola Solutions in their cyber report in 2018, the average cost of a data breach was estimated to be about $6.53 million. However, in many cities, the cost can be even higher, and the price of failing to secure networks is clearly rising. In 2018, Atlanta, Georgia was subject to a massive ransomware attack that demanded the city pay $51,000. The ransomware forced most of the city's services to go back to paper forms. And while it's unclear if Atlanta paid their ransomware, the city initially had to pay $2.6 million in order to restore their servers. More interesting though, prior to the attack, Atlanta had been criticized after an audit in early 2018 revealed over 1,500 vulnerabilities to the city systems. The inspectors found that over 100 servers were using a version of Windows that had been unsupported by Microsoft since 2015, and that there was a relaxed approach to cybersecurity practices. In fact, weak passwords were to blame for this expensive attack. In 2019, State Scoop reported that the initial payment was not enough, and the city actually had to pay $17 million in order to remedy the loss. In 2019, most of Baltimore's government computer systems were infected by ransomware that demanded Bitcoin around $76,000 to restore access. According to another report by State Scoop, Baltimore was susceptible to such an attack due to its poor IT practices, which included decentralized control of their technology budget. This ended up being a really serious issue after the city refused to pay the ransom and instead had to allocate over $18 million in order to restore their servers. And the decision to pay ransomware is an absolute gamble. In fact, the FBI and the Secret Service advised against paying ransom as it could embolden more attacks. And in the case of the Baltimore Police Department, their expensive decision stemmed from the belief that paying ransom was rewarding criminal behavior. In another important case of ransomware discovered in my research, in 2016, the Cockrell Hill Police Department in Texas lost over 200,000 records after the chief of police decided to wipe the servers rather than pay the ransomware of $4,000. The department lost all Microsoft Office documents such as Word and Excel files. In addition, they lost all body-worn camera video, dash cam and in-car video, in-house surveillance videos, and photographs that were stored on the server. To make matters worse, the Cockrell Hill Police Department failed to maintain their digital evidence, which had some public defenders worried since at the time there were multiple cases that were relying on body-worn camera footage to prove innocence. These cases were ultimately forced to rely on police reports, which brought a lot of scrutiny to the department. In such cases as this, the ransomware not only undermined the police duties, but eroded the trust between the department and the public as they lost over 8 years of evidence. Within the data set, the second most common form of cybercrime was a breach implemented by a third-party individual or individuals. Third-party breaches often resulted in confidential data, such as personal data, passwords, informant information, and etc. being breached. For purposes of this research, any method in which there was a breach that was accounted for within this category, whether that be through a physical theft, phishing, Trojan, or any other method. Pre-Blue Leaks, in fact, in 2019, information of thousands of federal agents became public after 3 chapters of the FBI National Academy were breached. More than 4,000 records that could have negatively affected agents were made public, including their names, job titles, and addresses. In addition to the breach of information on federal agents, in 2019, the LAPD was also breached, leaving personal information of over 20,000 applicants open to the public, in addition to hundreds of sworn officers. The information that was potentially stolen included email addresses, birth dates, and the last 4 digits of social security numbers. And to make matters worse, they also had passwords used to log into the database. The department only found out about this breach after the perpetrator revealed themselves to the agency with the knowledge about people who had applied between 2010 and 2018. Luckily, in response, the LA Times reports the department did bolster IT funding after this. In a less known but more common to the types of breaches in this data set, in February 2012, hackers breached the Dallas Police Department's internal servers and stole the usernames and passwords for several officers, including information about informants and jail inmates. A smaller scale breach such as this one, however, was notable because it occurred in 2012, again in 2014, in 2017, and recently in 2020, showing no real change in IT practices. The third most prevalent form of cyber attack on law enforcement agencies was a distributed denial of service. This took about 9 instances so far of the 126 that I found in my data. I'm certain there are more, but as of right now, this is what I found. In instances of DDoS, the access to emails, websites, servers, and legitimate traffic were often disrupted. DDoS, from what has been evidenced by the data, is also often a tool for hacktivists against police. For example, in 2017, an Akron man executed a distributed denial of service against the Akron Police Department, the Ohio Department of Public Safety, and the Department of Defense after he uploaded a video to Twitter saying that the Akron Police Department abuses the law. Furthermore, in 2014, the St. Louis County Police Department was taken offline for several hours as a result of a DDoS attack in retaliation for the police shooting of Michael Brown and in support of the protests that resulted from that shooting. One other concerning trend in the data is the denial of safety services from a telephone denial of service. While TDOS seems to be more uncommon, it is on the rise. And in these instances, communication systems become inaccessible due to an attack, 911 systems, and incident response. In fact, in 2017, a 6-month-old Dallas boy died after his babysitter called 911, and these calls were delayed due to a TDOS attack. Furthermore, it's also dangerous for public safety professionals as paramedics cannot request police support and firefighters cannot call for mutual aid. With all of this data under my belt, here's what it tells us. So, the unauthorized access or loss of law enforcement data due to a cyber attack has serious operational and privacy implications. A cyber attack could compromise an agency's ability to protect life and maintain order. And at the rate law enforcement agencies are being breached, I think it's an important reminder that law enforcement knows that they're high profile and need better protocols. In addition, law enforcement has been purchasing and using the most pervasive data collecting tools without first fleshing out their IT departments or providing funding to provide a cushion for when these cyber attacks occur. Furthermore, cyber attacks erode the trust and the credibility of an agency, further calling into question law enforcement practices. In addition, there are 2 major attitudes that affect cyber safety for law enforcement agencies, and that is compliance and negligence. Law enforcement and their respective leaders do not treat cyber risk as a system-wide threat and attribute it to underfunded and poorly equipped IT departments. It's important to keep in mind, though, that this is a system-wide threat, and all members of the agency must have some responsibility for it to be protected. In addition, it's also incredibly easy to be negligent, whether that be through lack of training or knowledge about cybersecurity risks. Staff members and officers cannot afford to dismiss security protocols. Staff members can't use old passwords. They shouldn't be downloading software that they know nothing about or plugging in USB devices without verifying its safety. In addition to compliance and negligence, major surveillance companies such as Axon and Vigilant Solutions have profited from the rising need of surveillance technology. In fact, just recently, Axon came under fire after decommissioned body-worn cameras were found to still have the raw video data on them. In addition, Clearview AI, facial recognition, DroneSense drones, and Perceptix, automated license plate readers, all major vendors of surveillance, suffered major data breaches in the last 10 years. Perceptix came under fire after they, against their contract, copied images of travelers and license plate onto their own private computer servers and were subsequently breached. Clearview AI's client list was breached in an incident that affected law enforcement agencies whose names were exposed publicly, as well as the searches that they had been conducting. It's very clear that this need for new technology has overshadowed the need for better security protocols. In fact, according to a 2018 report by the National Association of State Chief Information Officers, most states only allocate 3% of their IT budgets to cybersecurity. It's like putting new tires on a junkyard car. It doesn't make any sense at all. If departments are going to be, in the near future, collecting our data on a grand scale, then they must protect that data and make sure that it's stable. So let's go back to the research questions. How many law enforcement agencies experience cyber attacks or breaches? Well, 126 so far, but 385 counting blue leaks, and the number is rising. How are they protecting their digital evidence? They're not. Poor passwords and protocols evidence a lack of care or knowledge about the importance of protecting this data and our privacy. What data is generally exposed? Well, personal data, social security numbers, addresses, phone numbers, any information for doxing, as well as people who have been booked or come into the department. In addition, organizational data has also been taken, such as usernames and passwords in order to get into the servers. And are law enforcement agencies properly equipped to protect their technology? No, they're not. It seems to me that they've been focusing more on the looks of surveillance technology rather than the safety or providing that safety through funding. So what lessons can they learn? Well, first, training. It's imperative that staff receive cybersecurity training at every single level of the organization, not just the IT departments. Users need to be aware of the cybersecurity hazards, including fake emails, USB devices, and better password protocols. And what do they do if they feel like their account has been compromised? Furthermore, law enforcement executives must understand that their systems must be attacked and must provide backups. The organization must provide security for digital evidence and provide backups to their servers. In addition, they should save original copies, hard copies, files, printed images of videos, oversaving and over-documentation of this evidence to make sure that if they do lose it, at least they still have it. And lastly, they should be doing some incident response. Departments need to be better prepared for these attacks, and preparing and rehearsing is the only way to determine readiness. Rehearsing the response to such an incident is critical. It must be determined how an IT partner will respond to an attack. Does the city have enough money? And what available resources are there? And maybe with some stronger protocols, some lessons can actually be learned. All right, well, thank you so much. And now we are going to be moving on to Dave Moss, who has his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I just wanted to give everybody, if everybody could just sort of give a digital round of applause. I don't think we're going to be able to hear it or anything like that, because this was Madison's first conference talk, and it was fantastic. But I also got a message that I think that her slides weren't showing. I could see them on our end, but I just wanted to check whether maybe there's something going on Hope's end. And Madison and I can work on making sure those slides are available after the talk is over. I'm going to go ahead and share my slides now, and I'm hoping people will be able to see them. Okay, so I have my slides up. Hopefully folks can see them. If not, I'll try to talk through it. But my name is Dave Moss. I'm a senior investigative researcher at the Electronic Frontier Foundation. I work on EFF's Threat Lab, and I just recently published the project atlasofsurveillance.org. If you haven't had a chance to play with it, please go check it out. It will tell you how certain technologies are spreading across the country, as well as potentially what is being used in your local communities. So I work on EFF's Threat Lab, and we've been around about 1.5 years, and we are designed to do deep dive investigations into surveillance technology. We look into questions about how and where is tech used, how is the technology abused to target particularly vulnerable communities, and how can we counter the technology or hold its users and sellers accountable. And a lot of what the EFF Threat Lab does has emerged from collaboration from more journalistic types like me, along with our InfoSec researchers like my colleagues Bill Buddington, who's already given a talk at Hope, and Cooper Quinton, one of our senior staff technologists. And what will end up happening is that somebody will discover a vulnerability in a police technology, or will discover it, and then we go and investigate it and also try to get it fixed or addressed. I specifically focus at EFF on what we call street level surveillance. And these are the technologies that law enforcement uses around the country. Oh, sorry. I think my slides are not shown right now, which is okay. I will try to explain what they are, and then we can edit them in.
They're showing, Dave.
Sorry, what's that?
They are showing. They're on the live stream.
Oh, they're on the live stream? Excellent. So when we talk about street level surveillance, we're talking about drones and license plate readers and body worn cameras and face recognition. I'm going to go over two examples of when we have had to go to law enforcement about some sort of vulnerability we found. And I want to show you an example of police responding badly and an example of police responding well. And a lot of these things I'm going to show you are going to seem like they're several years old, but that's because there's a narrative arc here that goes over several years. And because we're so far out, I can tell you a little bit more about what happened than we could when we first announced these. So back in 2014, we had learned from a mother in San Diego that the San Diego District Attorney's Office was giving out CD-ROMs to the public with parental safety software, with software meant to monitor your children to make sure they're not dealing drugs or engaging with predators online. And we were very curious about this, and we obtained a copy and started analyzing it. And at the same time, we started noticing that there were hundreds of agencies around the country giving out this software. And all the software kind of worked the same. It was like in a very slick DVD case. There was usually the emblem of the sheriff or the district attorney on it. There would be a video on the CD-ROM of the police, of the police chief or whatever, reading out like a promotional thing. It really seemed to be very promotional rather than actually safety related. Once we got the software and started analyzing it, it had a few features that were pretty boring, like it would show you where, what all the JPEGs were on a particular computer, or what the browsing history was of the user. But one of the more difficult, or one of the more controversial elements, is that it included a keylogger. There was a feature that you needed to install, which allowed you to put some keywords in, up to 10 keywords, that anytime your child typed in this keyword, you would start getting emails in real time of their chat logs or their keystrokes. And even though they're marketing this as parental software, those of us who work at EFF know that this is spyware. This is stalkerware. This is the kind of stuff that is illegal a lot of places. This is the sort of stuff that is used in domestic violence. It is used in cybercrime. It's just the sort of thing that is totally inappropriate for a law enforcement agency to be giving out. But what made it even worse is that once we started inspecting it, we realized that when it is sending those key logs outside of the computer, it was sending them unencrypted. So you could actually just snatch right out of the air everything that somebody was sitting there typing, as long as you had added in a keyword. And so if you added in the word "the," it would just start sending it to you all the time because people are typing the word "the." And so this was really a serious problem. And our first thought was, well, there's 200 plus agencies using this. They need to recall it. Let's go to the vendor. And so we explained this to the vendor, and they came back with this nonsensical response. Like, we told them, I'm like, if you're putting people more at risk if people can snatch their password out of the air. And the response was, computer cop software doesn't give sexual predator or identity thieves more access to children's computers as our .keylogger works with. I can't even read this. This makes like no sense whatsoever. And it was very clear that the people running computer cop really didn't know much about technology, and perhaps the software hadn't even been updated since the late 90s. And so what was actually driving the software if it wasn't people who were specializing in technology? Well, we started looking at the promotional material, and here's how this is being pitched to police departments. That this is a win-win for your families and your department. It can be customized for your department. We will throw in extra, if you give us a little money, we'll throw in a high-produced video of you into the CD-ROM. But there's a little line here at the very bottom of the screen that I want to zoom in on. And that is that this is a perfect election and fundraising tool. And this really revealed the motivation for police departments to be distributing this software to families. The idea here was to give people a product and say this is great and get a TV coverage for giving it out for free, and being able to put something in the hands of people that has their image and seems like it's valuable. When we started filing public records requests, we found that our theory here was actually bore out. So here is an email exchange from a guy named Jerry Cobb in the Maricopa County Attorney's Office. He's actually their media relations person, their press person. And he was the one who approached Computer Cop and purchased the software. It didn't come from their Internet Crimes Against Children task force. It didn't come from their cyber crimes task force. It came from their media division. And rather than get a full examination of this software by a cybersecurity specialist, this guy, Jerry Cobb, just went to their IT guy, and their IT guy played around with it a little bit and did a little research on it. And then it appears to be clean, he said. But then he also said that nothing is installed on the PC, which is good. That could be good if it was actually true. Because if you actually look at the software, and this is a slide from the presentation that the Computer Cop company gives, you have to install the keylogger. It does install on the computer. And it doesn't just install on the computer. In order to uninstall it, you need the CD-ROM. Now, I think that most people who have a lot of, people who are attending this conference or who have a computer background would have been able to remove it manually without going through the uninstall function. But your average family person, if they had found this on their computer, they wouldn't have known how to get rid of it because they didn't have the CD-ROM. So when our blog post about this issue came out, there was a lot of press coverage, and a lot of reporters went to their local law enforcement agencies to ask them about the security flaws. And there were some terrible responses out there. So the Contra Costa District Attorney's Office in California said, well, there are so many agencies using it, and we've never heard about identity theft, so it must be okay. And then they said, well, if we find out there's some sort of breach later, then we'll recall the software, but we're not going to do it until then. And that's like the equivalent of like reporting to a government agency or reporting to a restaurant that their food is poisoned once you did a lab testing. And they're like, well, nobody died yet, so we're not going to take that out of our ingredients and out of our recipe. But my favorite response came from the Limestone County Sheriff Mike Blakely in Alabama. And his response was, we've had the keylogger checked out with our IT people. They have run it on our computer system. There is no malware. And I think if the mics were turned on, I could hear everybody's heads hitting their desks several times over right now. Because did they actually install a keylogger on their police computers? Do they not know what a keylogger is? I don't know. But then they went on, so let me tell you one other thing. So their IT people, when you research their IT people, the guy at the IT person, his main job seems to be organizing the sheriff's office's annual rodeo, which apparently is like the 5th best outdoor rodeo in the country. Great on him for organizing the rodeo. Shame on him for not vetting the software. But then they also went on to attack us in the press, calling EFF an ultra-liberal organization that is not in any way credible on this. They're more interested in protecting predators and pedophiles than in protecting our children. And so the question is, if we're not credible, why do they think Computer Cop is credible? And the reason is that Computer Cop was lying. Computer Cop claimed in all of its promotional materials that it was endorsed, that the software was endorsed by the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, as well as the ACLU. But I called both of these groups, and NCMEC said that, sure, in 1998, they had given a 1-year endorsement, and that was the limit of it. But they hadn't been in contact for 15 years, and they were going to send a cease and desist to Computer Cop. And then meanwhile, when I asked Computer Cop, like, who at the ACLU did it, they were like, oh, well, it was the ACLU of Michigan. They said something in a news article once. ACLU Michigan came back and said unequivocally they did not endorse the product. But probably the strongest piece of endorsement that they would circulate was this letter from the Treasury office saying that this is a great thing to spend your civil asset forfeiture money on. Like, use your excess funds to buy this software. It's great. And I got a copy of this letter, and I was like, this looks a little strange. Like, I've seen government letters before. Usually there's a date, there's a return address, there's usually a line under here. This doesn't kind of look like the logo. Something weird is going on here. And then I looked later in the letter, and you might be able to tell on the screen, but this middle paragraph is the really promotional paragraph, and it's larger font, it's spaced differently. And I'm like, there's something weird going on here. So I put in a FOIA request to try to get an original version of this document, and I included the version I had. And then a few days later, like I didn't even get my FOIA documents back, but within a few days later, I got tipped off that the Treasury Department's Inspector General had put a fraud warning on its website with a copy of this letter saying that this letter purporting to be from the Treasury Office is not genuine. So here we have like a company actually fabricating a government document in order to get contracts. So the Treasury Office ran an investigation. It took 3 years. They found out that it was substantiated and that at least 3 law enforcement agencies purchased the software, having read that memo and thinking it was real. However, because Computer Cop stopped using the letter and posted a disclaimer on its website, and because the investigation took 3 years and the statute of limitation is 3 years, they decided to just leave it at that. Meanwhile, Computer Cop gets to still have its website and still sell its product to law enforcement agencies, except now it's on USB instead of CD-ROM. I also wanted to just sort of close the loop on this narrative and go back to Limestone County Sheriff Mike Blakely and see where he is today. He has been arrested on theft and ethics charges and is facing criminal trial in Alabama. So there you go. All right, the second thing I want to talk about is automated license plate readers. So these are cameras that law enforcement will install on street lights, on highway overpasses, and they look for license plates, do OCR on the license plates, and upload them to a database with time, date, GPS coordinates. The idea is to build up a database where you could search somebody's license plate and see wherever they were over a period of time, or to get real-time alerts on where they are if you're trying to track somebody. But that means there's all these cameras around the country that are just connected to the internet. And for years, there have been researchers like Darius Freeman and Dan Tentler and a group of cybersecurity students at the University of Arizona who have found and reported over and over again that these cameras are online without password protection or with default passwords that are just there. And so my colleague Cooper and I decided that enough was enough. We're going to figure out who these belong to and get them to shut them down. And so first thing we did was verify that, yes, you could go to a URL, and sometimes these were very obvious URLs. Some of them we got the URLs through Shodan. And yeah, fair enough. You could go and there was the configuration settings. You could mess with those. You could bring up the camera and watch it live. You could siphon off the license plates through it, or you could connect via Telnet and just get a flowing feed of the license plates. You know, that was good. We confirmed that was happening, but we still didn't know who they belonged to. Through the IP address in Shodan, we had an idea of what city or what general region they were in. But if you look here, you can see there's a thing called camera name, and there's a lane name, so 28th and University and eastbound. Using that along with the listing where the IP address was, we were able to then go into Google Maps and Google Street View and just basically virtually drive around the neighborhood until we could find the cameras. And then once we mapped them out, we found that most of the cameras were in the outskirts of New Orleans. There were a few at the University of Southern California, and there was one in Hialeah, Florida as well. But most of them were in this area, and they were all cameras belonging to this company called Pips, which at the time was owned by 3M. And so we went to 3M at first because we didn't know who the cameras belonged to. We knew where they were, but we didn't know what agency was responsible for them. And so 3M came back and said, you know what, we stand behind our security features. We have a password feature, you know, like it's explained on the box how to set up the password. If the agency isn't going to actually put on a password, that's not our business. So this is the second time. Both of these cases, we have a vendor not taking responsibility for a security issue. And so what we ended up doing, so we knew University of Southern California's cameras were among them because the web URL was something like pipscam1.usc.edu. And so we emailed USC and they came back, they took down the cameras, they fixed them, they thanked us for our time, they wanted to start an open dialogue about cybersecurity, and that was like the perfect response. I mean, actually, it would have been more perfect if they just killed the whole program altogether. But at least they didn't malign us. They listened to us and they took action. Similar thing happened with St. Tammany Parish Sheriff Jack Strain. So when we sent all these emails, so we ended up having to send emails to all the law enforcement agencies in the New Orleans area saying, "Are these your cameras? They're unsecured." St. Tammany came back to us immediately. They thanked us for our bringing it to their attention. They brought the cameras down. They mobilized their staff to start auditing the cameras and to figuring out new solutions for putting up firewalls. But not only that, but they reached out to all of the other law enforcement agencies for us and got them to lock down their cameras as well. So this was a huge success story. This was exactly how law enforcement agencies should respond when someone like EFF comes to them. As a result of this whole situation with these cameras in New Orleans, we actually got some action in a political fashion related to this. At that same time that year, there was a bill passed by the Louisiana legislature to create a statewide network of license plate readers in order to catch people who weren't doing insurance, who hadn't paid their insurance bills. But Bobby Jindal, the governor at the time, learned about what we'd done with St. Tammany and vetoed the bill, saying that these cameras create large pools of information that can be extremely vulnerable to theft or misuse. Unfortunately, Jack Strain, as good as he was in cybersecurity, has met the same fate as our Limestone County sheriff. He also last year was charged with corruption and is facing trial. However, Jack Strain actually has it worse off because he's also charged with rape and incest as well. So it doesn't matter if you're good or bad on cybersecurity if you are an allegedly corrupt elected law enforcement officer. So checking back in on these license plate readers, we looked at these back in, I think, 2016. Zach Whitaker at TechCrunch essentially duplicated the research in 2019 and found that there are 150 license plate reader devices still online, still searchable via the internet, and that a majority had default passwords set up. So, like, even though we went through this whole thing and we got a lot of media coverage and we were able to approach some law enforcement agencies, this is a problem that hasn't been solved and it's a lesson that hasn't been learned. So when I talk to cops about cybersecurity, I bring up a few issues. First, I say, don't collect more data than you can protect. It's very tempting to purchase every particular technology out there and collect everything in case it becomes useful. But every new piece of data you collect is another thing that you can lose. Don't purchase any technology that you can't independently verify. If you don't have the staff to be able to verify the claims, you need to hire a third-party auditor or third party to do it. And if the company won't let you do that, then don't buy it. Also, this should be obvious. Don't let your PR people make decisions about surveillance technology, and don't decide that it's better to get a press bump, take a shortcut on technology in order to get a press bump. Also, you've got to vet your vendors and don't take them at their word. You've got to look into them or at least Google them. And then also, I encourage law enforcement to defend encryption. There is this war against encryption among law enforcement, claiming that strong encryption facilitates crime, but ultimately, it's what protects us. And it doesn't just protect the privacy of regular people, which it does, but it also protects all of this data that is held by police. And so if you weaken encryption for us, you're weakening encryption for police departments as well. And then finally, police departments need to conduct meaningful audits, and these audits need to be designed to catch breaches and catch vulnerabilities, and not just the bare minimum that they can say to the FBI, hey, we complied with your, basic requirements. So that is all I have for now. I'll be happy to take questions in a second, but I do want to make sure that we spend some time with Emma Best talking about their project, Blue Leaks. I'm going to stop sharing right now, but I think I'm going to pass it back to Madison, who has some questions. Emma, you good to go?
Yep.
Sweet.
All right, I'm just going to start with a few questions for you. And the first one is, can you introduce distributed denial of secrets? What is it? How was it started? And what's its mission?
Distributed Denial of Secrets is a transparency collective that archives and publishes leaked and hacked data that is likely to be of public interest now or in the future. I co-founded the group in late 2018, and since
I'm
then
back at the end of the
we
talk. I'm gonna
have
turn the
released
light on.
over 4 terabytes of data, including Paco leaks and Gora leaks, which were Latin American breaches of police systems, and most recently, notably, Blue Leaks.
So, what can you kind of explain what Blue Leaks is?
Yes. So Blue Leaks is one of, in terms of data size, it's one of, if not the largest single breach of police systems that has been made public. Certainly in the number of agencies that are directly affected, it's, I believe, just over 250 agencies and training and support resources that had their data in the breach. We published it in June, on Juneteenth, and since then there have been dozens of articles in response, as well as the government seizure of our servers.
So, what kind of data is included in Blue Leaks, and where does it come from?
The data in Blue Leaks mostly deals with what's commonly known as fusion centers, information exchanges. Many people have pointed out that most of the servers affected seem to be run by NetCentral, and an examination of the code found a lot of vulnerabilities in there that weren't even exploited or fixed. Yeah.
And is there any particular release from Blue Leaks that you find to be your favorite or most important?
I think what seems most important so far, and I expect this to change and evolve in the coming years, because it's not just a release for the immediate future, it's 24 years of data that is an important historical archive. But the thing that has struck me as most immediately relevant is exactly how low the bar is for these fusion centers to gather and share, with heavy air quotes, intelligence on things in the name of situational awareness. These have included labeling a teen TikTok artist, a comedian, as training people how to riot and basically commit terrorist acts by showing some tweets that were made by well-known comedians. It has shown that the fusion centers have passed on highly questionable intelligence, including claiming that services are being used to pay leftist protesters to riot. And this was an FBI alert that specifically cited a website that is a satirical website. And when the alert went out, the website said in giant red letters, "This website is fake." When confronted with these things, fusion centers have consistently defended it and said they're not responsible for vetting the information. That's up to specific law enforcement, and that it doesn't matter if the information is actually accurate or not, because it informs the preparations and stance of police, as well as their, quote, situational awareness. The fact that these situational awareness bulletins are often drawing from right-wing conspiracy theorists, including QAnon, doesn't really seem to be a problem to them, and they don't consider it as creating a situation where they're more likely to be violent with protesters, which is an odd stance to take when you are circulating warnings that leftist protesters are going to use car bombs to attack police stations. Which, of course, was completely fabricated.
And what do you think this tells us about the cybersecurity of law enforcement agencies?
It tells us that they're not taking it seriously. Like I said in the beginning, several people have looked at some of the code that was exposed in the breach, and it was woefully out of date. It appears that many of the agencies must not have even done proper audits, and the preparation they did in terms of security was an instance of cover your ass. That was it. And even afterwards, through the Freedom of Information Act, we got the TLP Amber Alert that they sent out about Blue Leaks. And it has at the end a recommendation section which says, be vigilant for new waves of phishing campaigns, use DKIM verification, update your antivirus, and don't click on strange links. That is the extent of their effort to fix things and educate their user base. And as a result, we're winding up with systems where they consistently gather information that they are not able to protect.
I'm getting from us that it is time for us to start wrapping up. And so we will let the Hope moderators take back over. And thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Madison, Dave, Emma. Thank you very, very much for this talk. Again, when cops get hacked, lessons unlearned from a decade of law enforcement breaches. Lots of conversation in the Matrix chat. Feel free to keep that going. Thank you very, very much to all of you.
And that was the When Cops Get Hacked panel. I know I missed the middle chunk of it because I was supposed to have a shower before the stream, and I just couldn't stand, like, it felt like there was like bugs crawling all over me. And so I finally took a shower, because the best thing about Hope 2020 is that no one can smell your smell. Oh, bees! Bees! Hang on, what's going on with bees? I want to find out.
Backyard. Sweet.
Oh, the buzzing with the headphones is driving me crazy.
Hey, girls. How you doing, girls?
This is a brave man.
They like the paper. Check out their friends.
Hopefully there's no murder hornets. And they're eating Hope. Like, I like bees, I just don't want to get stung by bees. So that was an interesting bump. We actually have to make our own Primo bumper soon. But yeah, that was the When Cops Get Hacked. Quick criticism of the panel itself. I'm glad that it happened, because this is a great topic to talk about. I think her name was April or Ashley or something, but the woman in the beginning, she had really great information, but I could kind of tell that she came from more of an academic source, because it reminded me of like the Cryptome talks at Hope, where it's really dry, where like, again, she had really great information. It's nothing wrong with her, but like sitting there and obviously reading a giant paragraph essay is like one of the worst ways you can do presentations outside of like the academic community. You need to have bullet points, you need to have pictures, you need to have headlines, you need to have things, because people learn in different ways, and presentations is combining vocal learning with visual learning with auditorial learning, and even sometimes some hands-on. So yeah, as Nexus 6 said, she read like a robot. So she had really great information, but needs to work on her presentations. Once it got to the EFF guy, the EFF is really good at like doing presentation trainings. So he had a lot of great information there, presentating. And then I think she did really great at relaying the Q&A answers and bouncing off of people. Like, props to her for that, because that's also really hard to do. So I'm back through the comments. Someone says, so scary how people making software can be so clueless. As you saw, and I posted this in the Hope Riot, or it's now called Elemental. Everyone keeps calling it the Riot, but they changed the name Element right before Hope happened, because, you know, we don't want to get people confused on stuff. Next up, we're going to actually watch the Cube OS thing because I'm a really big fan of Cube OS. If you see me wandering around, I'm either refilling my water or combing the wetness out of my hair because I just washed it. But, someone wrote here, Silicon Mystic wrote, so scary how people making software can be so clueless. I think it's partly that because I think they're used to, again, it's my main problem with a lot of tech people, especially hackers, where hackers are used to talking to other hackers or used to talking to other technologically minded people, and they have no concept out of that. This happens with a lot of things. Like people who work out a lot often talk to people who also work out who are gym rats, or like beer people talk to beer people. So as soon as they talk outside of that, that's when they start sounding like aliens. Because, you know, they're talking about all these terms and design stuff that doesn't apply to someone, even if they're really intelligent, who's in a completely different field. You have to do recon and study what they're like and adapt that to them, and then it will absorb and assimilate in. That's how you put information out there. The other thing, as someone noticed, is where they were talking about, you know, companies doing the bare minimum. My take on that is that these companies are more business than they are security. So even though security is their business, business is their priority. So what they're doing here is the reason why they have that terrible disclaimer of like, oh, it's up to the law enforcement agencies, is that they're trying to pass the buck and, oh, doggo, as Tyler would say, Circel would say, doggo, 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 woofers. Like, that's how he talks. I'm going to get him on cam eventually, maybe later tonight. I'll have to put some clothes on. But, you know, because I like to ruin it for all of you, because I'm pretty sure we all want to see a half-naked Circel, because he's quite a handsome man. But, what do you call this? They're trying to pass the buck and pack the blame. They're like, oh, you know, we sent out an Onion article as if it was true, the FBI. That's not our fault, because here's our disclaimer. They're trying to pass the buck because, again, they're focused on business rather than actual security. So the talk that's coming up, and I'm going to check the browser here and I'm going to reload it just to make sure that it's properly running here, is, again, we're going to watch Cube OS. Eventually, my current work machine that I think you can see in the background there, eventually that will become a Qubes OS machine that will be a burner that I'll take with Paces, and I'll have a new, way more competent, it's an actual gaming computer that's really good as a desktop, that will be my normal personal, running multiple different OSs and VMs and on USB live sticks, because I'm more comfortable with USB sticks than running stuff on VMs. So there's all that. So it's to know they're a good. Wait, let's go back. Let's go in chat for a bit. Let's check out the Hope chat. Let's see. Someone just wrote, "No, there are no good cops. The functioning police protect the rich, and that's what they've stolen." I just want to add. I'm gonna write. I just want to add some nuance to that as someone who is FTP. There are good people who entered policing, but they are either bullied into silence or quit after being harassed or not being part of terrible groupthink. This is why all cops are bad is true, because I can't type, because the system is designed to produce nothing but awful cops. And I'm just going to make some spelling corrections here because my keyboards and my hands basically are eternally drunk. We'll send that in. See how many people see it. I feel like I'm muted somehow. I feel like no one actually sees my posts. Oh, now they're seeing them. So yeah. Talk about with that there. It's probably gonna get buried in. I should have quoted the guy. But yeah, let's look back at the stream here. Someone just posted another comment. I'm gonna quickly check that in a moment. It's scary that police are allowed to collect that much information not being held responsible for security. But that's actually my main, and I don't know if this is gonna risk any of like my work career or like social circles for this, but that's my main criticism of overall policing, is that a lot of police agencies, like, it's to me the same problem that like Israel has, where to me Israel can either be a super religious ethno-national state like the way like Saudi Arabia is, or they can be an actual democratic country where the majority just happens to be Israeli Jewish people and Palestinian people. Pick one. Like, they want to basically have their cake and eat it too, and the only reason why they have their cake and eat it too is because they speak loudly and they carry this big stick. Sorry to go on this rant, but it's going to make sense in a moment. They speak loudly and carry the big stick, and that big stick is the United States. And this is why Israel's panicking right now, because the U.S. has fallen off of a cliff, so they can't rely on that big stick, so they have to actually go around and negotiate and roll back some of their BS because they can't use us because we're all dying from COVID due to a massive Cheeto moron. And it's similar with policing agencies, where I feel like a lot of policing and policing agencies, and it's a case-to-case basis, but still, overall, that they either want to be treated as military with all the respect and honors that it has, or they also want it to be just a 9-to-5 job, or they have a unions on. And my thing about that is they straddle that line badly, and they need to pick one. You can either get the actual military equipment and the same respect as the U.S. military, but then have to be held to military standards. For example, if like a George Floyd thing happened, that person would have been in military prison within 24 hours. Like, that's the type of responsibility the military has. It's not to say the United States military doesn't have flaws. It does in their system. I mean, look at all the rape cases that happen in the various U.S. divisions. And thank you, Derplith Lirax, for following us. I hope I pronounced your username right. Hack the Planet, thank you. If you like the type of material we have, you can hit that bell or subscribe or follow on or any of our media platforms, Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. We're going to try to get the Periscope back running. I have to email them because some BS happened with like some copyright bot. Gila's back on, so we're going to go into the talk in a moment. But yeah, they can either have that, or, which my problem is that police unions aren't really unions. They are mafia guilds. They don't operate like any other trade union. Like, I'm part of a union from my current job, and that's a union where all we talk about is like salaries and just getting better equipment. There's no talks on like, you know, like if someone does a crime in my division, I'm a crossing guard, that person gets nuked. Like, you know, like the union's not going to stop that. That's up to the legal system. Cop unions, however, meddle their way into everything. And that's why we need to defund the police. And I'm not sure about abolishing, but basically we need to redo the whole thing and kick all the bad stuff out, try to make something new. And this town needs an Elma. And Land Riders is like weird eye thing. So let's go to the Qubes talk, because I love Qubes OS. Let's check it out right now. So let's watch. And if I go away, I'm going to be drinking some water. The big tank that you hear in the background is our co-founder walking in. Let's watch Qubes talk. Oh, cool. It's presented by a person of color. Yay.
I'm going to talk to you about using Qubes OS in organizational security auditing. First off, by way of introduction, Freedom of the Press Foundation is a nonprofit 501c3 organization.
Yeah, I love the Freedom of the Press Foundation. I know some good folks out there.
Things pretty admirably. The first is in software development. We have a flagship newsroom appliance called SecureDrop, which you may have heard of, which is also going to be giving a talk
OS. I should make a fork of that.
It's a newsroom appliance that enables potential sources.
Be right back, guys. I'm gonna get some water, and I'm gonna intently watch the rest of the stream.
Anonymous way. And over the years, this newsroom appliance has been installed in a variety of newspapers across the globe. Another pillar is advocacy. So between the writings of Trevor Tim and Parker Higgins, we also have a incredibly ambitious project called the U.S. Press Freedom Tracker. Please do check it out, where we actually have a dedicated newsroom that tracks down, investigates, and reports on instances where members of the press have had their right to report infringed upon while on the job. This can include anything from, retaliation as far as subpoenas are concerned, attacks, and arrests. Finally, there's my department, the Digital Security Training Team, where we train journalists on a variety of topics of digital security, whether that's the easiest low-hanging fruit stuff, advanced tool usage for communicating with sources, risky research, etc. And we also have a new organizational security practice where we actually embed with organizations of a variety of sizes in order to do need finding, risk assessments, perform evaluations, and recommendations on their digital security. Working with small civil society organizations represents a very interesting niche. While Freedom of the Press Foundation is not the only organization that performs these types of service for civil society groups, we are the only, just about only, organization in the United States that takes these shared methodologies amongst civil society support groups and tailors that specifically based off of the experience that we've had over the years working so intimately with journalists. In order to better paint a picture of what this practice looks like, I'm first going to walk you through some of the lessons that we have learned that influence our practice. So first off, working with civil society groups is different because they benefit a lot more from capacity building than other organizations might. And they also have very specific cultural, field-specific, and geographic needs that need to be folded into every engagement. Civil society groups need and deserve working with service providers that can emphasize empathy, inclusion, sustainability, and self-sufficiency as part of their engagement. Partly because they cannot afford the industry rate, which I think is self-explanatory given their size, but also because baked into every organization that you visit is a very, very strong culture that usually does want to promote empathy and inclusion through every step of the way. So, what does an organizational security audit look like delivered by Freedom of the Press Foundation? First off, we draw very heavily from the exercises and activities that are in the SafeTag manual. This is a project from Internews, which is a media organization based out of Washington, D.C., but also has presence across the globe. This manual, written by John
Thank you,
Anderson,
Cyberminty,
Megan
for
Zaboy,
following us on
Seamus
Twitch.
Tui,
I'll
and with
announce
other
you at the end
contributors,
of the stream because I'm really
provides
intently watching this.
an
But thank you for
excellent
following us.
framework for doing this type of organizational security auditing tailored to civil society groups of a certain size. But an impactful engagement has to go beyond SafeTag. This is where human-centered design thinking comes in. A lot of our methodology draws from the work done by the Luma Institute, which is a methodology for brainstorming around prototyping, product design, and general problem solving from a UX perspective, and also from participating in so many workshops run by Aspiration Technology, which is a nonprofit tech collective based out in San Francisco, out in the Bay. What we draw from Aspiration Technology's way of going about things is a way of establishing rapport around getting people to do successful brainstorming exercises together. Literally, I have Post-its everywhere. I've got like Post-its upon Post-its. I got like Post-its everywhere.
I relate to that so much.
My data is so far incomplete, but we are working on the assumption that by focusing on capacity building, once an organization gets to the implementation phase of their organizational security audit, they save money, they save resources, and they save time because they have institutional know-how with in-house knowledge. And naturally, we do come prepared with tools to perform technical analyses. This should not be confused with a full-on penetration test for a variety of reasons. And where we notice vulnerabilities, we simply write them up and flag them. We do not capture said flags. When performing an assessment, I rely upon the standard suite of tools that you would find in the Kali Linux distribution, and I do it all in Qubes. We're going to talk about that very, very shortly.
Our engagements attempt to cover 6 categories of overall organizational security. For a number of reasons, not all of these targets may be reached. Sometimes another third party will do a more in-depth audit of web applications, so we're not required to go there. Sometimes there's a, crippling global pandemic that we can't seem to get a grip on, and so there's no office to physically evaluate. Can you tell that quarantine has gotten to me? Jokes aside, working from home poses a unique challenge as individual employees have to coordinate and implement their own physical security. This is where our emphasis on capacity building plays an even more important role. Nowadays, I guide orgs in drafting guidelines around the physical prerequisites of endpoint security in the home. Examples may include knowing how to administer your own router, using full disk encryption to your advantage when you leave the house to walk the dog, and other things like that. Whether we're doing engagements in-house with a client or entirely at home, this is the workflow. Phase 1 is preparation.
There's ultimately a lot of work that needs to be done in scheduling your time on site with the client. Also, it's very important to work with whomever at the office can put time slots in people's calendars so they can actually sit down with you and have interviews. That's a lot of bureaucracy, and it's not as fun as the other stuff like shopping for your Airbnb or whatever. But it's very, very important that people sit down with you and actually take out their phones, take out their computers, and show you exactly what it is that you need to see, what their settings are, whether or not they have full disk encryption turned on. All of these things are harder and harder now that we're all pretty much homebound and working from home. And the reason why is because you can't always tell whether or not someone is telling you the truth about how they enabled, such and such a feature.
2 is where we interact with the organization the most. And as you can imagine, a lot of this work has shifted once again during the pandemic. But what we do continue to do is have a lot of conversations to understand how data flows within an organization, wherever people happen to be working. All engagements come with a digital security training series. Gleaning from the data we gather in our one-on-one interviews, we establish opportunities to, once again, promote capacity building, either by filling in gaps of DigiSec knowledge or indulging in tool-based trainings the employees are curious to learn more deeply. Phase 3 is where we geek out a bit to evaluate existing practices in the organization's public-facing communications and ultimately write, generate, deliver, and discuss our outcomes, as well as the organization's roadmap for implementation. This talk is not about how to do audits, and it's definitely not about how to do pen testing, because we actually don't do pen testing. And there are also so many great resources out there to guide anyone through learning how to become a competent auditor.
We're not going to talk about how to do Nmap. This is Hope, so probably you know how to do it. And if you don't know how to do it, you can always watch Ocean's 8 and learn from the master, Rihanna.
However, I want to take the rest of my time here to introduce you to the tooling I've developed to do this on Qubes. Further, I hope to knit the more procedural and even philosophical aspects to doing this work with examples of concisely how, the operating system is ideal in supporting it. Let me put it another way. When you get a group of hardcore Qubes users in a room, everybody wants to show off their steez. So here's mine. The fundamental building blocks are a cube to maintain connectivity, a cube to do the bulk of the work, a safe space to view sketchy stuff, and a way to probe a network using physical interfaces rather than virtual ones. First off, we have our VPN proxy cube. This isn't really required for an engagement, but I think it's just good to have in general, and I wanted to introduce this here if you wanted to replicate this on your own machine. It's important to understand that Qubes takes what I like to call a Lego block approach to its networking. Typically, any application cube is if it's connected to the internet, first connects to a cube that's called sys firewall, the firewall cube that has its IP tables especially configured in order to keep connections between the various application cubes that you might run separate from one another and thereby safe. And then Sys Firewall Cubes connects to another cube called SysNet. SysNet is a hardware virtual machine, so it's designated as an HVM, and that allows it to interact with all of the radios that you might have on your computer, your Ethernet card, anything that physically allows you to attach to the internet. The reason why people run VPNs in the first place is perhaps you don't trust the internet connection that you're on, or you might find yourself connecting to services that are not encrypted or served over, HTTP or something like that, or some other protocol that doesn't necessarily provide enough protection for what you want to do. So this is why people choose VPNs, and there's a million out there for you to choose from. So what you want to do is you want to create another cube that you actually insert between your application VM that's going to be doing, running the software that makes requests to the internet, and that Sys Firewall cube. And once again, given that Qubes has this Lego block approach to networking, which I love so much, you can actually make it so that every single application cube has its own route to the internet, no matter how convoluted that may be. That could include, running your app VM through your VPN, then over Tor, then through another VPN before it hits Sys Firewall and ultimately SysNet. Or you can also be creative in trying out different types of VPNs, assigning their individual configurations and credentials within any of them, and then have one cube that's running on PIA in Kuala Lumpur, and another cube that's running Mullvad in Sweden, something like that. Next is my analysis cube, and this is the space where I use all of the software that I need in order to get the audit done. It's not too special. It simply has a bunch of Kali tools, my favorite text editor so I can take notes and write and run snippets of code should I need to clean data. I've also installed other Ascent tools that I like that don't come with Kali by default. So for example, I really love something called DNS Twist, which is a simple Python script that queries domains to find whether or not there are typo squatting attacks that are possible. And if someone has typo squatted on a particular domain, it can give you information about who owns it. And so from a security auditing perspective, that is a very important bit of information for your organization to know. A typo squatting attack is a very common tactic to get people to click on phishing links, to confuse external visitors to your site, and to do other types of reputational damage. So shout out DNS Twist. Our team also uses Keybase. We leverage both, the inter-team communications, and we also really love the end-to-end encrypted Git feature, which allows our team to safely store and share assets that we generate individually. So we have a centralized place for that as a easy-to-use Git repository. I threw the whole Kali kit in there because I never know what I might need when I'm on an engagement, and I like to be nimble and creative, and Kali's definitely got it all, or at least most of it. That said, there are some bash configs and little scripts which do two interesting things. First off, in order to be as respectful of my client's right to privacy, I have to be sure that I can minimize sending away any unnecessary data. So for example, I've tricked out my bash aliases to start Recon NG, which is a great powerhouse of a program to organize and run queries against the type of data that you might come across doing this type of thing. But I had to modify my bash aliases to make sure that I always start Recon NG with the -- no analytics flag. That's just one example. Second, and most importantly, has to do with working with Python and virtual environments. Different tools that you use may need different modules, different Python modules to run as dependencies. And so this is the thing about Qubes. In any application VM or app VM, any changes that you make to your typical install paths for Python will not persist from session to session, meaning at the end of the day, when I shut down that cube, the next day I open it up again and all of these dependencies would be lost. This is one of Qubes' unique security properties. If I want this type of persistence, I would have to run pip from inside the app VM's underlying template, not the app VM itself, because the template is the only place where you can create that type of persistence. But that's not clean, or is it efficient at all if you're using Qubes? And because templates are actually restricted to communicate over the internet only with their respective package managers, running pip inside a template would not work by default, or would require me to modify the template's strict firewall rules. Those rules are here to protect us, and so I'm going to avoid doing that. And so instead, I use virtual environments to create an environment inside my app VM, inside which, after I've sourced it, I then run pip to install any dependencies that I need. And next we have the Antarctica disposable VM. This is another Qubes gem, like chef's kiss. Qubes allows you to spin up disposable app VMs that completely vanish when they're closed. This protects you from potential malware or data exfiltration, like your Firefox profile, for example, and any other nasties that you might encounter. So why do I use it? When on an engagement, the client might send you documentation that you requested, like, say, an inventory of all of the devices in-house in a PDF. Or during office hours, which we usually have as part of this capacity building that I was talking about, an employee might sidle up to you and ask, hey, I got this weird document last week and I'm happy you're here because I'd feel so much better if somebody looked at it. It happens, actually. So you need a sandbox to open up any of that stuff. I built my ideal sandbox, which I lovingly call Antarctica. This is a non-networked disposable VM that contains tools to interact with media both visually and on a metadata level to a modest degree. I even put in OS Query, which is a neat open source tool that allows you to inspect changes to your operating system as it interacts with files. So imagine one day I could encounter a file that attempts to write somewhere inappropriate or access other resources and, whatever, and catch it in the act. This has actually not happened to me yet. I have not yet had the pleasure, but it's nice to have. What I do use is mostly LibreOffice and the basic PDF viewer events and call it a day. The one interesting pro tip I can offer here is creating a special desktop file to appropriately open up any document with the best software for the job. And this is created in the template VM for this disposable VM. Next we have our network reconnaissance cube. So I can no longer do this in the COVID-19 era, but when physically on an engagement, I'm required to examine the network devices in the office. Remember offices? This is where I break my rule that I had before. During this phase, I have no choice but to touch your internet. But if I'm going to break a rule, I can at least try to do it responsibly. This also allows me to get creative with another feature of Qubes, the possibility to create as many networked interfaces as I want. So I can efficiently connect to the client's in-office network using one interface while simultaneously continuing to go about my business on my other private VPN-backed connection to the internet. In other words, while I'm connected to my own MiFi or tethering to my own phone on Sysnet, I can connect to the in-house network directly on my specialized NetRecon cube to perform engagement-specific tasks. This cube is almost exactly like the basic Sysnet HVM, but it also has NetRecon tools like the Aircrack suite, InMap, Dig, and Wireshark. InMap is obviously most helpful for enumerating the different types of services running in-house. Also establishing which ports are exposed, because sometimes those can be problematic, as well as determining whether it's possible to gain access on office appliances like routers, printers, TVs, coffee machines, and others that expose an admin interface. So here are the pro tips here. Take the opportunity to grab your egress IP, which is visible to the internet at large anytime a machine in the office connects to anything. And you can investigate that later, not in this cube, but on, probably your analysis cube during the part of your engagement when you're sitting at home and writing up reports. As you generate assets, use the intercube copy and move schemes to move scan output from this particular cube into your analysis cube, but beware that there may be some trust issues. So the Qubes team always cautions, always copy data from only more trusted VMs to less trusted VMs, and it should never be the other way around. So you have to ask yourself the question, is this NetRecon cube less trusted than your analysis cube? And if you're in doubt, use the clipboard to copy paste scan output into a fresh file in your analysis cube, because ultimately it's just a text file anyways. And also take screenshots wherever possible, which live in DOM0 and therefore are more trustworthy. Should you, for example, find anything interesting on an admin panel that you gain access to. That said, this is the funnest cube because you get to pull out your awesome gear and use them in cubes. Here's an example. Once I've run AirSuite, now you'll notice that I have two network interfaces on the top right-hand corner, the red, which represents Sysnet, and the green, which is my modified one. You can't see this because I'm not videoing it, but I've popped in a USB Wi-Fi radio, and once it's ready, I will assign it to AirSuite. So down at the bottom where you see I've run ifconfig, it only shows that I have the loopback interface running, but once my USB Wi-Fi radio is attached to the cube properly, I now have two interfaces. Now with my Wi-Fi interface ready to go, I associate to this network, pop in my long, lovely passphrase for this network, and once connected, I am associated to this network and will be assigned an IP address. Once again, this is a cube that does not have a connection to sysfirewall in between it and the actual internet. So there is a little bit of elevated risk here, but this is the only way to actually probe a network while using cubes. This is the reason why we have two interfaces created, because we don't want to be running experiments like the ones that we're going to be doing in Sysnet, and we also want to prevent ourselves from the temptation of installing extra bits of software into Sysnet. Peripherals! So we've gone through the fundamentals of what I think is the optimal setup for doing organizational security auditing with the Qubes operating system. But we can always go further. Qubes is the premier operating system designed from the bottom up with security at its core. And I always get a kick out of putting on that tinfoil hat, cracking my knuckles, and exploring other less visible features within the OS to further harden my setup. In previous slides, I mentioned possible trust issues as you copy or move scan results, which are usually text files, from the net recon cube to the analysis cube. While I believe that responsible usage of that VM and my entire Qubes machine in general should mitigate the vast majority of security threats, you still never know. And we haven't even talked about the other cubes I may be running concurrently on the same box, like my work cube and Slack and all sorts of Electron apps. And so, it's supposed to be a multi-purpose machine. And what we're going to do is we're going to dig a little bit deeper in exploring some more possibilities. Qubes manages permissions to a variety of assets that another cube may request via files called RPC policies. These are found in DOM0, and modifying these policies can affect and ultimately safeguard a particularly vulnerable or maybe an extremely sensitive cube against another cube if that cube for some reason wants to go rogue. I guess it's similar philosophically to granular permissions that you might see on your mobile phone. Do you want this cube to copy files to another cube? Do you allow this cube to use your clipboard? These are all questions that can be addressed by modifying your RPC policies. There's so many RPC policies that can be leveraged for this particular project. And I think it's a good idea to restrict file moving and copying to a one-directional relationship between our NetRecon cube and our analysis cube. I can then assure that any other cube has no file permissions to the NetRecon cube other than my analysis cube. That's just one example. I might have several analysis cubes for concurrent projects, so my ideal RPC policy for such permissions would specify that any cube with my unique, let's say, orgsec analysis tag would only have that access. And in one line on any RPC policy, you can specify which cubes have access via their tab, not necessarily via their names. So that's incredibly convenient. I work with a small team for each engagement, and as my team and I grow more confident using Qubes and also doing these types of gigs, uniformity and standardization is key. That is our goal. I want all teammates to have the same setup, and the best way to ensure that is by taking advantage of the SALT stack for provisioning uniform templates and setting RPC policies on everyone's computers. SALT is a management system similar to Ansible or Puppet, and in fact its syntax is so much like Ansible I was able to get started right away. This solves any lingering problems with making sure that not only everyone will have the same software installed on the required templates, but also provisioning app VMs with requisite scripts and profiles is made incredibly easy and entirely doable. My buddy and colleague, the inimitable Kushal Das, has a great primer. And also, stay tuned for the Secure Drop Talk, which focuses on Qubes on Saturday, to hear more about these issues in a little bit more technical detail. Now, let's talk about how Qubes can assist in my goal to craft a workflow that is technically in step with my ideals and responsibilities vis-a-vis data retention. Nothing, not even Qubes, is perfect, and neither am I. Where I've identified risks to undue data exposure, I am forthright with clients about any acceptable risk in a memo of understanding that the client has to understand on day one. Also, once an engagement is finished entirely, I back up the corresponding analysis cube in its entirety to encrypted cold storage. In Qubes, the Qubes Manager exposes a nifty function to do just that. In my case, the backup is actually double encrypted, once to a passphrase required for the backup process, and again on the Lux encrypted physical medium I save it to. Pro tip: no need to retain the encryption passphrase in the backup manager settings, as that will cause DOM0 to retain the plain text of the passphrase. Next is report generation. I force my team to do all their note-taking in Markdown. I'm sorry. But this allows us to easily format reports from our consolidated notes, gathered assets, recon ng queries, and other raw material that we might generate. But not every single one of my clients is going to want to read Markdown, as I'm sure you know. So we use Jekyll to munch through all that Markdown and locally generate an HTML representation, which looks pretty spiffy, thanks to my esteemed colleague David Bonton Huerta, whose sense of style is absolutely unmatched. Love you. Since it's locally served, all I need to do is print to PDF from my browser. And once the report is ready, we send it off to the client securely using the client's end-to-end encryption solution of choice. That could be Signal, Wire, or a PGP encrypted email. Speaking of which, communicating with clients before, during, and after an engagement is just as important as all the elite hacker stuff we all really enjoy doing. So, it's reasonable to want to also have an environment where you can talk as safely and securely as possible, even from your hardened Qube setup. While I prefer talking to clients over end-to-end communication platforms, especially when it's time to go over the outcome narrative, clients are going to have their preferences and limitations, and I have to be prepared to meet them where they are. This is especially true during the COVID-19 era, where if you are not on site, you are going to spend countless hours in Zoom rooms doing master classes and other digital security workshops, performing interviews with employees, and having conversations with, people from the IT department or third-party vendors, as I laid out in earlier parts during this talk. So, begs the question, have you ever done Zoom on Qubes? I have. While Zoom is a phenomenal platform for keeping so many people connected, especially in these times, it's not my preferred platform. And there have been previous instances where the security community has criticized the platform for its various flaws. For example, not giving users choice over what region their server resides, less than robust encryption keys, no end-to-end encryption yet, although they're working on it, but there have been flaws. Zoom has definitely come a long way in such a short time, and that's really admirable. The way that they respond to criticism from the information security community, privacy activists, and users can be commended. And I think it's exemplary of how organizations that face this kind of crises of scale within crises on the globe should respond. So let's all give them applause. That said, I do want to be able to properly compartmentalize between Zoom and my more valuable assets on my Qubes machine. So, you want to know how I run Zoom in a Qube? Here's how. Similar to my Antarctica disposable VM, I have disposable templates for Zoom. Unlike the Antarctica DISP, this DISP does use networking, so it is connected to the internet. If I need to hop on a call, I spin up a DISP from the Qubes menu, wait for it to start up, and then once it's booted, before joining that call, I attach my camera and my microphone, which are hardware accessible from DOM0, to the disposable VM from within there. I actually wrote a quick script to do that. By running this script, all I need to do is type the unique ID of the disposable window, and it automatically attaches. Once the call's completed, I leave the meeting, and once I exit the Zoom app, the DISP disappears back into the ether from which it had been spawned. I think that that's a really efficient way of doing that if one is worried about any potential implications of having a persistent Zoom identity lying around in a cube somewhere. Although there are other tactics. Some of my friends actually are way less paranoid than I am. They're like, I just have a Zoom cube. It's okay. So, you know, your mileage may vary. It's up to you. But this is what I do. I have a couple of ideas about where this project should go next. I'm definitely at the phase where I'm looking for feedback from my colleagues, the global organizational security community, and fellow Qubes users. So, my question for you is what other properties within this neat operating system haven't I explored? Are there more efficient ways to skin this particular cat, as the saying goes? Is there anything I can do better as I roll out this tooling to the rest of my teammates? A colleague suggested I package this as an RPM, which is a great idea, as I can eventually go from a scatterbrained bunch of scripts into something more cohesive and trustworthy. I'm not yet sure where that should be on my roadmap. It would depend on the feedback that I initially get, and also I'm not quite done experimenting with what I want to add to the existing feature set. One idea I had was to leverage firewall rules to restrict a given app VM to only the domains that are relevant to the web application in an inventory list. So, for example, I might be able to apply a restrictive set of firewall rules to an app VM based off of the output of a recon in jQuery. I'm not yet sure if that's necessary. It might be yak shaving, but it's an interesting thought exercise. So that's it. Thank you for listening to my talk. And I would like to say thank you to a bunch of amazing people who helped me learn all of these things that I was able to share with you today. John Camfield, Kushal Das, Megan DeBloy, Mikhail E., Alan Gunn, aka Gunner, Jen Helsby, David Huerta, Micah Lee, Olivia Martin, Connor Schaefer, Martin Shelton, Ro S., Trevor Tim, Seamus Toohey, the good folks at Digital Defenders and at Circle, and countless others in the trenches.
Talk to you later. I'm Harlow on Twitter, Harlow at freedom.press, Harlow just about everywhere else you can find me, and something else where you can. Talk to you soon.
Thank you so much to Harlow Holmes. This talk is Qubes OS for organizational security auditing. If you've got questions for Harlow, please feel free to drop them in the matrix box. We have a question from the audience. Harlow, what would you recommend is a good machine to run Qubes OS on? Are there a particular few machines or other hardware you'd recommend, or would any laptop suitable for Linux also be suitable for Qubes OS?
Cool. Great question. And first and foremost, know that the Qubes project actually does have like a recommended and approved hardware list. In our experience in working with Qubes for a number of years now, we're a real big fan of Lenovo's, so like X Series, T Series. I personally run like a T470, I have a T480, I also have so I have an X260 and an X230. And those have served me really, really well. There is a group called Insurgo. So like Insurgo.ca, they're based out of Canada, and they sell Qubes machines kind of ready to go out of the box on trusted hardware. So have a look at their project.
Fantastic. Thank you. Question from the audience. What was the name of the utility/tool to identify changes to the OS after running something untrusted? Someone in the audience missed the name and didn't see it on the slide.
That's called OS Query, and it's open source. You can find it on GitHub. I believe it originated at Facebook, actually, but it's still like a very valued open source project. You can find that pretty easily there.
Fantastic. How do you load data on the Antarctica VM?
What you can do in Okay, so Qubes has an API that allows cubes to talk to one another. It's very limited, and once again, it's also like what you can do is governed by those RPC policies that I was showing you earlier. But simply open up a terminal and type qvm -move or qvm copy, and then the name of the file that you want to move or copy, and then a GUI window will pop up and asking you which cube that it is that you want it to copy to.
Fabulous. Another question from the audience. When you meet clients who are looking for good OPSEC, when would you recommend them using Qubes OS, and when would you recommend them using Tails?
That's a great question. I'm so glad you asked it because I can talk about that for hours. So
we've got about 7 minutes. So
okay, I'll try to make it short. There are different usages for both of them. Like, I mean, first and foremost, I think Qubes is a good candidate for your daily driver, whereas Tails I use mostly for like very, very special purposes. If you are, one of the benefits to using Tails, also fabulous project. I love them so dearly. One of the benefits to using Tails is that you actually do get to hold your entire computer in your pocket and walk away with it. And so that's amazing. However, the networking on Tails is such that, like it's very strict. Everything is going over Tor. And, unless you like break it intentionally, which you can do, but like you shouldn't do. And why would you do that? Because the networking goes over Tor, certain things are not going to be available to you. You're going to have a lot of restrictions. So like, for instance, you can't run Signal currently, or, like that. I was once on a project where we got it to run Wire, but we still had questions about like whether or not we were breaking certain security properties within Wire even. And so if you're, unless you just want to talk to people on like IRC all day, which is like fine if you do, that's perfectly cool. And you want something like a little bit more suited for like the way that we use communication tools right now, then like Qubes is a little bit more appropriate.
Fantastic.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Just to finish up about Tails, Tails is the perfect sandbox, and quite frankly, like not a lot of the clients that I speak to are going to want to have Qubes, because like unlike Tails, you have to have a dedicated Qubes machine, and so there's no going back to Windows, right? And so in that case, I recommend Tails so much to clients who actually are like working on an investigative story, for instance. And for like a duration of time, they need to like have a consistent, persistent space to do a project. That's absolutely perfect for them.
Yeah. Fabulous. Okay, we have another question. What do you think is the biggest hurdle to doing a full conversion to Qubes or getting those you work with to convert? What do you feel like is the biggest thing you turn away from your Qubes box to do on your phone or somewhere else?
Okay, so first, working backwards, I've been using Qubes every day for 3 years, if not more. So there's no going back for me, but it's like a steep learning curve. It takes a lot of getting used to. As it currently is, like the GUI isn't, like as comfortable as, Windows or Mac. Like that's just kind of the law of the land right now. But that said, their UX is getting better. They actually do have dedicated UX volunteers and researchers now. And so like over time, this operating system will definitely like grow and become more accommodating to everyone to use for general purpose computing. Let's see. Another hurdle is actually getting used to where different Qubes is, or different domains and what their capabilities are. And so and possibly like having incorrect expectations about like what particular domain has access to, and like, oh, and also like just a glib quick answer, copying and pasting between domains is actually like, that takes some getting used to.
Fantastic. I've got time for one more, maybe two. Can you talk about live USB or VM support in Qubes?
Yes. If I understand your question correctly, I guess I can give you an anecdote, which is running Tails in Qubes, which is something that we do. You actually can do that. It takes a little bit, like it definitely is not like a one-click, like out of the box, I'm going to double click on the Tails live CD and then off it goes. And also it's RAM intensive, but so far, if you have enough RAM to take care of it, you can, with enough practice, run like ISOs like Tails. You can even run Windows in it. That said, because of the windowing properties, like for instance, if you're installing Windows, there's going to be a lot of times where you get through one part of the installation and then you have to reboot and get to another part of the installation. And so that takes a lot of babysitting in order for that to successfully go on Qubes. So it's not for the faint of heart.
Fabulous. So here is one more question, which is if people want to find out more about you or your work or whatever else, how can they get in touch with you? How can they find you?
I am, Harlow at freedom.press or Harlow on Twitter. And you can always find me there.
Fabulous. Okay, one more. This may be quick. I don't know. How much are you automating your setups to solve Ansible, etc.?
So that is not a question for me, actually. That would be a question that I really encourage you raise to our secure drop engineering team. And so on Saturday, Mikhail E. is going to be giving a talk about our work in Qubes, and they can talk to you about that. Yeah, I definitely a little bit at this point feeling my way around it, around automation.
All right. Fantastic. Harlow Holmes, thank you so very, very much.
Thanks so much.
And that was the Qubes talk done by the Freedom of the Press. That was an amazing talk right there, dead serious. I am so happy for so many reasons. I'm actually going to go into the Riot chat here and do a ton of claps, if it will let me. Where's the claps? Clap. There we go. One, it was awesome to not only have a person of color, but also just woman of color to present this technical topic, and she did it extremely well, and she had great visuals, and she got to the point to what she was saying and all those sorts of things. Like, this is honestly, especially, I can't wait till this is archived on Internet Archived, because I'm gonna send this to people. When you talk about, hey, like, what should I talk at Hope be like, that's like a prime example of how to do a talk at Hope, or just good security or technical talks in general. That was just fantastic. I do want to bring up some points that she said, but first let's try to bring up, and what I've done is also, if you are on the Twitch channel right now, where we normally have the little GitHub banner on the lower part of below our live stream in our About section, I've come on, load faster. I've actually added the Qubes GitHub to normally where we would put our GitHub hub. So if you want to see some of the code and stuff through GitHub that they've uploaded, you can check there. But right now I'm looking at their main website. Also, for all the people who are wondering, like, the weird thing I was doing, so one of the things you folks don't see is when we're not doing DEFCON 2.1 presentations or on social media or making various parts of Jersey City explode, is we have all been getting back to working out since COVID-19, and I got last year this game called Ring Fit Adventure for my Nintendo Switch, and what you also don't see is there's a leg strap that comes with that, and it's a really good fitness game, to the point where my co-founder asked if he wanted to work out with me, but not in that way, although it does look that way when that happens. But we've been doing it, and I've been seeing big progress. And one of the cool things about this is if you take out the right Joy-Con, which has most of the hardware, there's actually a little bit of memory on this thing. And also the HD Rumble can vibrate in such a way that basically the three motors in here are so fine-tuned to the type of vibrations they could do that they can actually create like minor 8-bit sounds. So what you can do is you can press the thumbstick in as a button, and that will make everything light up. And I don't know if you guys can hear it, but every time I push this thing in, makes like a pop pop. And this is basically a giant circle resistive band. So it actually, when you're not doing anything in the game and there's Nintendo switches off, you can basically do exercising resistance with the Ring-Con. And if you do enough of these when you load up the game, you get certain bonuses and stuff for the main adventure, because the game basically is like it's like an exercise Japanese RPG like Dragon Quest, but you're like doing reps to beat up the monsters. It's really hilarious. But as they said, they were talking about Qubes OS. They call it a reasonably secure operating system. It's two main features is the fact that it literally compartmentalizes everything in the operating system. So when you load up a browser, that's its own container. When you load up a text file, it's its own container. When you load up VCL, that's its own container. And it just basically VMs everything to death. So in order to actually defeat it, you would have to break its hardened hypervisor. And the other thing is there's another option for it that basically allows to, because it uses the Zen hypervisor and Who's Nix. To compartmentalize everything through the Zen hyperdriver, and then you can also, just like with Tails, pump everything directly through Tor networking. And let me check here. Let's see. So I believe it's based off of multiple things. I know that the main thing that Qubes is based off of is Fedora, but I do know that there either might be. I know you can run it in the the Microsoft Windows VM system, like their weird like operating subsystems that they use, but basically I think there actually might be a prototype Debian development. One of the main issues, which is actually why I brought up the question, should or have answered it, is one, it does require a good amount of computing resources in order to run it. So you can't just take like a crap book and throw Qubes OS on there. It either will not boot or it will move so glacially slow with the fan being able to fry meat on it that it's basically worthless. So you need to have a decent machine. And two is that while there was a like live version of this for a while that was in alpha, as far as I can understand, you can't live boot OS Qubes OS from like a stick. So you do have to install it dedicatedly to a hard drive. Now I believe you can do different partitions in it, so you can have Qubes running and then like Windows or Qubes in Ubuntu or Debian or something like that, but you can't like put it on a stick like I've done with Parrot, load it in and then pull that out. It has to be actually installed on a hard drive with its ISO. So that's a whole thing right there. So yeah, and they have this whole see the Qubes Live as alpha, and they say that again the live USB edition is no longer supported or maintained. Said you have to do it basically that way, and that's really all of it. But she covered everything really well. And I also want to mention that zoom into Qubes sounds like either like a sex act that you would do in a porno, or like if you bought a prostitute for, or like some form of like Italian Bayonne phrase, like, you know, like sleep with the fishes or whatever. It's like, he stumbled out of his car and he went to a Zoom into Qubes, if you know what I mean. It's like one of those phrases. I'm glad you mentioned Keybase. We actually used Keybase way back when it started out. Well, not when it started out, but when it finally became to like actual release instead of beta release. And we were still using it. Our issue, I mean, there's some minor programming issues with Keybase, but it's pretty much worked out for the most part. Our main issues with Keybase is that they got bought out by Zoom a couple of months ago, and even though Zoom does respond to security issues, I feel like there's a war between the engineers who designed Zoom security and their CEO, and it's basically put a huge bad taste in everyone's mouth. That's why we don't use Zoom for our future meetups since May. We've been experimenting. We did GoToMeeting, which worked well. Jitsi worked amazingly well last time. We would love to do Big Blue Button, but once we get a little bit more like moolah, maybe we'll do like a fundraiser for it or something. We could get that going, because I really like the Big Blue Buttons that Hope has generated up, except for the video playback stuff, but that's something that you can easily inform your speakers about. But yeah, it's more of like we can self-host. It's just a little bit more money to do that, so we're still trying to figure that all out. Let me just quickly go back to OBS here. Can you dual boot it securely? That's a loaded question, because I think that has less to do with Qubes itself and has more to do with how good is your like dual booting with it, because again, it's going through a Zen hypervisor inside a Qube. So if you want to put a nest of Zen in a Zen, that's up to you. But it really has to do with how you configure your dual booting. That's going to make that work, because again, if your hypervisor has a major bug in it, then there's no hope for any operating system, no matter how secure that you've installed it on. Same thing if you do like bad practices like making your public password the same as your luggage 1 2 3 4 5 and things like that. No amount of secure back-end and coding end will prevent just like basic human error or like hierarchies where like your hypervisor is like your main top of your hierarchy next to the bootloader. So we're basically gonna fart around until 6, and the first thing that we're gonna try to do, and we're gonna see if they're awake, is one of the villages that's happening this year is at Dim Sum's Labs. Now they're supposed to have a big blue button area, and they do have something on Freenode. So let's try the big blue button, and if not, then we'll pop into Freenode and see if anyone's awake. If not, after 7, which is after the locksmithing talk, we will try to communicate with them again, because remember, Dim Sum Labs is all the way out in Hong Kong, so I have no idea the time scheduling, but I can imagine no one's like awake right now. So let's join, see how this goes. Listen only. So it seems like the room is up, but there's no one in here, so I'm just gonna chat, just be like, ahoy, ahoy, we at DC201 have been trying to live stream the village to show it off. What would be the best time in EST for us to live stream when you folks are active? So we're going to pop that question in there. Let's see. Is there actual video here? I think they just have the camera like pointed in a corner somewhere. I'm actually now going to, let's load up their Freenode. Because worst comes to worst, what we'll do is we will, nope. But maybe I'll just click on it. Oh, duh, it's a direct link. Let's try this instead. Let's see. Because unfortunately I don't have the hex chat configured like I want to on here. Again, at some point we're going to have to wipe the system in order to do this. I could probably show you on my other laptop. Because there is a way you can connect through Tor on here, but for some reason the way this was installed, like it just breaks Cywin, which is what you need in order to do the PEM files and stuff. So that's like a whole kit and caboodle right there. So let's see. So we're gonna do my nick here, which is I think just side pocket, and I do have a password, and just because of this I'm going to temporarily take the view screen off. And so I guess if you have a good ear, you might be able to guess what my password is with the clicking clacks. And then we're going to join Dim Sum Labs and complete this CAPTCHA here, which went automatically. Let's see if, hopefully I didn't mistype something. Let's put the let's put this back on. There we go. So I'm already logged in. Let's see. So I'm in here. I don't know if anyone is online. Maybe I typed in the wrong thing. Let's see here. Dim Sum Labs with an S, right? So Dim Sum Labs, yeah. So that's me there. I have no idea where Let's see. Ahoy, is anyone awake right now? Okay, so this is weird. Maybe it's like a weird setting thing. Let's go back and try that again. We're gonna leave the page, connect to web chat again. This is side pocket and dim sum labs, and we'll solve the CAPTCHA again. I'm not gonna put the I have a password. Let's see. Never allow. Alright, I guess I'm doing this thing, so what we're gonna do again is I'm going to make this disappear temporarily. So I'm gonna do the old-fashioned way. Okay, so I identified myself. Let's go back to Freenode again. Let's kill the Nixserve talk. I'm gonna do join, and let's turn back on the browser again. Join dim sum labs. There we are. Okay, I must just be confused. So, ahoy, everyone. We at DC201 have been trying to feature dim sum labs on our live stream. We are streaming right now, and we see the is dead. What would be the best time EST to come on to talk, to interact with you folks, and is 7 p.m. EST late enough? Because what I can do in the meantime is I'll show a little bit of the documentary that they're going to be playing at the Hacker Anarchist Village. I'm only going to show a couple of seconds of it because unfortunately I think because they're on like a decentralized free platform that that basically they don't have any copyright restrictions, but we do unfortunately have copyright restrictions because of the way we're streaming. So I'm only going to play a couple of seconds of that so that way our YouTube or Twitch doesn't get flagged out. However, after that, I hope your Spanish is good because I'm gonna play that awesome Spanish hacker podcast that I didn't know existed, and we'll play that until the Locksmithing Village thing happens, and then we will be fine. So I'm just gonna leave that question in there. Although I will check out their wiki to see if they've updated or changed any of the things they're doing for Hope. Give that a couple of seconds to load. Okay, there's that. They have Hope section, so they have that free that content. They have the big blue button. Okay, that's just to get to the regular Hope stuff. So unfortunately, they don't have a section on the Hope Riot, but they do have a big blue button, and they are on IRC. So I'll be occasionally checking this IRC. So what I'm going to do instead is let's go to the Anarchist Village, and the documentary I'm going to show tonight is simply called Hack the System. So let's watch that for a couple of seconds, and then you could go to the Hope Wiki, which is right off the Hope.net website. Type in Anarchist or Anarchist Village, and this will pop up. That's the URL right there at wiki.hope.net/index Anarchist Hacker Village. Or you could go to our guide. You could go to DEFCON 201 and click News, click the Hope 2020 guide, scroll down, all the links are right there. But they're on on Mozilla Meetups. We showed a video about what their space is like. Unfortunately, we can't use Mozilla hubs during our OBS just because of the amount of data being used. It basically, OBS kills the Mozilla hubs pipeline. But they are going to be showing a couple of documentaries. They're going to be showing a documentary at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight called Hack the System. And so let's, I'm going to reconfigure this and we're going to watch like a minute or so of it.
And Cambridge Analytica.
Greetings, troublemakers. Welcome to Trouble. My name is not important. At 10:30 p.m. on October 29, 1969, Charlie Klein, a student programmer at UCLA, successfully sent the first digital message from one computer terminal to another via the DARPANET, a top-secret research project run by the U.S. Department of Defense. The transmission of this single word, log in, was a pivotal moment in human history, as it represents the official birth of the Internet.
And it was from here that the first message was sent. A revolution began.
In the nearly 50 years that have followed, this invention has thoroughly transformed our world, and come to dominate virtually all aspects of our lives. It has restructured and rejuvenated capitalism, by revolutionizing finance and transforming the globe into a single interconnected marketplace. It has provided new methods of interacting with one another, and helped shape the ways that we receive and process information. And it has provided a place for people to upload terabytes of videos of their cats.
This is Pinky. He's a male. He's available for adoption. He's pet of the week.
The Internet has also become the central pillar of a new form of social control, based around mass data collection, and the construction of algorithms aimed at better predicting and manipulating human behavior. But while states and digital capitalists have used the Internet as a platform for mass surveillance and pacification, it has also been a site of subversion and created new possibilities for decentralized attacks on the dominant order.
We got a problem.
What?
Someone synced a rat to one of my servers, a remote access tool. We're being hacked.
On the front lines of this war are hackers. Those who use curiosity, programming skills and problem solving to unlock closed systems and bend powerful forces to their will.
I think that's actually a great place to leave it off at, because right before then it's going to get into all that. I'm actually going to send a test message to make sure all of our stuff is connected. And I'm actually going to move the video capture. Yeah, we're all still connected. We're all connected. All the way down here. So we basically have time until 6 to fart around. If anyone has any questions, I'll still be checking the chat. But what I'm going to do is, because that's going to happen at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, is there's going to be, let me go into that. Let's see, where are you here? There's going to be a talk called Introduction to Locksmithing from the 703 Locksport crew, which I've heard about these crews before. It says, many hacker, I hate hacker, or they use in quotes. That means these people have egos. InfoSec conferences have, and note they didn't quote, see us, we would have left hacker normal and do InfoSec in quotes, but that's just us. Have talks and workshops that cover lockpicking. However, the adjacent skill of locksmithing remain unexplored. This talk/demos seeks to focus on the following few topics: explanations of basic locksmithing, aka repinning, plug followers, claspers, etc. Identifying key blanks and decoding keys. I'm still working on the identifying key blanks part, because there's like a billion of them, so that's been my hell currently. Disassembling locks and changing out the pins to work with a different key, which is really what repinning a lock is, but whatever. These skills will be useful to a variety of audience: lock sports people looking for increased knowledge of lock operation, lock sport people interested in constructing challenge locks, as well as homeowners interested in doing their own rekeying. So yeah, this is locksmithing stuff. My show, Masters of Unlocking, I did an entire episode, which I might do in Redux again, and might be actually a future DEFCON 201 talk at a future meeting again. I'll have it more refined about, in the same way you can break down that there's like three main groups of hackers, and then there's all these like subdivisions and Venn diagram crossovers. You can break down that there's like three main groups of people that get into lock sport, and then there's so many subdivisions of those three, and a lot of them cross over with each other and stuff like that. And I did a whole thing about the Master of Unlocking. I'm actually going to have a new episode of Master of Unlocking this Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, where we're going to talk a bit about the lockpicking village that was going on at Hope. And our main topic is I'm going to, because I'm broke, and you guys are probably broke too, I keep showing you guys tools and stuff to do practice locks on, and I've shown where to buy them. But what if you're like super broke? What I'm going to do is I'm going to show how you can take household items that I currently have and make shims, bypasses, lockpicking tools, picks, turning tools, etc. Just like out of like cheap, like under $2, like $2 and under, or cheap as in free, and maybe if you're lucky enough, cheap as in beer, like what's happened to us last year, actually earlier this year in January. That's a whole story for another time. But basically, I'm teaching how to make lockpicking tools from scratch that you can just do DIY with really cheap stuff at home and make 100% can completely work. And that's going to be that episode. That's going to be this Sunday at 8 p.m. EST. So basically, an hour or two after Hope ends on August 2nd, that's when Master of Unlocking will come on, and I'll be here for live streaming, and I'll be advertising at Hope for that. So what I'm going to do in the meantime is, again, just literally earlier today, I didn't know that they had an entire hacker show in Spanish now. They have a podcast that's been going on for like weeks now, months now, like all these episodes, and they just did one special for Hope. I bookmarked it because I've been wanting Spanish stuff, for example, on Radio Statler forever, because I want like people with different languages come out. That's why I'm really excited for the upcoming DEFCON Groups Village that me and a bunch of others are currently working on. It's being headed by Jason Street. So, I mean, to be fair, not to brag, we asked a bunch of questions that kickmarked the thing, but he's the official rep that's taking the L if anything goes wrong there, so I do not envy Jason at all. I'm just someone who's just organizing all the groups together so we can have a show, and people are doing VR stuff and other things I'm not involved in. It should be really fantastic. We're going to probably have more details next week on Monday or Tuesday. Anyhow, I'm going to load up one of these episodes and so I hope your Spanish is good. If not, you can go off, eat a sandwich or something, and then come back to see us on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube to watch the locksmithing thing, and then we'll try the dim sum village again. In fact, let's see if they actually responded to us. No response yet, and nothing in the big blue button. But we will keep that running. Let's just remove Qubes and stuff. And this is apparently a GitHub on how to like easily better run Windows and Qubes, apparently, so I'm going to bookmark that. But anyhow, let's go back. Let's watch this this entire hacker show in Spanish. This is the one they recently recorded like 14 hours ago just for Hope, and we're going to play as much as we can until the lockpicking thing starts, because notice it's 2 hours long. And I will say, their intro, I didn't know. I know where to get this intro because I built one for G.I. Jack's show. I built, by the way, all the intros and logos for the shows that you see, including this one with the special, I make those myself. I feel really proud of making those, but there's a program that you can use online that can make a lot of the show intros that you see me do, and you can tell because we don't do the paid version of them yet. And what makes me laugh about all of this is that I didn't know the one that I picked for Archvile out of all of them would be super popular. So if you watch the show intro and start getting PTSD flashbacks of Archvile Linux Perspective, which should happen next week on, it's next week, Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm sorry, I didn't know this intro is going to be more popular, but let's watch this until the locksmithing show comes up, because this should be really fun. I'm going to make this full screen, and I'm going to take the camera down during this, but I'll still be in and out of chat, so please comment, and I hope you enjoy. Hopefully this loads properly.
Para hackers en español. Para hackers en
Don't worry, this is not technical difficulties. What's happening is that it needs to This is PeerTube, so it needs to. I pause it because it needs to load a bit before it starts playing. So yeah, Jack just popped in the chat. I actually didn't see that. I'm gonna read the chat a bit. Let's see. Is this seasonal or is this channel always active? The broadcast we've been doing every week has to do that. Hope the Hackers on Planet Earth is going on this year virtually. So since there's a keynote every day until August 2nd, we're going to be watching the keynotes, and we're also going to be checking out Hope before and after those keynotes. So our excuse is we're watching the keynotes, but we're really seeing a slice of Hope each day. And so that's what we've been going each week. For DEFCON, I don't know what we're going to be doing yet. We might do a casual stream where we just have all the talks running, and then we occasionally come on and comment. I know we're supposed to partially stream the DEFCON group's VR after party for a little bit, but what we normally do when it's not Ultimate Hacker Summer Camp, and again, you can go to defcon21.org, click on news, and the Black Hat USA guide's going up today because actually most of Black Hat's going to be free this year, and I'm actually going to actually real quick while this thing loads. Let's talk about that real quick because I just got an email from Black Hat. Again, outside of the talks, which they call the briefings, and the workshops, because most of them were filled, because they even had free workshops that they filled up really fast. Everything else is free. The business hall, the arsenal where you do workshops on tools. There's actually some really good sponsors talk this year. Everything is free this year. And the new thing that's been free, and I actually realized in order to do this, I have it on a different browser. So I actually have to switch browsers and copy pasta this link. And now this browser is freaking out. Good Lord. Ay, ay, ay. Let's try this. Come on. All I need is the copy pasta. There we go. Let's see. Did this? No, it didn't. Darn it. I hate when crap like this happens. Okay. No, why? This is. See, even ungoogled Chrome is still bloated. So, like, right now, like, you know, I'm running Firefox and all this stuff, and everything's running a dream. I use ungoogled Chrome, which is Chrome that is stripped of all the Google stuff, and it's still so bloated that it's, like, moving at, like the frame rate in Ocarina of Time on the Nintendo 64 has a better frame rate than when I try to load ungoogled Chrome. So yeah, I just entered this URL from Black Hat. They just got introduced because they're slowly rolling out some of the contests that are completely open for free. There's going to be a big CTF where you can earn the Black Hat USA version of a black badge. That's right in their features section. I can actually click on that right now. Yeah, it's known as the Panoply. It's free capture the flag by the CIAS. It's sponsored partly by the U.S. National Collegiate of Cyber Defense Competition. God, say that 18 times fast. But yeah, it's open to all of the attendees, and if you register for, which is free, you can enter this. And the highest tiered prize is you get a Black Hat Black Card, which gives you a free pass for any of the Black Hat briefings next year, whether it's U.S., Europe, or Asia. So that's already going on, but they announced 2 new contests. One by Trend Micro that basically there was a Trend Micro Defense Challenge, and basically cyber attacks are going to be happening in real time, and you actually have to blue team prevent them in real time. And the best people or person that does that gets to win stuff. And then Trust Waves Spider Labs is doing their own 48-hour CTF. So I think I'm going to enter in that. I might live stream some of that next week. So I just wanted to put that out there. But since we're wasting time in the meantime, up until 6 p.m., let's watch this. Let's quickly go into IRC and see anyone answers. Has anyone answered yet? Nope. Let's go to that this special broadcast, and I hope you guys know your Spanish because this is all in Spanish. So I'm going to air this until 6. So I'll still be in chat though. So enjoy this.
3. Buenas, buenas, buenas. Otra noche, otra edición de Hackeñol. Y aquí estamos en directo desde la Hub. We are live from Hub 2020. And actually, let me actually say this in Spanish and then I say it in English. Esta vez vamos a hacer el Hackeñol en inglés. Ya que estamos en la conferencia, para que la gente pueda participar y que nos escuche, porque hay gente mirando ahora. So this Hackeñol we're going to do in English. It's a special Hackeñol because we are in Hope 2020. And I'm going to introduce the people who you already know and the new people. So we have Thibaut here to your left. No se te oye. Can't hear you.
Mierda.
Ahora, ahora.
Español, el desastre en español.
Eso. Yo, Rec 2. That's Tris.
Hola.
And Rio Chainley.
Hola.
Pesicola. Ok, pues vamos a empezar ya con los temas. Bueno, el primer tema es básicamente, obviamente, la conferencia. Así que, no sé, voy a preguntarle. I'm going to ask everybody here what do you think about the conference so far. So let's start for Thibaut.
Yeah, I think the conference is really good. I didn't like. Oh yeah, let me take this off because this is just for
The
trolling
beginning.
people who think we're doing
Something
people
illegal.
who think hackers are criminals. We're trolling them because we're not.
Exactly.
The media calls hackers criminals, but we're not. We're just people interested in tech, in software,
And
in,
change the world.
technology, and we understand it really well. We break it, we make it better, we share it, we subvert systems, we share information. We want to make the information free, so that's what a hacker is. Don't trust what the media says about people with masks. It's not true. So the conference is...
Well, it is true. We actually in a protest, but not when we hacking, right? I don't wear a mask when I call, obviously.
Yeah.
You know?
Cyber criminals is something else. It's different. So the conference is really good. I thought we usually attend conferences in person, like Hope before in New York is in person, DEFCON is in person, BSAT is in person, CCC in Germany is in person. All the conferences before were in person, but now with these apocalypse, with coronavirus, everything is virtual, and we didn't have a choice. The conference organizers did not have a choice, so it's virtual, and everyone was skeptical, like, you can't really meet people in conferences that are virtual, because the best of the conference, any conference, I think, is when you meet people, is networking. And the talks, when people do presentations, I always watch that after. When the conference is over, I'm home, and eating popcorn, just getting a drink and watching the conference after. But during the conference, I just meet my friends, I meet new people, I talk to people. It's all about the connections, human connections, and exchanging ideas and brainstorming and reinventing the world, all that. And so being virtual, everyone was like, how is that gonna work? Like the talks we can watch online, of course, virtually, but how do you meet people online in a way that's has the same effect of really wanting to know a person, and also how do you engage and how do you interact? And also this conference, Hope, particularly, like CCC, is 24/7, doesn't stop. So how do you keep people engaged 24/7 without it being like a chat, where you just like in a chat and then you forget and you don't interact? But to my surprise, and the surprise of many people, given the willingness and the effort of everyone involved, the conference organizers of Hope, and then all the attendees, it's working out pretty well. I'm really excited. Everyone is involved, everyone is participating, everyone has is really putting the effort, the extra effort to make it happen, and also using free software, which is amazing. So on the talks, there's always an organizer helping the person who's talking, the presenter. There's questions, and you should meet you, I'll see you. And I'm reading the chat live, and so that for the the talks are really well organized. There are not very many technical issues. I have not seen anyone so far. It's very smooth. There is also a chat at the same time, and a lot of people are participating in the chat, asking questions to the presenters. So that's really good. It's a participation. That's where we meet people. And then there are lots of chat rooms separately, like a hallway chat room where people can get out of the talk and join in the hallway and continue the conversation while the next the next talk happens. And we have our own room also, the Anarchist Hacker Village room, and we have a separate chat as well. So there's all these kinds of places to meet, and because people are really interested in meeting and making it happen, it's working. And also the way we organize ourselves is we have shifts, so we have at least one person here all day. All day long we have at least one person. So I'm here in the afternoon after work. So I'm on Pacific time, Tracy's on Eastern time, and we have Reg 2 in Europe, and so really changing in Eastern time, and so we try to cover presence here so that we always have somebody if people come here and want to chat, ask questions, and so I think it's working out pretty well. I'm really impressed.
Kilabit is here too. That I don't see him. He doesn't have a webcam.
Which time zone?
So I keep forgetting about him. So yeah, so I'll get back to you now.
You're in Eastern. Yeah. So we have 3 in Eastern. Yeah.
Time. He's actually a friend of mine as well. I'm friends with all these people. So yeah.
So
yeah, we've met at previous conferences, right? Teresa met you at was it Hope the first time in New York, I think.
Yeah. We can get to that, guys.
I think it was. I think it was my first Hope, which was
4 years ago, I think.
No, 6 years ago.
6 years ago, maybe.
Yeah.
And Rick Changeling, I've met you here virtually, and Kilabis, I think I've met you also physically.
Hope 2018.
Yeah. Hope
you guys are going too off topic. 1 second. Let's go for the introduction about the conference. Then we can add on.
So what do you guys think about the conference?
Okay, so my turn. Let's go from him to that. So okay, so what I think about the conference, I think it's awesome. I think it's better than I thought it was gonna be. Actually, I think the fact that some groups have virtualization and we have one of the things that I like actually Hope as representing hackers from all over the world. They actually have committed this time in using free software and to support hacker ethics. And as the talk that we were seeing today from our people of Hackerstown, I think something happened with Troy. Oh, there we go.
Okay. Yeah, everything froze for a minute.
That's cool.
I'm gonna open the door. Maybe I'll get better bandwidth because my router's in the other room.
Okay. Yeah, I still have a minute to go. So, está bueno el chocolate. It's good chocolate. So there's a lot of talks this year about things that Hispagatos believe on. I think the work that we've been doing the last 10 years, I remember well, I don't want to get into that. We can talk about that later too, because I'm getting too much. The point, I think it is better than what I thought. I'm actually having a lot of fun. I get to the point that I don't sleep, if it wasn't a real one. The only thing that's different that because I'm home and not drinking, because I'm I have time to drink later, so well, whatever. Plus I abuse it a lot, so it's good to relax sometimes. So that's the only thing different though. But they're not sleeping, they're hanging out with people, they're looking for people, they where is this person? That still happens, so that's really cool. It's have a feeling of a community that I really like. And I think actually, to be honest, I think I'm getting to talk more with my friends now, and I don't mean Hispagato friend. I'm thinking people from other hacker collectives, Bill, for example, people from the EFED, Hackblock, people from Hackerstown, people that I don't really get to talk to them too much when we are actually in a physical conference, because we say hi the first time, we talk a minute, and then we don't see each other anymore in the whole conference, right? Maybe because everybody's wasted, everybody's busy. I don't know why, but this time it's really cool. People has come to visit us to our village. You know, we have talked to everybody. I think I spent more time with Bill in this conference than the last 3 or 4 conferences altogether. You know what I mean? Not because we don't want to. I believe we want to, but it's because we always busy. He's giving talks. You know, I'm organizing the Hacker Village. You know, we moving around. We putting flyers. He's looking for his EFF people. So it's really hard to get. But here, because it's virtual and we home, we can have different windows open. So you can be looking at the talks, you know, chatting with people and talking with video conference to people at the same time. So you get to do too many things. You know, so many things. So I think it's a success.
I agree. Yeah, I've seen, so I've been able to see talks and talk to people at the same time, which is you can't physically be in 2 places at once at a real in-person conference.
Exactly.
But at a virtual conference, you know, I can have one tab with a talk open, or I can be here and watch a talk and talk to you guys or whoever's in the room. You know, it seems like you can multitask a little bit better. I haven't seen everybody that I would normally see at a conference yet, but, you know, there's still a few days left to it.
Yep.
And, you know, we'll be here the whole time. So, you know, it's great. And, you know, I actually got to talk to some people that I haven't met in person yet. You know, Real Change Room for one, that I haven't actually physically met. You know, but we've gotten to talk a little bit more being just in this room for this conference. So I think it's been a good experience. I mean, I would prefer to be there in person, because if you're there in person, then, you know, you can do fun things like, you know, go to the bar after the conference and go have dinner with some people and do some fun
Go to the pool and the rooftop.
Throw up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fall asleep with your pants down.
Yeah, or small, you know. But yeah.
One thing I wanted to add that I didn't have time, it's I think this conference too, it hasn't lost the radicalism and the politics and the, you know, the I want to change the world because I'm a hacker, kind of you know, this anarchist libertarian kind of a sentiment. I think it is still there, that I thought that it may have been lost because when they said they was going to go virtual, I thought, okay, so it's going to be just me looking at a stupid video in a screen, right? So even if they're talking about radical politics or something, it loses that thing. But no, over here, before we were listening to a keynote speaker that we will talk about it now, and she was talking about radical politics and stuff, and we were all looking at it. It was me, Tris, and Real Chain and stuff. It was cool because you're looking at it with your buddies. It's not the same as just looking at it. We were commenting and chatting as the thing goes. So yeah, it's totally a success. So you want to add anything to it, Troy?
No, I was just saying, maybe in the future, you know, we have a hybrid conference where, you know, they do a little bit of the virtual and actual have an in-person conference, so that you can be maybe hanging out somewhere on your laptop and catch a talk while you're still hanging out with people. You know what I mean? Keep a little bit of the virtual element going, and also do the in-person stuff, because that way you can actually spread yourself out more over the conference. Because as we know, when we were at the Hotel Pennsylvania, sometimes it was really hard to get up to the top floor because, you know, I mean, there was a line for the elevator, and by the time you get up there, everything's closed.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
my opinion, I think
pool and the rooftop.
Yeah. I think it's a.
We can talk about the rooftop, but yeah.
I think it's a good idea.
About the pool and the rooftop.
Yeah,
I think it's a good idea, but I don't think it will work because they always have the live feed anyway. So you can always be with the laptop and check the talk. You don't have to be there in the room. But the problem is since everybody's so busy, nobody will be participating. Now, it will be a good idea because the people who cannot make it to the conference from Europe, or the people who doesn't want to go to the United States because they're scared to be in the United States, that there's a lot of people from Europe, or they could get arrested or whatever, you know what I mean? Because the anarchists in Berlin, you know, and they do surveillance work, you know, against the governments. They don't want to be traveling around the world, so they can participate in something virtual like this. So in that point, it will be really good because we have 2 conferences and 1 going at the same place at time. So I think that should be good. Okay, so Kilabit.
Some of the virtual element of it, and still do you know, I don't know about Big Blue Button. I mean, there's been some minor glitches with it. It seems to be pretty stable. I kind of like the fact that we can all watch even like more than one talk at the same time, you know. And also, like you say, the communication of being in a room like this, because we're in a Mozilla space right now, and it's a VR world, and we can actually kind of sort of be present with each other and watch a talk at the same time like we did earlier today, which I thought was a really cool thing.
Yeah. So before I forget, because I know I will, what do you think about it, Kilobeats? Come over here.
Okay. Yeah.
So we can see your avatar. There we go. So yeah, there we go. So tell us what you think about the conference.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
But talk a bit louder because there's music in the background. Talk a bit louder because there's music in the background. Yeah. Imagine you in a bar.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like, I thought the conference, I think it's going pretty well, and I think I could say the same thing at first. I was bummed that it was gonna be virtual. I was like, oh, it's gonna be crap, but it's not. It's pretty sweet. I mean, one thing I've been, thinking about pros and cons. I actually, I think a con is that they opened up all the workshops to any ticket holders, or most of them. So there's like, if there was usually a 30-person workshop and you couldn't get in, which seems to happen all the time. Now you can actually get in, and actually one of them was about publishing and writing, and our topic was the virtual conference a success. And so it was interesting talking about some of that, but like one of the things that I thought was a great success last time at Hope 2018 when I went to go see a talk, there's 3 talks happening at once. I want to see all 3. How do you do that? You don't. So I like the fact that there was only 1 talk at once, and I like the fact that I could actually do the workshop, participate, and listen to a talk, or do both at the same time. And I was going to say the matrix they have is pretty cool. A lot of interactivity in there. And these Mozilla hubs are super fun. They're really fun to make. And I think overall the conference has been great.
Cool. So what about you, Real Chainly?
This is fun. I really liked it. It could have gone so much worse considering how they had to like change everything up and move online, and it made it work.
Yeah, I mean, we hackers, we make shit work. Hopefully. Most times.
Or if it doesn't work, we prove it doesn't work.
Nice.
Then we fix it,
right?
So now if you guys want to, from the talk that we saw, I would like to comment, first one, our comrade, our compañero Bill, because anarchist also, hacker anarchist. So he did a talk today, right? It was today. Yeah.
Yeah, it was
early today.
Yeah, you missed it, Tio. So anyway, it was a really good talk. I will have the link out to the talk in the notes. Tendremos el enlace de la charla de nuestro amigo en la nota abajo. And I think he was right in the money. He actually did his homework, and he actually reverse engineered the software, and I was able to pinpoint the lies, you know what I mean, and the bullshit from Amazon, you know what I mean, and the Ring application, and he actually proved the facts about how this kind of the scam technology that people put in their homes, their houses outside to supposedly feel safe. What it really is doing is creating in society neighborhoods that are really paranoid. You know what I mean? And I don't know.
Well, and the surveillance now.
Yeah. So if somebody else can follow what I was saying better, because since we do it in English this time, it's harder for me. If it wasn't in Spanish, then I can just talk for hours, like always. So who wants to explain that talk a little bit? That watched it, that saw it.
So alright, things like Ring doorbells and Amazon Home or Google Home and Nest and all that stuff, right? It can be hijacked by the state to surveil you and basically watch what you're doing, learn your patterns, learn when you're home, and it can also be hijacked by people who are not so inclined to do you good. You know what I
The
mean?
problem is like it doesn't get hijacked. The problem is like these corporations, they work with the authoritarian police. You know what I mean? That is the problem.
Cyber warrant, and they come in and they take your data, or they
Don't even need a warrant. That's what Bill was talking about.
They don't need a warrant.
Exactly. They don't even need a warrant. They go straight to Amazon, and Amazon give it away. You know what I mean?
You agree that they own your data when you buy the camera.
Exactly.
And then they contract law enforcement agencies. Now a law enforcement agency doesn't need a warrant. They just go to their private network of cameras that you just actively participated in.
Exactly.
And install in your house.
I think everybody needs to see this talk by Bill, because I mean I've tried to explain this to plenty of people, but I don't have a very convincing argument for this video. He presented everything, and he presented it well. You know.
Was that real?
That's also not where safety even comes from. It comes from people looking out for each other's well-being and like caring about each other.
Exactly.
Yeah, the best safety is having good neighbors and knowing your neighbors and knowing your community. That's the best safety that you can have.
We have a poster. We have a poster like one of our comrades from Havelock put in the bulletin board that basically says that like a good neighbor keeps the police away. You know what I mean? You don't need policy when there's good neighbors. You know what I mean? There's no need for camera. There's no need for surveillance. There's no need for like state capitalism apparatus. Screwing with your life every day and night. You know what I mean? I don't know. Just
I'm really blessed where I am because I actually have a really great neighbor, and probably the best neighbors I've ever had in my entire life. I know them, they know me, and they don't give a shit what I do here. As long as the rule is as long as I don't scare their dogs with anything really loud, like explosives.
Yeah.
They're cool.
Not 4th of July.
Let's say for neighborhoods, there's actually this really interesting app called Cell 411, and where I live, we played with it in the past, and the idea is like you end up kind of having a network of people, like so say like people in your neighborhood, everybody uses the application, and then if somebody has an issue, even if they have like a flat tire, they can put that out, and if somebody was nearby, they can say, okay, I'll be on my way to help you or something. It's just a way for people to use technology to help each other. And they had demoed it, or there was a neighborhood in South Africa that was using it that actually helped them reduce the crime in their neighborhood.
Exactly.
So like you don't need anything but yourselves,
Yeah, and that's the kind of thing hackers are out for, like using technology in ways that improve people's life and communities, not the state apparatus or the war machine or the corporate warmongering. You know what I mean? So hacking is all about that. So if you don't have to go too much, you can go 100, not even 100 years back, and you still see like people used to just share everything in their communities. Like the fear mongering after the 80s, it started to get into the communities and the suburbs and stuff like that. Like in the United States, I believe, and other countries happen something similar, but in a different way. But since we're doing this in English, I'm going to focus in the United States today. So what happened in the United States is kind of funny because people's really good people, but the war machine, and the propaganda machine, the state, and all this ruling class apparatus, they just scare people to death. So they give away all their rights, their personality, because people really want to help people. Like you, like in your neighborhood, all your neighbors. Like I'm lucky enough to have been grow up in the street. Like I play in the street with other kids, and that's how I grew up, right? You cannot change that. I feel bad for like kids of new generations that they didn't have that, because that's that's a life that makes you as a person. Just to be in the whole neighborhood because every kid in the neighborhood, and then of course because every kid in the neighborhood, and you go to their house and their parents too. So all the parents get to know each other. And then everybody used to help each other. And if kids will come to my house and like say, for example, oh, my mom just she fell or something. Right away, my mom was calling her and going to visit her and taking something. Hey, did you need something? Are you okay? So those are the things are changing. So after the 90s, I think in the United States, maybe I'm wrong, but for why? Because I've been in the United States living since 97, but I used to go to visit family every 2 years. So I kind of like I was not living there before, but I kind of does see a change, how kids have changed, right? So when I started living in the United States, I noticed that switch. People were more into Nintendos and staying home, and their parents were just too afraid for the kids to go to play in the street because somebody will come and kidnap them, or because they were, and that's another problem. Then racism comes into the table. Oh, some Hispanic guy is gonna come and like rob you, or like somebody from the inner city is gonna come and like kill you. It's bullshit. They're basically like things are just getting to worse.
Bullshit. The world is no more dangerous now than it was when we were growing up, and me and you are the same age. When we were growing up, the world has not changed that much where it's more dangerous now. Kids should be out playing outside like we did.
Oh, yeah.
I used to roam miles and miles and miles away from my house, and there was no worry at all.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. And I knew kids from neighborhoods. I knew kids from other schools I would roam so far.
Yeah. And that makes us a person. I think that's why our generation is a lot more tolerant as things. You know what I mean? Like we think that things are more like a joke, and we got to like meet so many different personalities and different people that we got to like be more or less aggressive to that. I think like kids nowadays. Well, I don't want to make this about like kids or grown up because it's not about that. But this is only in reference to the conference and like in the surveillance state. You know what I mean? I think like times have changed a lot, and the parents now that are like basically between 25 years old and 35 years old, they have not lived the life that we did. You know what I mean? So because they are already like they were like when we were like teenagers, they were getting born then, right? So and that's exactly when the scariest apparatus start like going through hard. So you know what I mean? So they don't let their kids do as much stuff in general. Of course, there's always like some people who does. So they allow. So they come and they buy the freaking Amazon stuff. You know what I mean? They buy the other thing, and they are used to be home a lot more. You know what I mean? So of course, when you are used to be home a lot more, you don't have this social interaction with other people to understand other people's feelings and other people, that may be different than you. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's my thought.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, I think you're right. I think that the more kids play together with different people, different cultures, different social strata, the better it is for their development and understanding other people. And we wouldn't have so much like animosity or fear. And I think fear is like the root cause of most of the fucking like hatred and racism and things. People are brought up to fear the other.
Yeah.
And that's the sad thing because they don't let their kids play together.
Yeah. Then you have cameras all over the city.
all this shit. It's just keep your kids home. Somebody's gonna come kidnap you, but no.
Yeah. So basically, to resume, we are saying like the reason like there's so many willingness surveillance. I'm not talking about the state government putting cameras in city. I'm talking about people beyond that. I'm talking about people participating also in that surveillance voluntarily. You know what I mean? That's what we're talking about, and that's what we're talking about. So just in case somebody's getting lost, the reason we're talking about our youth is because of that. So yeah, like I don't know, like so I think it was a great talk. So you guys should like watch it for sure because he really goes deep into like anecdotes and like he puts a video that girl that actually some cyber criminal like got into some cyber criminal or some stupid kid, I don't know, you don't know, that was telling the kid
prank.
The what?
Yeah, it seemed like more like a prank.
It was like a bad prank.
Yeah,
Like
a non, ¿cómo se dice?
Or something like that.
Una broma sin gracia. Tibo, ¿cómo se dice una broma sin gracia? A joke with no.
Yeah, it was a bad joke.
It's a bad joke. Yeah. So it's a bad prank because they were taking advantage of an innocent person, right? So that's a bad prank, in my point, right? A good prank is like when you like do it to your friend or to the people you know each other. But when you do it to people who is how you say like a innocent, like I don't know how to translate that. The point like they cannot defend each other. Yeah, it's a child. Yeah.
It's an innocent child. You know, that's not good. That's not good. I don't care if that was a prankster or like a cyber criminal or an idiot, or probably the both. You know what I mean? That's just not.
But they clearly made their point. He was all over the news.
Yeah. But the news were like saying like you know, you have to be careful with it. But even the EFF, actually, they were talking about this, even showed this in other situations, and still Amazon then still haven't done anything to change. So yeah, the target goes about all this, like the fact that the EFF has, you know, to make a ring, to like put some procedures in place so it could keep the privacy of the people. One of the procedures is to put end-to-end encryption. So Bill was talking about putting E2EE, you know, in the camera, because that way, even the data goes to the cloud, Amazon cannot see the data, the video. So the police, in case of a criminal investigation, will have to go to the person or the owner of that data and ask them for the keys. And then if the person wants to, it will give it to him, because maybe it's for something legit. You know what I mean? If it's something, but the point is like the power is in the people, not in a stupid capitalist corporation, and that's a good thing.
If I've got cameras in my house, right, and somebody comes in and robs my house, and the police come and say, hey, or if I go to the police and I say, hey, somebody robbed my fucking house, and they say, do you have proof? I'll be like, here, I'll give you the unencrypted video of somebody robbing my house, and here he is.
Yeah.
Right? That's one thing. But I don't want the police to have fucking access to be like, yeah, here's everybody that comes in and out of your house anytime we want. We can just press a button and be like, oh, here's this guy showing up at your house, and, you know, a couple more times than we like, and then fucking start an investigation for no fucking reason.
Yeah.
You know, because
exactly.
Somebody else. You know, that's fucking bullshit.
It's bullshit.
So,
it's fucking bullshit.
Bullshit. Read the fucking manual.
Somebody said it's bullshit.
I love the fact that one of the ring owners, Shaquille O'Neal, and the EFF tried reaching out to him, and they kept trying to, you know, do like, hey, let's talk about it, Shaq, and like he would never respond to them.
Yeah. You know, that's it. Well, what do you expect, man? It's Shaquille O'Neal. I mean, he could be really cool and stuff, but he just does things for money most of the time, not for the benefit. As far as I know, I mean, I'm not a person that lived the whole life of the person either, but as far as I can tell, the movies he done and all that stuff, and the money he was asking when he was a sport person, you know, I don't think he's one of those persons that will just do things for the good heart. I may be wrong. Just saying.
I think in Bill's video it said he was a cop.
I had no idea. I didn't hear that part.
But anyway, yeah, I guess, you know, watch the video. I think he said that. I don't remember now.
That would be funny. A cop that's like four cops. Like one, he's so tall. Imagine him like walking down the street with another cop like really small next to him. That would be funny.
He'd have to get a special uniform.
You have to get a special car to like go around Los Angeles. And then everybody will know what car is the Shaquille O'Neal in. Look, that's Shaquille O'Neal car.
Imagine a baton. Imagine the baton to his size. And that would be that's like a baseball bat.
Yeah. Oh man, that would be so funny. He's actually a cop. That would be funny. I'm trying to imagine it. Just like I just laugh it. Oh man. Oh well. So
did you guys see talking about talks? Did you see the other talk from the Gibson?
Yes, we saw it. Actually, yeah, we have it there so we can talk about it.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, we can talk about it now if you want to. Actually, yeah, go ahead. You started.
Yeah, I didn't see the talk, but he came in here last night and we talked to him. I didn't know who he was. I've heard of Hackerstown before, and so I didn't really know what it was all about. But he explained it to me last night and Real Changing, and I thought it was really interesting because he shares the same.
Yeah, that's why we work together and all that stuff.
The same passion for making sure that the internet remains free and accessible to people and not owned by corporations and government.
He's a real hacker.
He's been around. Yeah, he's been around since like the BBS and before.
Of course.
Yeah, I saw it.
And you saw it before. You don't remember. Like 6 years ago, I introduced you to him. Yes.
Ah, maybe yeah.
The year that we didn't have the Hacker
like
Village.
The voice sounds familiar. It's like,
yeah.
I know your voice.
Of course, like I know the guy from a long
And so that was that special. I'm actually shocked because I saw one of the previous episodes and it was all Spanish, and this is the one that was in English. Who knew? I can never win. Anyhow, the show must go on, and we're gonna look at a talk that I've actually been hotly anticipating because I hope they do well, because I really hope it's not a hot garbage fire. Which is, as if you know, I do most of the lock sport and lock picking at DEFCON 201. I'm also a registered tool member. Every other Sunday I have a show called Master of Unlocking, which is going to happen this Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, where I'm going to teach how to make lock picking tools and shims and stuff to just use in bypasses, using everyday household items or stuff that you can like buy for like literally $2. And what we're going to be looking at here up until 7 is the Intro to Locksmithing by the 703 crew, which is going to teach about actual locksmithing techniques, which is a subsection of lock sporters. They kind of cross between the bypassers and lock sporters, which I detailed in a previous episode, Master of Unlocking, of the different lockpicking groups, lock sport groups. And they're going to be talking about locksmithing, which is like how to repin pin tumblers, how to identify key blanks, decode keys, things that actual locksmiths actually do. So let's go to the stream and let's see what time we have left. That's the part I need to know, because in about a minute this should happen. I don't know what this guy's yammering about. I hope he's not from the actual show, because he kind of scares me right now. But oh, hi Con3CT. Lots of hey out there. I'm back on the camera. Actually, let me turn the camera back on. There I am, and I'm not a terrorist, because I had to wear a clean shirt because the other shirt was, whoo boy, that was dirty. So yeah, in a minute we're going to watch locksmithing techniques. And in the meantime, what I'm going to be doing is I probably should have did a different setup here, but if you've been seeing me on air, I've been having my lock stuff just in case I need something to distract my hands with, because sadly we don't have any ladies here, consenting ladies, I might add, because you know I'm not Applebaum. I'm good. And so I'm actually going to start with the Sport Extreme 2-pin, which only has 2 pins in it. That's why it's called 2 pins. And I'm going to progress up from 2 to 6 pins. I'm going to do other locks. I'm going to be doing that while this entire stream's happening. I'm going to be using my trusty short hook here, and I'm going to progress through these. And eventually I'm going to get into these lame master locks, and then something more high security. And then I'm going to go to this guy that's a big pain in the butt opening. And what the heck, I might actually even deal with a wafer lock. So I'll be doing that while we watch all of this stuff here. So here we go. Let's watch to learn how to locksmithing with this snazzy circuit background.
Of our conference so successful. So right now we're going to take it into our next speaker, which is the 703 Lock Sport crew. Their talk is Introduction to Locksmithing. Please remember that during the presentation.
Thank you for following us, Con3CT. We have upcoming shows every day. Every day this week, because Hope's going on. We're going to be every 2 p.m. watching the Keynote and watching other Hope talks around it, like what we're doing now. And I hope you enjoy our future shows. Go to defcon201.org to know what type of show we're doing. So let's learn some locksmithing.
Ultimately, we're going to build a rekeying demo, but we've got to set the stage with a bunch of prerequisite information first. As far as simply defining rekeying is the process of changing the key that operates a lock without buying an entirely new lock.
Well, he's going directly into this.
Do this. When moving into a new house, you might want to rekey the lock such that the prior owner's key no longer works. If you do have a lock that breaks and you go out and you purchase a replacement, you're probably not going to want to have to replicate that key to everyone that has a key that gets into your house currently. It would be more sensible to alter the key that works the lock. That would be another use case for rekeying. Rekey can also be used to consolidate multiple locks onto a single key. Consider your house. You might have a front door, a back door, a basement door, a garage door. Maybe there's a knob and a bolt. you could have 6 to 8 cylinders to deal with there. You don't want to carry around 6 to 8 keys, so rekeying is how you would consolidate down to a single key.
Now let's go into the pin tumbler lock and the key anatomy. So this is what a pin tumbler lock would look like if you were to explode it. Most of these parts will be familiar to anyone who spent any time.
I don't recommend using explosives. He means take apart the lock.
In this talk, we're going to disassemble a lock that's basically the same as this one. We're going to be using this core type, but most pin tumbler locks will work exactly this way, and most locks that you run into are going to be pin tumbler locks. You can see on the front we've got the plug that actually rotates. We've got bottom pins, which are normally called key pins. We've got top pins, which are normally called driver pins. And then we've got springs. The reason we don't normally call them top pins and bottom pins, it's a bad habit because many locks are oriented in different directions, upwards, downwards. In the UK, they have them upside down on all of the locks. And at the back of the lock, you'll see there's a tailpiece. That's what actually interacts with the locking mechanism, so like the bolt on a deadbolt. And then we've got a little spring and a retaining pin that holds on a retaining cap. And you can see the retaining cap has some threads and it screws onto the plug, so that holds everything together.
The parts of a key for a pin tumbler lock. The key's basically divided into two parts, the bow and the blade. The bow is comprised of the head, the collar, and the shoulder, and the blade is comprised of the bitting cuts, profile contours, and the tip. The key plus key pins equals a shear line. And inside a lock, the key pins are of different sizes, and when you put the correct key in the lock, that pushes all the key pins up so that they are level at the top, and this is what's called a shear line.
Let's jump straight to figure 3 here. Note that just like in the last slide, the pins and the bitting cuts complement each other such that an even shear line is created. In figure 4, we have opened the lock. Note that when it is opened, your key pins remain in the plug and the driver pins remain in the Bible during the operation of the lock. If we were to jump back to figure 2, we will see that the wrong key has been inserted and the plug is obstructed from turning by either a key or a driver pin being out of place. Figure 1 just illustrates a lock at rest with no key in. All right, we can do a little bit of audience participation here. If you want to get a hold of your keys, take those out and take a look and see if you have either of these two keys on your key ring. Given that they are the two most common residential keys, it's pretty likely you have one or both on hand. The first step to identifying a key is looking at the bow. Most lock vendors have a distinctive bow shape to identify their brand. The second step to identifying a key is to look straight down the tip of the key to get a view of the profile milling. This is another distinctive pattern that varies for different vendors. The profile milling has to match up with the keyway for the key even to be able to fit into the lock. The quickset key is not going to fit into the Schlage keyway, and the Schlage key is not going to fit into the quickset keyway. And the bow and profile variations just keep going. There's as many of those out there as there are vendors. See if you have any of these on your key ring. Some of these are more residential oriented vendors, some are a little bit more commercially oriented. Another thing to notice is that some of these key examples have the same bow but different profiles. So you really do need to look at both of those in order to identify the key. If you look at the lower left corner, you will see a Schlage key blank listed as Schlage C. This is the keyway used in the demonstration throughout.
Now this is the most common Schlage blank in use. It is commonly called the SC1. These can be obtained from Schlage, or there are a ton of other companies that make these, basically like knockoffs or generics. Now take a look at your keys. You'll probably see that some of these keys would have the Schlage bow or the Quickset bow, but they do not have Schlage or Quickset stamped in those. Those are likely going to be keys made by a third-party vendor. Third-party vendors also make most, if not all, of those keys that have like the zebra patterns or pink bears or whatever. And then there's one more thing to consider when you're identifying the key is the length of the key. Not all keys use the same number of pins. More pins requires a longer key. The SC1 is a 5-pin blank for a 5-pin lock, but the SC4 is the same exact key as the SC1. It's the same keyway, it's the same profile cuts on the side, but it's slightly longer so that it'll have space for a 6th pin. So you would use the SC4 for a 6-pin lock, you'd use the SC1 for a 5-pin lock. Now, different vendors have different part numbers to describe things that may be pretty much the same or compatible with each other. Schlage describes this keyway as the C keyway, but Ilko describes the blank that fits the Schlage C keyway for a 5-pin lock as an SC1. That's sort of an industry standard. Just about everyone calls it an SC1. Hillman has a blank that fits the Schlage C keyway for a 5-pin lock, but they call it the Model 68. A really helpful resource for identifying keys is a key blank directory.
If you ever get too deep into things, like we have, you may want to get yourself a key blank directory. This covers a lot of information. This is going to cover residential keys, cabinet keys, automotive keys. One note of interest here is while mastering is beyond the scope of this talk, this does get into mastering systems based around different key blanks, some of which will fit into common keyways and some which won't. And this gets all the way into exotic key blanks like skeleton keys. Anything you want to know about key blanks is going to be in a book like this.
Now let's take a look at decoding a key. Most people would think of inches or millimeters for units of measurements when tools are involved. When you're buying drill bits, sockets, hex keys, or even crescent wrenches, units of either millimeters or some fraction of an inch is what they use to describe the size. However, locksmithing is basically metalworking, so we usually use the standards or the conventions that have been established by machinists. Now, we don't get metric, but we do get our own pseudo-metric, I suppose. It's called thousandths of an inch, or thou. Now, if you've ever purchased a plastic drop cloth for painting labeled as 3 mil or 5 mil, or even sometimes they'll sell gloves in this thickness, a mil is just a different word for a thou, or a thousandth of an inch. Thousandths of an inch are not difficult to translate into more relatable terms, because 1 inch equals 1,000 thou. A half inch would be 500 thou, a quarter inch would be 250 thou, and an eighth inch is 125 thou.
Here's where we get deeper into bitting cuts. Everything related to a key follows extensive specifications, from where cuts are centered on the key to the depth of each cut. A root depth is a measure from the deepest portion of a cut to the underside of the blade. Essentially, the root depth is the amount of material remaining after a cut has been made. The root depth is measured in thousandths of an inch. As you can see on the right, there is 10 root depths specified, one corresponding to each pin available for use with this vendor. A small root depth measurement indicates a deep cut to accommodate a longer pin. A larger root depth measurement indicates a shallow cut to accommodate a shorter pin. Measuring the root depths is how a pin number for a given pin position is determined. Once all the root depths have been measured sequentially from bow to tip and converted to pin numbers, you now have what is known as the key code. On the left are all the pin lengths specified for the various pin numbers. Pins get longer as the number increases. Again, the pins are measured in thousandths of an inch. Obviously, no one has a ruler or a tape measure graduated in thousandths of an inch. That'd be really hard to see. To measure root depths or the pins themselves, you're going to need a set of calipers. You can get calipers as either analog with a dial, such as this picture, or digital. The key is pinched perpendicularly within the jaws of the caliper, taking care not to skew it off at some screwy angle. At the top center of this picture, you will see a 1 and 2 mark. The 1 is for 100 thousandths, the 2 mark is for 200 thousandths, and then you go to the dial and you find 31. The root depth measurement at this pin position is 231 thousandths. All right, there's a lot going on here. Let's start at the leftmost column. Here we have all the pin numbers. The next column over lists out all the root depths for these pin numbers. Using the 231 thousandths measurements from the prior slide, we can see this corresponds most closely to the root depth for a pin number 7. Granted, we're off by 1,000ths of an inch. Was the key cut correctly? Were the calipers zeroed? Who cares? It's within the tolerance, and chasing down this type of ambiguity is pointless because this is the type of ambiguity you need for lockpicking to even be possible. Going one more column to the right, we have the pin lengths. Notice if you were to add the root depth to the pin length, all the numbers total up to the same value, 500 thousandths. That means the shear line is 500 thousandths or 1/2 an inch above the underside of the key blade. It is also worth noting that the delta between each pin size and root depth is always 15 thousandths of an inch for this vendor. You should see an internal consistency beginning to develop for this. This behavior is consistent across all locks, but the measurements for the root depths and the pin lengths varies between manufacturers. Schlage and Kwikset locks do not have the same number of pin size choices. Schlage has 10 pins, whereas Kwikset has 7. Additionally, Kwikset uses an increment of 23 thousandths versus Schlage's 15 thousandths.
So another option that we have for decoding keys is a vendor-specific key gauge. These are basically pieces of sheet metal that have been stamped with a sort of staircase pattern. Each step of the staircase corresponds to a root depth on the key, and the key code numbers will be printed above or below the corresponding step. These are vendor-specific, so they are sold by third parties as well as the original manufacturer. There are some third-party key gauges that support multiple vendors. The Lab Company, for example, sells one that has Schlage, Kwikset, Master Padlock, and a couple others on the same one. One downside of using a key gauge is that worn out or poorly duplicated keys will be nearly impossible to read sometimes. And since key gauges are only useful for certain vendors, as soon as you find something weird, you're probably going to be reaching for your calipers anyway.
Just to review, key codes are recorded by their pin number. The key code is written left to right, and that corresponds to the positions running from the bow to the tip. I'm going to go ahead and decode this. I'm going to first do this with the key gauge, and then I'm going to sanity check 2 measurements with the calipers. We're going to be working from the bow towards the tip. This is a 6, 5, 1, 4, 9. I'm going to go ahead and record that as 65149. And then we'll sanity check with the calipers. We're going to first do the position closest to the bow. Got a measurement of 245. If we look at our root depths here, we can see that measurement aligns with a pin 6. Go ahead and do the tip end. We know this is a 9, and I've got a measurement of 200 thousandths. If we refer back to our measurements here, 200 thousandths equates to a 9. So we can confirm that the key gauge and the calipers are both usable ways to decode this. One final option we can look at is, since we have an original key, this actually does come with the original code stamped on it. If you happen to have your key ring on you, pull your key ring out, take a look at the keys, see if you can find any key codes already present.
Now on to parts of a repinning kit. This is the world's cheapest pinning mat. It does keep the pins from rolling away, it makes pins easier to see, brass on white, and it keeps graphite or grease from getting everywhere. Pinning kits include key pins, driver pins, springs, key gauge, cylinder cap removal tool, plug follower, spare cylinder caps, and spare tail pieces. Improvised pinning kits is a small parts tray, 9 key pins, 3 driver pins, springs, and various tools. Here you see 2 different types of plug followers, a key depth gauge, an example of good pin tweezers, which are very small and will allow you to get into the housing, awful pin tweezers, which are too large for you to really do anything useful with, and a cylinder cap removal tool and a fine point Sharpie to write down your key pinning. To build your own kit, it's approximately $28 on Amazon. You get 50 driver and key pins, you get a plug follower, key gauge, and the wrong cylinder tool for Schlage. Springs, about $5 on COKsupplies.com. Cylinder cap removal tools, about $13 on Amazon. Pinning tweezers, about $12 on CLKsupplies.com. Also notice the cupped profile at the tip for actually grabbing the pins. Official vendor kit's about $120 on Amazon and does not include pinning tweezers. Universal repinning kit is about $50 on lockpicks.com, includes pins for Quickset, Wiser, and Slag. No cylinder cap removal tools, no plug followers, no key gauges, and no tweezers. Calipers, $10 to $40 on Amazon. Also don't discount analog calipers, the batteries can't run out on those.
Now we're going to take a look at cylinder disassembly and the infamous plug follower. So if you've seen a lock cylinder, typically the place you've seen this is in lockpicking villages. In lockpicking villages, the tailpiece is usually removed and there's obviously no latch attached to the tailpiece. So they'll kind of just spin forever, 360 degrees. For a lock that's actually going to be installed somewhere, the tailpieces will intersect the latch here, and that's what's actually going to throw the bolt in and out, or your latch, as the case may be. And obviously you can't spin this one 360 degrees when it's installed. It kind of just gets the set left and right, usually around 180 degrees. Now let's take this apart real quick. As you can see, I'm very fast. Now, just a note, the bulk of what we're going to be dealing with is this Schlage key and knob type cylinder with the screw cap. But I would like to illustrate here that the Quickset style has this sort of circlip on here. So there's nothing to unscrew when you're trying to take it apart. You just kind of pry it off with a screwdriver or tweezers or something. Now, in my experience, the circlip is the least common denominator of this lock. It's the most common failure point. They'll get tired after a while and just split apart, which drops the tailpiece out, separates the plug from the locking mechanism. Both sides are pretty similar to each other, as you can see. Here's the other one. It's about the same. And of course, this is the front of the cylinder.
Here we have two different locks featuring two different examples of tailpieces. The lock on the left is a mortise lock with a cam attached. The plug is retained into the housing by a tailpiece held on with two screws. On the right side we have a cylinder much like what we're going to be demonstrating with. The tailpiece is held on with a cylinder cap, and that cylinder cap is held in place by a little retention pin. One other note about the lock on the right, the cylinder is held onto the body of the lock with a set screw. This is referred to a key and knob type cylinder. It's a pretty standardized type of form factor that is modularized for lock cylinders. The entire lock cylinder can be pulled out and replaced with a different keyway if you want. As you can see, the same form factor cylinder is available for multiple vendor keyways. Schlage, Sargent, Yale, Quickset, Russell, and whatever it is you want. Conceivably, if you had a really nice ornate door with a forged brass handle or something like that, and it was set up for Yale, and you had Schlage locks on the rest of the house, in order to rekey those, that would include the process of actually changing the keyway. This is the type of part you would look at to replace the keyway. These are the cylinders that we're going to be demonstrating a rekey with. They are GMS Schlage C keyway key and knob type cylinders. The cylinder cap and the plug are threaded together, just like a machine screw and a nut. You can't unscrew that cylinder cap, though, because it is held in place by a pin. There's a little pin that fits into that sort of scallop that's around the interior of the cylinder cap and locks it in place. That pin is spring-loaded, so you have to depress that before you can unscrew it. There's a number of ways you can do that. You can depress that with just about anything. A paper clip, a lock pick, a center punch, whatever you've got. Alternately, if you want to spend the money for it, you can get a cylinder cap removal tool. That tool there has some little ridges around the end of it that are going to fit into those scallops, and it's going to allow you to depress the pin and unscrew the cap simultaneously. The tool itself is hollow, so the tailpiece will fit up inside it while you're working. Once you've disassembled it, that is the tailpiece off, that is the cylinder cap, and you can see the little retention pin and spring. You're not going to want to lose any of these items. Using a plug follower is a lot like the dilemma Indiana Jones finds himself in here. You're going to have to very rapidly remove one item and replace it with the other, or chaos ensues. So once you've taken the cylinder cap off the plug is essentially being held in place by just the pins and the springs that are in there. If you put your key in there and you get your key pins up to that shear line, nothing's holding it together anymore. At that point, the whole thing can fall apart. And that's not what we want to have happen. What we're going to do is we're going to take a plug follower. Plug follower is a cylinder the same diameter of the plug. You have to put it in direct contact with the plug at the tip end from where you remove the cylinder cap from. And then you're going to withdraw the plug and simultaneously push the follower in behind it, leaving no space. Optimally, the goal here is to keep the driver pins and the springs retained in the Bible. Your plug comes out, your key pins are going to be in the plug. This is a posed photo. It doesn't look quite like this when you go through the process yourself, but as you can see with that cutaway cylinder there, you can see that plug is in direct contact with the plug follower, and you want to keep all those driver pins and keys retained up in that Bible. Best case scenario, this is what it looks like when you're done. And here we have the plug removed and the plug follower in its place. All the driver pins and springs remain in the Bible. The key pins are all in the plug, showing you a nice even shear line. One thing you may notice immediately is that there's an empty position at the end of that plug. This key and knob cylinder is interesting in that it is made to be utilized with either a 5-pin SC1 or a 6-pin SC4 type key. It's just a matter of whether or not you actually install driver pins and springs and key pins in that last position. So the one thing you've got to take into consideration when taking this one apart is if you put the key in and you just withdrew the plug straight back, the driver pin in position 5 would drop down into the hole in plug position 6 on the way out. So what you have to do is put that key in, offset it, say 45 degrees, so that the only thing up against the key pins is going to be either the even metal plug surface or the plug follower. Nothing for it to fall into. I'm going to go ahead and demonstrate the best case scenario for using a plug follower. This is how it should go. Put your key in, turn it, get your plug follower, push this through, nice and smooth, all good. You will feel like you need 4 hands the first time you try this.
You will screw this up and explode your lock on the first try. So let's just concede that event, and we'll show you how to recover from such a state. So this is the worst case scenario. Chaos reigns, all is lost, the dead walk the earth and feast upon the living. So you want to organize everything, use your tweezers,
so
organize
just like
your strings together, your key pins and your driver pins. Your key pins are going to be varying sizes. Your driver pins will be all the same size, and they're flat on both ends. Your key pin is flat on one end and sort of pointy on the other. Now you want to put the plug back together. So you're going to put the key back in the plug. You have the key code. The largest pin number is the longest pin. Put whatever looks correct in that position. Do the same thing with the smallest pin number. Work through all the pins. The pin should create an even surface across the plug. Then you want to put the bottom pins back in the plug. Now you want to reinstall the driver pins. This is the tedious part. Insert the plug follower, slot it in first via the tip or the tail end of the cylinder. Advance forward such that the slot is over top of the bow end shaft of the Bible. Insert a spring. Insert a driver pin. Use the plug follower to center the driver pin. Push the driver pin down into the Bible, compressing the spring. Advance the plug follower forward.
Alright, so this is probably closer to how things are going to actually go when you first use a plug follower. Every time we try to teach somebody this, they will pretty much always mess up the first time. It's inevitable with this. So we might as well intentionally screw it up and show you how to recover from this. This will also tell you how easy it is for the lock to just fall apart when you aren't so careful. So right now this is fine. It's not going to fall apart even though the cylinder cap is removed. The lock is held together by the pins and the springs inside. But if you were to put a key in, like so, at this point you are in the danger zone. The whole thing can kind of just come apart on you. It's not going to come apart because I'm trying to demo it, but come on. There we go. Okay, so here's our worst case scenario. We've got our parts all over the place. We've disappointed our family. We failed the calculus test. Income taxes are due. It's basically just a summary of the year 2020, to be honest. We can start to put some order to this chaos by just sorting things out. So we'll see if we can move the springs to one pile. Over here. That one. Should be 5 of each because it was a 5-pin lock. We got 5 springs. Now we'll move the driver pins over here. The driver pins are all the same size. They don't have that little bevel on them. And then that's 5 of those. So we'll move the key pins over and we'll arrange them by biggest to smallest, I guess. Now it's a little bit hard to see this. I mean, it's hard to see on camera, but it's also hard to see in real life. But we'll just kind of approximate. We don't have to make it perfect. So now we can basically guess by order of elimination which ones go where, because we do have the key and we have the key code, which I wrote down here. So let's take a look at this. We'll put the key in just so we can check our work. And then we know that the 9 is going to be the longest. And this pin here looks to be the longest. So I'm going to put that in position 5. And the shortest is a 1, so I'll put that in chamber 3. Now, I guess these 3 are pretty much the same size, but this one looks to be the shortest. So I'm going to assume that's 4 and drop it into chamber 4. The next smallest is 5, so I'm going to drop that into chamber 2. And then we've only got 1 pin left, so that belongs in chamber 1. And you can see they all line up on the key. I think we're in good shape here. See that? And naturally the 6th pin is missing because this is only 5 pins. Alright, this is an awful and tedious part of locksmithing. This is reinstalling a spring and driver pin in the top. I'm just going to install one of them for now. This is what the groove portion of the plug follower is actually for. You'd want to line it up with the chamber. We're going to line it up with that first location. Drop in a spring, usually just drops in. We got to take the driver pin, put it in there. Then you want to rotate it till it's basically lined right up, and then you can just push it down. There we go. Get it in the hole, little pressure, and advance the plug follower. Let's put the first pin in the plug. We're going to drop that in chamber 1. And then we can insert the plug. You got to pinch this with your thumb to remove the key, otherwise it's just going to fall down. Now let's put the spring in there. That's the really small spring. And then the pin. Throw on the tailpiece. And then we'll put on the cylinder cap and grab that cylinder cap removal tool, spin it on. And there we go. Now we have a 1-pin lock, just like what you'd find at a lockpick village. You could do this with 2 pins, 3 pins, 4 pins, or you could actually fill in all of 5 or 6 pins.
Changing key pins. Decode a new key. Use a key gauge or calipers to decode a new key. Write down the key code left to right, bow to tip. Remove the plug with existing working key and dump the key pins. Put the new key into the plug. Insert appropriate pins in appropriate positions. Pins should form an even, smooth surface. Then you want to reinstall the repinned plug. Replace the plug follower with the plug. Remove the key. Reinstall the cylinder retention pin and spring. Reinstall the tailpiece. Reinstall the cylinder cap. Test the key. If it feels tight when turning, back off the cylinder cap a little. If it doesn't turn at all, you screwed up and need to pick it open.
Alright, what we're going to do here is rekey this lock. So right now, the key code for this lock is 65149, and we're going to be using this other key, and that number is 72756. The first thing we've got to do is disassemble the lock. I'll take the tailpiece out, use the cylinder cap removal tool, put the key in, and then put in the plug follower. We don't have to worry about the top pins, they're going to stay the same. So you just dump the key pins, put the new key in. We're going to grab a 7 from the pinning kit. Grab a 2. There we go. We'll want a 7. And this is where pinning tweezers come in really handy. Grab a 5. And there we go. So we've got all those pins in there. And that's it. Now we'll put the spring in and the back pin, and put in the tail piece and the retaining cap. And we'll screw it back on with the cylinder cap tool. And we now have a repinned lock. It is working with this new key, which is the 72756. And the original one, 65149, no longer works on this lock. And that's all there is to it.
We managed to come up 5 minutes short on content, so we're going to attempt to speed teach key origination. We're going to revisit this diagram from the beginning of the presentation. The first time we looked at this, we were concerned with the root depth measurements. This time around, we're concerned with the spacing. As you can see, at all of these positions, there is a measurement indicating where the cut is centered in reference to the shoulder of the key. Position 1 is centered at 231 thousandths off the shoulder of the key. Each subsequent cut, I believe, is 156 thousandths further along than the prior one. Key origination, also known as cutting by code, is the process of creating a key essentially directly from the key code. Most people are probably familiar with copying a key, in which case there is an original and the bitting cuts are traced off of that key onto a blank, thus duplicating it. In this case, there is no original key. What you need is a machine capable of making controlled cuts at specific spaces, at specific depths, to replicate a key code. Just as with the root depth, how they vary per vendor, the spacing is another characteristic that is going to vary per vendor. This is a Framin 2 key origination machine. This is a lot like a milling machine in that you've got kind of XY controls on it. One of those would be a spacing control, which you see on the right. The depth control is in the bottom center. Both of these dials are graduated in thousandths of an inch. There is a vise that holds your key bank in place, and then between these two dials, you're going to control what depth is cut at what location. What we're going to do here is we have a key that opens this, and we are simply going to use the key code off of this original key as a guideline for what we're going to cut on the Fremen 2. And our key code is 65756. And we have written down the root depths associated with that key code. And that is going to be the basis for guiding us through these cuts. The first step to using this machine is zeroing up this spacing block. So this thing gets run until the vise is all the way over to the left. And there we have our 0. What we're going to do now is each rotation is 50 thousandths, and we're going to spin this up until we get to 231 thousandths, which again is the measurement for centering the first cut off the shoulder. Here's our 231. This spacing block is now moved so that the first tick mark there lines up to the tick mark on the spacing guide. That hexagonal block there has graduations, tick marks, every 156 thousandths. It might be hard to see, but that hexagonal block has different faces on it. Each face of that is set up for a different vendor spacing. We have our key in the vise. We did a little check there on the shoulder to make sure it was lined up. And now we are proceeding to dialing up the first root depth. Turn on our machine. This blue handle here will drive the key into the cutting wheel. And this operation here is essentially depth stopped based on whatever we dialed up on the depth dial. Here we advance the spacing. Once you've set the first one to 231 thousandths, you don't have to continue to measure. All you do is you crank this thing to the next tick mark on that hexagonal block. You definitely always want to remember to actually go through the process of advancing the spacing after making a cut. If you forget to advance the spacing, you can potentially cut the same position twice, thus ruining your key.
Yeah, I've never done that.
It's too bad we didn't record audio so you could hear all the hideous screeching noises that this makes.
I can emulate that.
I believe we're coming up on our last cut here. We have cut from the bow to the tip. One operation not shown is once this key has been cut, it has to be buffed off. There are metal burrs on the edges where those cuts are. And now we have a new key cut to code that works that lock. All the material that was presented here today was adapted from a live workshop that we ran a grand total of once prior to the shutdown. Hopefully in the future we can run this live again. There's obviously more key machines here than just the Fremen. There's a lot more to learn, and there's much greater value in doing this hands-on versus just doing it as a demonstration.
All right, that concludes our introduction to locksmithing presentation. This has been the 703 Locksport crew. We got a couple of quick shout-outs over here, as per usual. And we'll now be opening for question and answers. So if anybody's got any questions, just shove them down in the comment section or chat box or whatever they got here.
Hi, and we're back with Hope 2020. I want to give a big thank you to the 703 Locksport crew. Your presentation was excellent. Really nice job, guys. We have with us Haipu and Michael. Say hi, guys.
Hello.
What's up?
Hey. Well, I'm glad that you're able to be with us. We have some great questions from the Matrix Q&A, and I'll get right into it. Our first question is, what is the best cylinder cap removal alternative if you don't have one?
If you don't have a cylinder cap removal tool, you can improvise with a number of things. All you really have to do is be able to depress that retention pin down a little bit so you can manually unscrew the cylinder cap. You can do that with a paper clip, a center punch, or a lock pick. Just about anything will work.
Thank you. All right, our next question. Have you ever come across an electronic lock that isn't hilariously insecure?
Yeah, so electronic locks, this is Haipu. Electronic locks are pretty notorious for their fundamental flaw of you have to interact the electronic mechanism with a physical mechanism, which requires basically a solenoid or a motor or something that relies on magnets. The cool thing about magnets is they're not restricted by the government or anything. You can buy them. So, and nobody seems to bother shielding their locks properly. So I haven't personally come across any electronic lock that isn't hilariously insecure. That doesn't mean it's impossible, but I just haven't seen it. So,
got it. Thank you. Our next question is, we'll give that to Michael. Any downside
Thank you,
to buying
Cheese
a
and Della. I
key
hope I pronounced your name
originator
right for following us.
Yes, you can conceivably get a machine that's out of spec, which actually did happen to us. We bought an HPC Blitz off of eBay, and when we went to use it, we originated keys that just would not work. We were able to salvage that situation, though. Since we have a known good machine, we were able to cut a depth and spacing key set, which we then transferred over to the HPC Blitz. And I will turn over to my colleague to describe how that process went.
Yeah. So that process was not exactly graceful. We cut a depth and spacing key set, which is basically 10 keys. We were calibrating using Schlage because it's handy. So we had 10 keys, bidding 0 through 9, and basically all 6 positions were cut to that respective key code. We cut that on another machine that we had a known good calibration on, or good enough. And then we basically measured where the cutting wheel would be if it was pushed up against that key, and we made a mark and we made our own card. So we didn't actually calibrate the machine because the calibration kit that we purchased, basically we went through the little flow chart or whatever, and the calibration recommendation for our specific situation was send it back to the manufacturer and pay a couple grand or something. So that's not what we do here. So we just made it with a pencil and a piece of paper, and it's good enough. So you can run into things like that. Maybe you could have a saving grace like us. Maybe you won't. And maybe it's worn out. Maybe there's a reason you found it on eBay for a couple $100 when it's $1,000 machine. So just kind of be careful and know that you might make a mistake, and that's probably okay.
Got it. All right, thank you. When you get a key copied and it ends up not working, what specifically went wrong usually?
I think Michael's the expert on that.
I don't know if I'd be the expert, but I'll go ahead and try it. I mean, there could be a number of problems. One of the common issues is the key you're starting with, your original, could be a copy that's generations away from the original. It could be worn out. There could also be calibration issues with the machine. So you could either be copying a bad source, or you could have issues in the process of copying. It's hard to say.
All right, our next question is, do you have a similar cutting guide to dimple locks?
I do not. That is a radically different set of keys, and I will let my colleague describe that to you.
Yeah. So dimple keys look really complicated and fancy. That's both basically just the novelty. They're not actually fancy. It's just a pin tumbler lock turned on its side. The pins are going, instead of into the what to you perceives as the top of the key, it goes into the side of the key. So usually they have inherently higher tolerances because there's less material there for you to cut into. So to get 10 spaces, you got to get all the spaces much closer. You're not looking at 15 thou between each. You're looking at 7 or 8 thou between each. I think that's what multi-lock does. We don't have a guide for that at this time. We might look into that in the future. Dimple cutting equipment is not cheap, and it's not prevalent in the US. So that's not an easy thing to do, but it's definitely on my list of things that I might want to do in the future.
I see. Are there any restrictions about importing machines from other countries?
It can actually be easier to import machines than to convince someone domestically to sell something to you. But there is no real tangible restrictions on that. The only restrictions you'll end up with are contractual. So if you, for example, if you were trying to buy a multi-lock fancy code cut machine for their MT5 Plus or something, and they had some, contractual obligation that if the locksmith goes out of business, they have to return the machine or they have to do something to it to make it useless. And then it went on eBay and you bought it. It's not really receiving stolen goods, but it is kind of, I don't know what would happen. So that there could be problems there, especially when you're with the higher end stuff, especially with newer stuff that's likely to still be in design patent. But as for blanket international regulations, no, you can't buy this. There's nothing, at least that I'm aware of. I'm not a lawyer.
Well, that does make sense. And let me see if we have any more questions. No, I think that's all the questions we have right now. We're about out of time. Also, is there some way that everybody can get a hold of you to reach you, contact you?
That would have made sense for us to develop, but no.
This talk was kind of thrown together on a whim. Yeah, we got nothing.
All right. Well, on behalf of all the Hope 2020 attendees, the presenters, and the volunteers, we want to thank you very much for sharing all of your great work with us today.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll come back at the top of the next hour, and we're going to have some new bumps in between, and take it away, ground control.
So yeah, that was the locksmithing, the introduction to locksmithing talk at Hope, and like, wow, that exceeded my expectations. Although, to be fair, most people in lock sport, I've noticed, are a lot better, like, visual. You've heard me doing the key pins there with this. This mic's actually really sensitive, which is good actually for a coin show. If you also hear like yelling in the background, it's not our neighbors arguing for once. It's because I'm watching the Pokemon Pokken tournament DX tournament going on Twitch. But yeah, no, that was like, they went like right in, and even though I think they may have went kind of a little too quick on some of the things instead of dwelling on some of the stuff, they offered really good advice, and it was really precise, and it had a lot of visual stuff, and their descriptions and audio was really perfect. Like, that was fantastic. I can't wait until, like, I guess Hope next year or something, where they can actually present this live at like the lockpicking village, hopefully done by Tool. And there goes the 5-pin lock again. It's 5 pins. You can get these tumbler sets by Lockpick Extreme. They're $40, I believe, plus shipping. So the total's $40, meaning they're $35, and then no, I think they're $30, and then like the $10 there's shipping. It's $40, I believe. And the last one, which I'm going crazy on, is this 6-pin one, which I'm probably not going to finish today, but is, I was working on this while the talk was going on, and I had a hard time even opening some of the basic locks just because I was so focused and transfixed on this talk that I couldn't really focus on my actual lock picking. And like the chat's talking here, so it's all pretty neat. Yeah, and the real restriction, I think, in terms of importing is the U.S. Chinese embargo, is because COVID Death Cheeto and Winnie the Pooh can't get along. There's a lot of not only really cheap, decent gear from China, but like unique stuff like these clear locks and the Mr. Leashies and stuff like that. And a lot of my equipment that takes forever is because the only place you can get them from is China. And because of those embargoes since 2017, it takes forever now to get anything, and it drives us absolutely freaking bonkers. Oh, there's lights on at Dim Sum Labs. Let's actually go back to the IRC and see if someone responded. No one has responded yet, so I'm gonna type in like, hey, we are back. Is anybody home? We see on the big blue button the lights are now on. Guessing has two S's. Guessing it's morning over there. Worst comes to worst with Dim Sum Labs, I might go on like super late at night, like past midnight, and on my other machine, and I'll pre-record like the interaction and then display it on here, because tomorrow this is the longest stream we've done for all of this. If we can go back to the guide, because like, let's see, it's gonna be 7. So let's see, that was 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. See, if we were streaming on to 11, I don't know what hackers and the Gnostic tradition is. I even read the description and I'm still confused by it. So who knows? But I would really love to go up to 11, because if there's one talk that you have to see that was not going to be on our live stream, unfortunately, it's going to be Ask a Sex Geek, Hacking plus Human Sexuality, which is by my friends, the amazing Kit Stubbs. They're amazing. And SX Noir, who is doing, they have 2 talks. Let's see. Oh, this was from the talk last time, so they're back on again, if I remember correctly. And let's see, got a burning question about sex? Curious about making your own silicone sex toys? I always am, especially for my female friends. Not sure of the difference between biological sex and gender, which everyone's confused by. Ask anyone from the UK who's a Tory. Wondering about dating in digital spaces like Grindr, RIP Craigslist. In this session, Kit, where this beep gets their doctorate, Stubbs of the Effing Foundation for Sex Positivity, and SX Noir of Thought Leader Podcast are ready for you to ask them anything. So this should be a very interactive thing. You get on the Riot chat and you talk about that. Similar to some of the sex and text talks that's happened before, I've also, every year except for unfortunately this year, although I might try to put something together unique for that. I could try. But anyhow, yeah, I didn't even think of that, because I offered my other 2 roommates to do content for Radio Statler, but I didn't think of any content I would do. And that might be perfect. I'm going to reach out to Kit, and if they're free the next 3 days, I'll bring on some other friends and we'll talk about what they're talking about, except on the radio, I guess, unless that interview already happened. I haven't checked Radio Statler yet. But, yeah, if there's one talk that I really want to stream on air, but it just happens so late at night, it's going to happen at 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I can't get there. That and at 10 is Build an Easy Ventilator. It's those 2. But let's look at tomorrow, because that was the keynotes for Tiffany Rad. Man, today was just full of great talks between the shockingly not Spanish, but Spanish anarchist podcast. And definitely in about an hour, as I look at my invisible watch, go to the Anarchist Village. There, it's on. If you go to the Hope, let's see. If you go to the let's scroll. Go to the Hope Wiki. Actually, instead of the Hope Wiki, if you go to attractions, and you click any of the Anarchist Village things, you can click on the Hope Wiki link, and all of it's there. It's also, if you go to DEFCON 201. Where's our website here? It should be here somewhere. Go to DEFCON 201, click on news. It's going to take a minute for it to load because it's freaking Medium. And you see this Ultimate Hacker Summer Camp Guide, Hope 2020. You click on that. All the Hope information's there as one giant information slab. And you can also find the Anarchist Village there. But I know for a fact that they're going to be using... where did the page go again? Here we go. that they're going to be using Mozilla Hubs, which unfortunately we can't use while we're live streaming on OBS. But they'll be doing different documentaries, and tonight they're going to actually have live music starting at 11. They're going to do documentaries at 8 p.m., which you can also see here statically. We're going to air the other 2 documentaries on Friday and Saturday before their broadcast. And then 10 p.m. there's going to be a DJ set by Triz until question marks. And they said, check it out. So yeah, that's going to be their VR Anarchist Hacker Village, so check that out later. And like I said before in the scheduling, let's go back in time. If there was 2 talk and a workshop I wish we could live stream all the way to, it's the Axe a Sex Geek Hacking plus Human Sexuality, which happens at 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with my awesome friend Kit Stubbs and SX Noir. And Building an Easy Ventilator, which is its own workshop, which is the hour before at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tomorrow is going to be hectic because there's too much stuff going on at the same time. So at 1:50, like what we did today, we're going to go live at 1:55. I'm going to introduce the keynote, give a bit of background. We're going to watch the keynote, but not only are we going to be watching this keynote about COVID-19 cybersecurity attacks by Flavo Aguido, but we're also going to be jumping back and forth between this Python plus Telnet craziness, which basically they're going to teach how to use Python scripting to do web server reconnaissance, like how building an IRC BART and stuff in order to screw around with Telnet and do some awesome hacks. So we're going to watch that for a bit. Then after both of these, we're immediately going to watch the XL Terrestrial presentation, Citizen Keynote, which is this whole art showcase thing about tech stuff. There's this whole essay here about who they are. And then, let's see, we might fart around a bit. We might watch the workshop also by the Tech Learning Collective. Remember Tech Learning Collective from yesterday with the phishing? Well, they're going to be talking about cracking passwords. And this one I actually have not seen. So I literally not see that coming. So we're going to watch into that. Maybe the sex big day. So we're definitely going to do the keynote Python Telnet Extraterrestrials. But after that, I have no idea how long we're going to stream on. Maybe we'll... that's what we'll do. We'll stream the Anarchist Village movie there. And by the time that's done, both the Password Superpowers and Sex and Pix Data will go on. So we'll pick one of these two, watch it. So let's see, that will take... It's going to be another long live stream. 3, 4, 5, 6. We're going to be broadcasting to 7, just like what we did today, basically. Maybe a little bit past 7. And we'll check out... We'll see if anything's happening with the RF Village, because we're still poking around. If not, we will either check into Radio Statler, or depending on if they're ready, we will check out the Cyberpunk Now Film Festival, because we're originally going to try to enter in that, but we're like, screw that fee. Like, I know it's probably for a good cause, but still, we don't have the resources right now to do that. We're doing everything else this month and in the future, because we're still building content for the end of the year, which I'm finalizing. In fact, after basically DEFCON, we are going to announce our meetup, and I already have everything sorted out for like what's going to happen, speakers there, stuff. That, by the way, that on that day will be, let's go back to our website here. Let's go to OBS calendar. Will be I have to go ahead to August, because I keep forgetting it's not August yet. This Saturday it will be. That will be on the 21st, so August 21st, somewhere around 7 p.m. We'll announce more details. We will have a meeting. It should be at least partially in person at our normal meeting at Subculture, but we're going to do all of it online, and also the speakers will probably be in online, except for maybe one that we'll do in person, but everything will be streamed online, but we're going to have an opportunity for a limited amount of people to show up in person. But yeah, as Khan 3CT pointed out, that was a lot of stuff with the locksmith things. And again, if you want to, there's been a lockpicking village going on the entire stream. It's kind of weird. I'm going to save my comments for this, but on Sunday night at 8 p.m., so like literally an hour or two after Hope ends, will be my new episode of The Master of Unlocking, where the main thing we're going to talk about the lockpicking village for Hope. We might be able to tease some of the stuff that's going to happen with DEFCON and the lock kicking village and tool and stuff that's going on there, but where I'm waiting for them to announce stuff. But particularly, we are going to go over how to, either for stuff you can find around your house or stuff you can go to like Walgreens or Rite Aid or something and buy for under $2, you can make lock picks and turning tools and tension wrenches and bypasses and shims and stuff, all with common household objects. So that's what we're going to be focusing on. That'll be this Sunday. So if you like that Locksmithing 101, you want to learn more about like Locksport and particularly how to do this all on the insanely super cheap, check out Sunday, 8 p.m. You'll find me there, the Master of Unlocking. It's a really fun show. But before we end today, I do want to do one last quick thing to add on to that locksmithing thing, because there is a website, there's a company, that most of my equipment comes from. I get my equipment from all over the place. Like, I have tool practice tumblers, I have lockpick extreme practice tumblers, which are both excellent. I got this from Goso before the embargoes between US and China was killing me. But a lot of my personal stuff, and they're not sponsored by me or anything, they're not sponsored by DC201, they don't sponsor us. Maybe I'll accept that in the future if they do, but I just really like a lot of their products, and they're called Sparrow's Lockpicks. And I just want to point out some stuff they have in here for those who are interested in the locksmithing beginner thing. Because I'm not a locksmith, but I do play one on TV. And if you go to their beginner lockpick sets, they have a pre-built case called the controller. Let me actually take out this. It's priced at $40. What you get is this really nice, high-quality, large Sparrow's case. And you get a double peak rake, a S rake, which are two types of rakes, and then you get a high reach hook, a half diamond, a slim medium hook, a bunch of different L with the twisties and Z shaped tension wrenches. But the big thing in here is you get a nice pair of pinning tweezers that have curved tips on them that hold those pins. So if you need a starting set and you're mainly going to be focused on repinning locks and locksmithing, again, I highly recommend to learn lockpicking first. You can look up lockpicking, actually Lock Noob. Lock Noob has a great tutorial video on this, and search out Deviant Olem or any tool member like myself to learn Lockpicking 101. Or if you're at Hope, go to the Lockpicking Village and sign up for the Lockpicking 101 course that will be there, or tune in to Master of Unlocking at 8 p.m. I think every episode I always quickly go over how to exactly lockpick with this clear boy over here. But if you want to do more locksmithing stuff where you're repinning, like you're going to be like pinning your own challenge locks, making your own progressive tumbler pick set, and you need stuff, go to Sparrow's Lockpicks, get the controller, you get a nice set of picks, including two nice hooks, one high reach, one medium, and this pinning tweezer set. And then let's go down to, I believe it's in pinning mats. Yeah, they have a really good resin plug follower that has also the cranials at the end, and they're actually designed for those Schlag. Oh, wait a minute here. Did I just do something stupid? I just did something stupid today. Yes, I did not shrink my video capture system. I am a moron. I apologize. Let's go through that again. I apologize. I'm just stupid today. This is what happens when I don't eat after a while, because I'm definitely making dinner after this. But yeah, you go to, let's go back a couple of pages. Let's go to sparrowslockpicks.com. I get a lot of my tools from them. I'm not sponsored by them, nor is DEFCON 201 sponsored by them. It's just, I have a lot of good equipment from them. So a lot of the lockpicking tools that you see that I was using on here, as well as on the Master of Unlocking, I've got from here. Although I do have my equipment is from every place, but a lot of the tools I get are from Sparrows. So, as I said, you can go to LockNoob. Actually, particularly has a video. So actually, no, I'm actually already in YouTube here. In fact, I want to refresh, because if I'm waiting to see if RightsCon will actually update their videos. They're probably gonna do all the videos that they did today with like the EFF later today, because there's a bunch of EFF stuff going on at RightsCon today. I don't know if they uploaded new ones. Yes, they did a couple. There's one video that they're working on. Let's see. Yeah, they haven't updated them yet. So hopefully by tomorrow they'll have the EFF stuff. But let's go. It's at Lock Noob beginner. And see this learn lockpick everything you need to know. If you click on that video, he has a great, really excellent, it's in our videos for DEFCON 201, video about in like 20 minutes. He teaches you what all the tools are and how to properly pick locks, and then the beginning steps to where you go from there. If you are at Hope, however, there is tomorrow going to be, during the keynote, unfortunately, but they have these on multiple days. So for the remaining days, they have a bunch of classes from lockpicking. And so at 2 p.m. tomorrow, and I think it's 2 p.m. every day from now on. Oh, 2 p.m. from Saturday and Friday, so during the keynote, but you can multitask here. They have a Lockpicking 101 class, or you can check us out at on Twitch, DLive, and YouTube for the next episode of Master of Unlocking, which will happen this Saturday at 8 p.m., where we go over how to lockpick, as well as teach you how to essentially make lockpicking tools for either no money or stupid cheap, like $2 and under. But if you know how to lockpick and you want to like pin your own tumbler sets, or you want to get into locksmithing professionally or as like a hobby and build your own challenge locks, basically you want to get to the next level in terms of constructing locks as opposed to picking them, go to sparrowslockpicks.com. If you go to the lockpick beginner sets, they have this nice beginner set called the controller, and for $40 you get this really nice sturdy Sparrows case. You get a double peak and a snake rake, which are raking kits, raking picks, a high reach hook, a slim medium size medium reach hook, shallow medium reach because it's like mid-range, and half diamond pick, and you get 3 different widths and sizes of L wrench and Z wrench, sometimes in the UK called Z wrenches, and the L wrenches have a little twist to them, which I really like. But the big thing is you get these pinning tweezers that you saw on the Locksmithing 101. They have those curved tips at the end here, just like mine, with locks, as I say on the show, to grab those key pins and driver pins to plop them in there, and that's what it looks like all-in-one solid kit. Has this nice solid plastic backing, Velcro. They're really well built kits. So if you need a kit in order to pin and then test the lock out for picking and raking, you can get the controller. And if we get to the pinning mat section, and you can also, by the way, get the pinning tweezers separately somewhere down here. Yeah, you could get a whole set of pinning tweezers of, you can choose different sizes, the standard length or the super size length for like $10 a piece. And again, they have those curved tips, just like mine, with locks to grab on those key pins and driver pins. You can also get the Giant Sparrows pinning mat for $25. And to me, this is an insanely good pinning mat for really cheap, because I've seen most pinning mats I see are like $60 and up. It's like a new video game to just get a rubber mat with some bumps in it. But I will also say that in addition to, because I was going to bring this up on Sunday at 8 p.m., but in addition to paper towels, what I usually do is I try to get a shallow, large Tupperware set bin, and you put the paper towel or whatever in there. You can just use the bin stuff, work over there. That way when things fall, they don't roll around. So the mat, you can still have you can still have things roll off, like the paper towel pins can still roll off and stuff. But putting a paper towel in a shallow like baking pan or like a Tupperware thing, that will make sure that when they fall down on a wide surface, they're going to just fall in there, and then you can root around afterwards. But you can get the pinning mat. And what's really neat is, let's go back to the lockpick beginner. So once you get the controller, you can get the, where are these? I actually think they're under practice locks. Let's see if I can find this section here. Practice locks, there we go. You can get these cool sets here. Get these progressive locks. I have it in the kit. I don't know if I can get it, but I have the ones that are dremeled out. Let me look. Yeah, here we go. These are cutaways, so you can see inside, but they're basically the same shape as this. They have this cool curved handle to hold the key in. And the progressive locks are 4 of these. They go up to from 2, 3, 4, up to 5 pins. And what's neat about them is that they are those Schlegs with the coronal edge and stuff. So you can repin these. So if you get a set for these for $27, and trust me, this is the cheapest way to do this, and then go up and get the Sparrows Reload Kit, and for only $16, You get 4 keys. All our intermediary setups. One's designed for teaching raking, one's high-low-high, one's low-high-low, and one's a 6-pinner. And you get these, that's the keys up close with the pins, see how they fit in. And what's really neat is you get these 2 mini pinning mats, so you can put those in a shallow metal or clear, like a baking pan or a Tupperware. And these have all the abilities of to slide in your pins and your screws and the individual pins here, but they're like little mat size. They're like about like yay big, like the size of a tiny portable notepad. It comes with the plug follower, and you get a set of not only a huge range of standard key pins, standard driver pins, and springs, but you also get security pins. You get spool pins and serrated pins and mushroom pins with those. So you get an assortment of standard and security pins, the springs, the plug follower that's also cranialed, so open up all those Schley keyways. Those are the different security pins I was talking about, serrated, spool, and mushroom, as well as the 2 mini pads for only $16. And if you combine that with the progressive locks, you can repin all of these locks to your heart's content, and repin them to those keys, or make your own keys, or pin them back to the progressive sets. You can add more pins to the progressive set. And I think that's a really good way to get into it. So so if you get the controller, it's going to be about slightly $100, but the controller, the progressive locks, and the reload kit, so it's about like between $80 to $100. That's all of your repinning that you ever need. And honestly, it's that's like the cheapest thing you're probably going to do besides getting individual parts from like Lowe's or Home Depot. Or I recommend Lowe's better, but whatever. But yeah, that was it. That is going to be our broadcast. So tune in. I'm gonna make myself bigger like I do with the ladies. So thank you all for for watching this, and especially thank you all who let me load up a pretzel. Thank you all who subscribed during our stream. That's the most amount of subscribers we've had during the whole Hope Stream stuff. Tomorrow I'm gonna be on at 1:50. And then 1:55, I'm going to do the introduction to Keynote. We're going to be jumping between the Keynote and the Python Telnet thing. And then we're going to watch the crazy performance that they're doing, because there's always some crazy art technology performance every year at Hope. And then we will futz around and maybe... we're going to see the Anarchist documentary. And we'll see some password cracking. And who knows, maybe the RF Village will finally be online. Maybe we'll get in contact with Dim Sum Labs. In fact, real quick, let me do one last check on Dim Sum Labs. Let's see the IRC. I think what I'm going to do is tomorrow or tonight, I'm going to record the Dim Sum Labs village, because to give you kind of an idea of what's going on. This is all you see now, so I'm guessing this is just morning. So none of the members of the village are awake, but because it's probably morning over there. But what I'm thinking is it's going to be like they're going to be up like late at night, like closer to like 10, 11 p.m., which we're not broadcasting. I will pre-record my interactions with them if I can get them to interact, and yeah, I will air that either tomorrow or Friday, so we can check out the Dim Sum Village. So just regardless, tomorrow, meet me at 1:30. We're going to watch the Keynote and do a bunch of Hope stuff. It'll be really cool. Thank you for following and joining. If you like the content that you see, especially if you want to check out the Master of Unlocking at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time this upcoming Sunday, please hit that bell on YouTube, or notifications, or follows, or subscribe, whether you're on Twitch, YouTube, or DLive. If you're on DLive, definitely send us lemons. We're going to raid something on Twitch. Let me see if we can find someone who's open. I can just hear one of my roommates is. Let's see. I don't know if we can raid Kip Bogus stream. It's a rerun, so I don't think we can. We're gonna rehost the Hope stream in a moment. Oh, Chelsea Manning is actually on. Let's see, XY Chelsea 87. Okay, so Chelsea Manning is on. Is streaming right now, so we're gonna go raid her. So raid XY Chelsea. Yep, there we go. So we're gonna raid her stream shortly. So you'll see that, and we're gonna rehost the Hope stream in a moment as well. So hope you check out her stream. She's probably playing like what's that Animal Crossing ripoff that everyone likes. Like, it's not Farmville, it's something else, but she's probably playing one of those games. It's either that or some MOBA. But yeah, thank you for following us. Please like and subscribe if you like this content, especially if you join us tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. This is Sidepaka. I'm one of the co-founders of DEFCON 201. Hack the Planet, Dirty Jersey represent, and see you tomorrow for the 6th Day of Hope. Peace.
Up that